I didn't see you there. Welcome to the official Crane stream. Master Crane is setting up for today's stream, so please make yourselves comfortable while we wait for him. Thank you. What is taking him so long? Give me a second, okay? Master Crane!
What?
Your stream is starting in 2 minutes!
I know, Sue, I know. I'm getting ready, okay?
Please hurry up!
I know, there's a timer. Why don't you entertain them for me?
Why do I have to?
It's okay, Sue, you'll be fine. You got this.
Ugh, fine, but please hurry!
Thanks, Sue, I will.
Well, oh, I know. How about we watch a video?
Detonate?
What?
This one's
No,
one of my
Zelda.
favorites.
For the love of Nehru, Zelda, please.
Hello. Oh.
Oh no.
I should probably check on Link first.
Oh,
So, do we have a deal?
We don't need anything, thanks.
but
Are you sure?
we make the best price.
Listen to me. I want you to hide.
What? Why?
Come on.
You don't have to pay a single rupee for it. We'll take your lives instead.
Zelda! Take cover now! You really are just a clan of cowards.
Link, watch out!
Oh, I hate this move.
There
Alright,
has
Sue,
to
I'm
be
ready.
something I can do to help him.
The master's ready. Again, welcome to the official Crane stream. Please remember to be kind and respectful. Any follows and or subs will be greatly appreciated. And maybe with it I can get a new outfit. We hope you enjoy. Here's Master Crane.
Hello. Hello, can you guys hear me? Am I heard? Am I heard? Am I heard? Oh shit, we woke up to Gaius here. Fuck. Yes, people, we have Gaius on. Gaius is definitely like in this. I should prepare some Final Fantasy XIII music, huh? OST playlist. Let's type that shit. How's everyone doing? Tell me if you can hear all that.
Devastation!
Yo. Okay. It's all funny. It's all funny too because yeah. So how's everyone? Oh, Rimma's here and Tigris. Oh my god. Rimma, we missed you so much. We've like legit missed you. Like when I came back, I'm just like, "Where's Rimma?" She's usually here. Oh no. Did I lose her? Did we lose her? But yeah, so I'm really glad that you're here. And we start with Sue. Yeah. You could never lose Rimma's support. I don't know. I might just slip up, say one thing, and the next thing you know, that's just kind of the internet nowadays, right? Oh my god, it's a good thing I don't, it's a good thing my Twitter is new, because a lot of people be like, you said this on Twitter! And I'm like, ah! And then I'm gone. And, that's usually how the cookie crumbles. But, hey guys, how you been? If you noticed, yeah, you noticed the, background is a little different. This is the reason why it took me so long to start, was because I was adding all of this shit. I was adding everything on. Yo, what's up, Urazu? And Kuda's here too. How you doing, Kuda? And Tigress, yes, I said hello to Tigress already. I missed, to be honest. Aw, I know. It's all good, Don't you worry. Because, she does have some extra outfits today.
Time to hydrate.
Oh, Larabi. You should start using the point system. You should start using the point system. Yeah, where you get a point. Because you've been hydrating me a lot. I've been quite parched, thanks to you. Aw, that's nice. I'm okay. I'm good. Oh shit, this strand of hair is like touching my eyeball. You don't want it popping again, but yeah, no. I seem to be pretty far from popping another blood vessel, so I think that might be definitely a good thing. But yeah.
Hurry.
Yeah, that one was for you, Rima. But how are you guys doing? I'm not sure you guys are ready for this. I'm not sure if you guys are ready for us to talk about 12. Wait, just so I know, like, have any of you guys played 12? Oh, sorry, not 12. Fuck, 13. Have any of you guys played 13? Because that would be really interesting if you guys played 13. No, okay, so Larabi's like a nope, and then Rima was like a yes. Okay. So what about let's see, I played it and fairly recently. Ah, really? I was actually playing it all week. I think on Tuesday I streamed me playing it, and then I actually like continued playing it from there. Yeah, so I have some renewed perspective on Final Fantasy XIII. You haven't played it, but yeah. Is it one of those things where it's stuck in limbo in your Steam library? Is that what's going on there, Pirate? I got to the end game and then was trying to do post-game stuff and just got really tired of the battle system. See, okay, so one of the reasons why I was asking you guys is because, as usual here in Cranestorming, you guys are just as much part of the discussion as we are, and I don't know if I told you this, but when I do, because I record the whole episode, but we do take down some questions or some comments made from you guys, like in chat, like we actually go through them, and I think Ferren from now on is really going to like start to like highlight some of the good comments from you guys, and like in the radio version, which is the podcast version of it, which is just audio, when we do that, we will be addressing some of those things that you mentioned. So I did that with some of the prior episodes, so we were going to do that too. So don't think that when you guys comment, like, it just goes unnoticed or anything like that. The trophies killed it for me. Some of them are so ridiculous. Ah, okay, so today we have Haraxmant, and he's an achievement hunter, and we're gonna sort of like weave that into like the kind of achievements. So I do want to hear what you have to say about that. Many said that that's when the game truly opens up, but
I can't hear you.
Never got back to it. You can't hear me, Wardog? Is that true? Is it true that you guys cannot hear me? Is that true? Because I would like to know if you guys cannot hear me. We can't. Okay.
Loud and clear.
I hear you just fine for a second. Okay. Ooh, boy, you scared me. Oh, and Dermek is here. Yay, Dermek. How do I pronounce it? Do I pronounce it Dermek or do I pronounce it Dermek? Or am I butchering both of those completely? Please let me know, because I'm going to be hearkening out your name, like, more often. Dear me, Q. That's probably what
Nailed
it is.
I know. Thank you. Moving on.
You think? You don't know? Okay, well, fine. That's fine. It's nice to see Heroic here, too. I logged on to 14 today. Well, to do some of this stuff, but...
Blah, 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 blah.
I definitely want to do this all again. And what's up, War Dog? I hope you can hear me now. I hope you can hear me. So, yeah. My friends say Dermek. Okay. I'm always here. Are you now? Yeah, and one of these days we're gonna have to pull you back in when we talk about stuff. Because you played Integrate, didn't you? Dermek? Oh, not Dermek. Heroic. Did you play... But will soon be Wrath again? Damn. But, yeah. That's, definitely a thing. But alright, yeah, so... Remember, we will be talking, like, sort of deep dive about some of these things. So if you guys have questions or if you guys have comments about what we're saying, like, just please, just comment on, because we really want to read it and everything like that. Or Crane Slave Zero. I'm the slave. I'm the slave, not you. You're the one who's like ordering me, like whiplash, like, drink, clown, drink. It's time for you to hydrate. And I'm like, oh, yes. Yes, master. You know? Hey, just being silly. Oh, lol. I don't have a PS5 or 4. Oh, okay. Oh, so you're just a PC player. Gotcha.
Here comes the crane tax.
Ah, fuck you, Dermek. Okay. All right, guys. Just because it was summoned. It is my fault. I usually, for these, I turn off the, some of the redeemables. But, okay. So, guys, this right here, this beauty... right here is my revolver gunblade, right? And I had this smithed a long time ago, and I had this made, and I bought it a long time ago. And look at the cool thing it could do. See that? I gotta bring it up here so you can see. Ah, yes, the trigger thing actually works. Ah, yes, I know, Rim. Didn't you miss this? Didn't you miss this? So yes, the crane tax. The good old crane tax. I know. But yeah, like, I'm really interested, like, more than anything, I'm very interested in this one. Because I think this one is the most, I guess I won't even consider Final Fantasy XIII divisive. Because divisive means that, like, a lot of people are split on it. I don't actually, like, so from what I'm seeing now, like, a lot of people playing the game in hindsight, okay, mind you, it seems that it's been pretty poorly received, like, generally. Like, even when you go to Steam, like, you see that it's, you know, like, the reviews aren't great in general. Like, all the newer ones, at least. Like, the older ones, like, the ones, I guess, back in the day, like, was really good. I feel like I would be so OCD about it. It's so cool. How often do you polish your gunblade? I polish my gunblade all the time, if you know what I mean. Anyways, let's get into it, by the way. And let us, are you guys ready to sit down and talk with the boys now? Definitely. Did you see that the remake will finally come to PC on Epic Games? Yes, we know that it has a what is it? A 1 year exclusive on console, and after that year, it starts opening up for everything else. So, yeah. All right, let's bring the boys back because I'm pretty sure you guys are tired of my face. So let's bring the boys in. Yes, and here we are, the boys. Yo, boys, how are you guys doing?
What's up, everybody? Hello. It was me again.
Yes, the boys are back. For the most part, this is sort of our what do you call it? Our, well, not really. Like, I guess I can kind of call us like the default, the vanilla, the vanilla party, the vanilla panel. Right?
The squad. The starter squad.
The starter squad, yeah. We're the starting squad. No optional players today.
I'm definitely the fourth member of the party. Like, if someone came around that was cooler to add into the party, I'd get swapped out.
No, well, it always depends, too, because it's like, we do sort of a priority based on like, how much... It's kind of like this. It's like, I don't necessarily like it when all of us, since there's 4 of us, right? Where all of us are like pro, and then all of us are con. So, you know what I mean? So,
oh, yeah.
Dermek, what did you clip me at?
Isn't it
The
kinda
crane
hard
tax.
to
It's
get-
the Gunblade. He likes
Oh, okay. It was the crane tax. Okay, I was like,
Everyone loves it. It's
Isn't
they
it kind
love
of
it.
hard
crane
to
tax.
get a group of Final Fantasy 13 people who aren't all con?
well, that's funny. Luke here Luke was like,
I'm not con. Like I got pros and cons, but I am actually pretty positive on the game.
Good. I'm proud.
I mean,
of you.
I feel like throughout the evening here, I'm gonna bring up a lot of negative points and probably be really hard on it, but that's because I enjoyed the game.
that is the most that is a very that sounds contradictory.
Yeah, it's a very you answer, I feel.
No, it's a very
Did
like
either of
it's a
you-
very hard father kind of like, I hurt you because I love you.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
So yeah, Ferren and Luke, did either of you catch the FF13 crane stream that happened the other day?
I came in right
caught
at the end.
A brief snippet,
I was mad.
unfortunately.
It was
I was mad because
it
I
was
wanted to
hilarious.
watch.
It was pure entertainment in the fact that we didn't really make it through the game at all. We talked way too much about it.
I was
That's
there
great.
for.
That's what I thought it would be too.
I was there for the MILF conversation with Nora.
Oh yes.
That
What is
happened to be
this
the moment
about?
I popped in.
Was she?
Oh,
You know how?
Hope's mom? Hope's mom?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Hope's mom is banging. Like Hope's mom is the shit, bro.
Sorry, but I'll agree. I can concur.
You don't say sorry and agree.
I was just saying. Well, I got all hyped up, like asking you guys, like, what was this about? Like, as if I was gonna oppose it. So
No, she got it going on.
Yeah.
You're all
No,
for
that's
it,
great.
obviously.
I've been watching the cutscenes of the entire game all day today, just so I could kind of see everything fresh. And I gotta say, I will say this about Final Fantasy 13. In the beginning, I thought like the like kind of flat palette of colors was nicely contrasted when they finally get down to the planet, and it's just boom, vibrant,
I don't like your
nice,
plan.
beautiful, lush colors. I will
sucks.
say that. I noticed I pay attention a lot to environments anymore, and I like its environment just to begin. So
All right. Well, before we start getting into all of that, because we're gonna have to give our scores, let's introduce everyone again. So we're gonna go from here. We're gonna go down here, and then there, and then there. So we're gonna start with you, Mr. Haraxmant. Tell us a little bit about yourself, bro.
Well, I've done this before, and I already wasn't ready for it again. I'm Haraxmant. I'm a streamer on Twitch. I mostly stream achievement hunting, and I do a little bit of voice acting for my buddies here.
Ah, okay. And then we have Ferren.
howdy everyone, my name is Ferren. I'm an analyst. I typically play Final Fantasy games. Mainly I'm here to assist and moderate the chat, so if you guys need anything or have anything interesting to say, just feel free to bring it up, and I'll try my best to slide it into the conversation.
There we go. There we go. And then last but definitely not least, we have Mr. OmegaOptimusSupreme. So, sir.
Hi there, everyone. I am OmegaOptimusSupreme. I also occasionally go by the alias of Luke Word. I am voice actor extraordinaire, video game enthusiast. To contrast with Haraxmant's achievement hunting, I trophy hunt. So you got a couple of gamers for this one, and overall, just here to have a good time and talk some Final Fantasy 13 with you all today.
Yes, sir. And then there's me. Like, you probably either clicked my face or Sue's face. If you click Sue's face, then I'm really sorry to disappoint you. But yes, this is me, the official Crane. I am a voice actor as well, and I do stuff like Still Thinking Films, all of that good jazz, and yeah, and this is Cranestorming. This is my little hub where we get to talk about all things like games and whatever, actually. But the focus of today is going to be Final Fantasy XIII. All right. Again, I did mention before that a lot of the times people would consider this divisive. I don't think that this game is actually that divisive. I think for a fact that as of recently, that a lot of the community and a lot of the sentiments that surround Final Fantasy XIII have been pretty much in chorus saying that they do think that it's it's mostly negative, hearkening to things such as like the linearity and other stuff that we will actually get into. So
The Time Lightning was an official model. That was weird.
of Louis Vuitton. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, so before we continue, I would like to acknowledge some people. So Elvina's here. Thank you so much, Elvina. Elvina's my girl down there from Australia. And then obviously Rima's here. Rima, you don't have to stay if it's too late. Like you made me happy seeing when I saw your name like light up in the in the chat, and that already made me very, very happy. So like, you know, it's like a, what do you call, roll call? It's like, Rima, she's like, yes, teehee, I'm here, and then I'm like, okay, we're good. We're good. Yes, and then there's Yozora and Heroic and like there's the whole cast. There's like a whole.
Yeah, we got the squad.
Yes, we definitely got the squad. And again, thank you guys so much. You guys make me very, 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 very happy. And well, yeah. So okay, the way we always start this off is first of all, boys, I want to make sure that you guys are all recording on your recording software.
Mm-hmm.
Hurry,
Of
hurry.
course.
Oh yeah.
No one
Yo,
would
what's
ever
up,
forget
Yuzora
that.
too?
Senpai.
No one would ever
notice
forget
me.
to do that.
Having a good day today. Hope you are
Not a
too.
whole minute missing from my recording already.
Rimavelle is like, I'm a certified craneberry. Oh yeah.
Ooh.
You're like the honeybee. You're like the queen bee of the craneberries. But
Right,
yeah.
my mic's hot.
All right, so Irish is here too. What's up? What's up, man? Sorry I couldn't reply to you earlier. I was all preparing for this stuff. So and Fridays happen to be a very busy time here in the house. So yeah, but I will get to you, and we will get those lines done. So all right, so we usually the way that we usually have it here in Cranestorming is that all of us sort of give like a hot take. Well, not really a hot take, but like a hot score on what we consider the game to be. Now, we would have the first score and the second score. The first score for today, we will call it the Cocoon score. Okay, so it's not gonna be. I'm not gonna sort of go that route. Okay, we're gonna call it the Cocoon score, and that is what you think the game was able to achieve, right? That it set itself out to do. What actually became the reception and everything like that. Hey, Bear Boy is here too. What's up, Bear Boy? Good to have you here, man. All right, and then the second score is what we call the pulse score, right? So the pulse score, you guys see what I did there? The pulse score is what we think it could have been. Like if you expand it or if you extend it, or like, interesting topic enough, like if you do something like remake it, which would be weird because I don't think 13 would merit a remake since it was so recent, but who knows, right? So yeah, definitely a remaster, and we'll see like how that works. Oh, good night, Irish. Thank you for dropping by, man. Like, that really enjoy bashing 13. Who said I was gonna bash 13? I didn't say I was gonna bash 13. You assume too much, sir. But anyways, we'll go the reverse order of what we did earlier. So again, guys, your Cocoon score and your Grand Pulse score. So we will start with Sir Optimus Supreme here.
Ooh, all right. So, Cocoon score. I mean, if it was based off of like initial engagement when the game first came out, because it was pretty hyped up when it first came out.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, if it was based off of that, like I'm gonna give kind of like two Cocoon scores. Like it was like solid like 9.5s across the board. Like it was the shit when it came out. Just I mean, graphically, musically, its music is great. Its graphics were very pristine at the time, like top notch, typical Square Enix stuff. Gameplay, pretty controversial. Storytelling, pretty controversial. But I remember being in the thick of it when the game first came out, and it was Like, everyone was excited for it, and I don't think I had the console for it, so I had to wait a little bit. So for me, as like what it accomplished, probably I'm gonna say a 7.
Mm-hmm.
And what I think it probably what its like its full achievement could have been, based off of the universe and the characters, and kind of like for now excluding the sequels that came out, because that's its own can of worms. I would probably say probably not too much higher. Maybe I want to say a little bit higher than an 8. I'm going to go 8.2. I'm going to bring in the first non-0.5 number. If that's in fact true. I'm going to assume it's the first one. I'm going to go a solid 8.2.
I need to change this scoring system to just be like out of 5. Just straight up out of... I feel like that's just so much more definitive, right? If it's like, how many stars, right? You know? Because you guys are going to do this whole half-star thing anyways, so...
5.75 stars.
Right.
4.75 stars.
Because with the scoring system as it is, out of 10, we might as well just make it out of 100 so that you guys can get nitty-gritty with it. But we will test that out.
I'm here. I'm glad I can break your system.
Yes, thank you so much. And screw you at the same time. But I'm kidding. All right.
You're welcome, man.
Oh, man.
You're welcome? Yes, double you're welcome.
You're welcome and thank you. Yo, Banana Penguin is here. I've only met people who just started off with Final Fantasy games, which actually love Final Fantasy 13 or 15. People who played all of them usually bash on 13. Ah, well, that's a conversation to have, right? Make it harder out of 4. Yeah, that way it's like even more. No, let's make it even harder out of 3, you know.
Out of 2 stars, what do you give it? 1 or 2 stars? 0 stars.
Or 0 stars, because 0 is, in fact, an option. So, well, we'll go with Ferren. We'll just keep the 10 for now, just to keep it consistent. So, Ferren, good sir, give us a little bit of context and tell us what your score was. Because for Luke here, he did 7 and 8.5.
For my score to start, I would probably give the game itself for what it accomplished. I'd have to say, well, an 8. At the time, I may have felt like I didn't like Final Fantasy XIII, but now looking back on it after spending time doing some research on it, and also seeing, for instance, my niece and nephew growing up with the game, they love it, and I asked them, like, well, why do you love this? Because I hated it, but, like, why do you love this? And a lot of it has to usually do with the characters and every typical thing that we love about Final Fantasy characters. The combat system's cool. They think all the monsters are cool. And when I started looking at it more like that and stopped trying to compare it to other Final Fantasies, I was like, you know what? This game does have merit. It does have its own plot line that is intriguing and is entertaining. I think what happened with me was I was doing what a lot of people were doing and trying to compare it to, like, well, is this going to be like Final Fantasy X? Is this going to be like Final Fantasy VII? And I think when people do that, sometimes it can ruin the game for them. So looking back on it, I think it's a good game. I'll give it an 8. I know it's one of the more controversial titles because some people don't like it for various different reasons. As for my other score, I'd probably give it... I'd say a 9, because the Final Fantasy XIII series in itself was one of the most, if you ask me, popular, decorated, and most overwhelmingly positively received Final Fantasy games from people that were like newcomers to the series. And I think Final Fantasy XIII kind of helped the series kind of break out into the mainstream a little bit, because I remember that was the one thing that the 13 series did do, was it got a lot of people into the series that never played Final Fantasy before. And at the same time, I want to compliment the game because all of the characters, in my opinion, had well-rounded personalities and they were pretty badass. I know some story elements may be cringe to some people, or like Luke was saying, some story elements may be controversial.
After looking at it again, I felt like it was more of a cinematic adventure rather than just a video game. So I'll give it the score of 8 and 9.
8 and 9. Wow, that's a lot more charitable than you did with some of the other ones in the past.
Like I said, I took some time to review it and reconsidered my options. I tried to look at it at like a blank slate.
Mm-hmm. Haraxmant.
Okay, so I'm gonna start with my unbiased opinion here because I don't know 13 very well.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to really put a pin in that part. But seeing as how 13 was the first mainline story title to be on other consoles, I believe it dropped on Xbox 360. That's not counting the MMO 11 because that one
that started on the PS2, I think.
Right. But like it was on 360. It had its whole fan base starting on an Xbox, which was awesome for the series. So I mean, as an unbiased opinion, I'd have to give it at least an 8. It reached out into new areas.
Yeah.
And then a lot of other things that Ferren had already said, so I don't even want to repeat. But my personal biased opinion is I'm not a huge fan of the game, but I don't give anything under a 5 unless it's unplayable, and I don't think 13's unplayable.
I concur.
So what a game that I don't really like that much, but it is definitely playable. I guess a 6, but that's because I don't know it well enough. Because I did try and play it at some point, and just didn't want to anymore. 6, 8 and a 6 and 8, 8 and a 6. I don't know which order.
Okay, that's interesting. It's funny too because I thought I was gonna be the one who was more leaning on the side of 13. Because I played it so recently, right? And I found a lot of like gems about it, right? But if I had to be like completely honest with my Crane self, right? Completely honest with my Crane self, I would give its Cocoon score. I would give that a 5. I would give my Cocoon score a 5. That's what I would give it. And the reason, okay, I'll explain it all together. I'll give the Cocoon score a 5, and I'm going to give the Grand Pulse score like a 9. Now it's a very big disparity, right? Like, and the reason for it is this, and it's funny though, like those numbers don't necessarily. It sums up my like how I feel about it, but not my actual reception of the game. So I know this sounds so contradictory, but I actually thought that the game was quite nice. Like I actually played it and I said, you know, this game is actually quite nice. And I played pretty much to middle point of the game. I hadn't played the game before because, you know, I had the barrier of not having the console, but I did watch the cutscenes, and you know, during the time in the VAA, everybody and their mommies were like dubbing Final Fantasy 13 scenes because they're just so dubbable.
And they were getting taken down too.
And
I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember that era.
Yep. And now the reason why, like I said, that I did give it a 5, shockingly, is that there were so many elements of the game that are quality of life that suck. There's so many quality of life issues with the game that it does feel a little unplayable, like to me. And this is just me. I'm being completely fucking honest with you guys. Like for me, right? And to me, there's not games that are unplayable. Like I can play PS1 games today, but I would still score those games low. You know, so it's not like I'm just being, I'm not sniping and being uncharitable with 13 in general. But I do feel like they do many things with the game that are backwards, right? And I think that the reason why I gave it a 9 is because of this. It's almost for the same reasons. So when you would look at things like UI, or you would look at things like battle, you would look at all of these things, it's almost like they're almost there, and then they fail one or two things, and then it just slips out of your hand. See, I don't feel that way about 15. I think problem with 15 is that it has a philosophical problem with its design. I think 15 has a problem with its principles, where it's like, oh yeah, well, this is going to be our approach to some of the story. Oh well, this is going to be our approach to some of the gameplay, and a lot of it is misguided. But for 13, I don't feel that way about 13. I feel like with 13, they had a lot of the right principles, and then with a lot of the execution, they would just flip them, which is very, very odd. Okay, so remember, my score was a 5 and a 9. Can I start off now with the game? Yeah, boys. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just to bring up that point, which I think follows a trend we've been noticing, especially for the later titles, like post 10, where Square takes away kind of like the wrong lessons from their games, where they're like, all right, this did well, let's completely get rid of it, make a new system to replace it that may or may not be better. And 13, I feel, is kind of there with 15, almost an epitome of that, where it's just like 15 less so, because it was kind of going into a completely different style of gameplay, where it was more sort of trying to be a character action game and not really getting there. Whereas 13 wanted to be an action-based, turn-based RPG. And it's like they're almost there. With their, if we want to just get straight into the meaty combat system, which I think is very mixed, if not mostly negative. Yeah. So we have the paradigm system, where a character is assigned a role, and then they function as that role. And this also introduced the stagger gauge, which to this day I'm not a big fan of. Like the whole stagger mechanic, it feels more like busy work to me, honestly. And it's kind of like the bravery system from Dissidia is kind of like that, but there it felt it's this whole sort of like stamina system, not a big fan of. I feel it complicates things. But anyway, so we have the paradigm system. We have these 6 different functions that a party member could feasibly be. They're locked off throughout the story. You don't get you only get like maybe up to 3 per character before you get to Grand Pulse, and then everyone gets all 6. But I feel like the game does a poor job of teaching you its battle mechanics. Because it wants you to use the auto battling system, even though it's not designed in a way to where it's convenient to get out of the auto battling mechanics of that system. So like the most efficient way to battle something is to put in commands yourself, but just mechanically the system doesn't really want you to do that, because everything is constantly moving. So it forces you into auto battling, which isn't very interesting. I say forces, like the game doesn't allot you the time needed to think about the moves you would usually do for a turn-based combat game. So a lot of people just default to the auto combat, which for the first few chapters is fine, because you're forced into pre-made parties and roles anyway. But it does a poor job teaching you what those roles are meant to do, aside from maybe a brief introductory sort of tutorial box. Not territorial. Can't use words. Words are hard today. And then it goes into and then that's about it. It tells you what the function of the different roles are, but it doesn't teach you how to use them most efficiently in combat. It's kind of like how a lot of fighting game tutorials are, where they're like, this is what this word means. This is what this word means. and it doesn't really tell you what you're supposed to do with that information because it's unloading a whole bunch of information at you, which is the game is very guilty of in both its mechanics and its storytelling, where it's a lot of information up front, but it's talking at you. It's not trying to teach you its systems, and I feel like it's not designed well enough, because there's a huge contradictory in, like I said, in the game wants you to play fast, but the best way is to go through these menus not necessarily slowly, but to get the most efficient moves possible out of the menus while still having the combat play around you.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a battle system filled with contradictions.
Well, I think the game itself has a lot of contradictions in its philosophy, right?
Mhm.
Like, so
Yeah.
I will mention one and then go back into battle system, right? So one of the things that I did notice is that the game wants you, like, for example, with the hook of the game, right? The hook meaning the opening sequence of the whole game, right? Everything is so fucking fast. It's so fast even that, like, the camera in HD, like, makes me dizzy. Like, it's so fast. Like, the cinematics is so fast, which is cool because it gets your blood pumping. And the moment you have any sort of control with your character, they go, bam, tutorial. Like, so the thing is, the tutorial isn't actually that slow. It's not as slow as the materia tutorial of Final Fantasy VII. But,
no, it's not slow.
But it feels extra slow because everything prior was so fast. You know, and it just, you feel that difference, and all of a sudden you're just like, oh my god, why is this so slow? Why is nothing on the screen moving? And of course you can choose to opt out of those things, but I always have a problem with games that don't make you move before they put you in battle. Like, this might be one of those things where, oh my god, Crane is hearkening about like UI for an hour. But in Final Fantasy VII, they do this thing where I didn't realize how effective this was. Even in the remake, where Cloud comes down and you get to move him before he starts battle. Like, it feels good, honestly. Like, just being able to be like, okay, well, now I'm controlling the character. Okay. Literally, just a few steps later, you're in a battle, which is fine. But it feels very different from going off something like that hook. And Final Fantasy VII's hook is a lot slower. It's very grand, and then it's a lot slower. So when you start getting into combat, when you start doing that, like, the combat doesn't actually feel that slow, you know?
Yeah. You feel seasoned after a little bit too.
Yeah. You feel like, oh, okay, well, all right, like, I got this. Okay. And then there's no tutorial to the battle. Like, everything is intuitive, right? Because what happens is that just because of the nature of how the game works, there are things that are the elements of the battle that is not accessible is just not there. Like, they don't even hint that it's there, right? They don't put summon and gray it out. Like, they don't do anything like that. So with Final Fantasy 13, in terms of the selections for the fights, the options that you have, there aren't that many options. There's attack and then a different kind of attack, and that's sort of what that is. And then from this point, it leads you on to, like, a series of fights, like, right, in these corridors. And the corridors aren't even a problem at this point of the game. If anything, corridors are probably the best thing you can do that early in a game, right? You don't want to give.
They're like those bumpers they put up for bowling.
Yes, precisely, right? So now the thing is this. Now this is where the contradiction happens, right? Like, you put them in there, you don't need a tutorial. You don't. Why? Because a lot of the things in the battle system, you can intimate by doing it. Because you don't have that many options. You have items, you have this, right? It's funny because the elements that were more complicated was right after the fight, they have, like, this ranking system. And then they don't put any tutorial for that. They don't tell you what any of that means. And I'm just like, it's more important that you tell me what that means as opposed to what the fights were. Like, because the fight is intuitive. Does that make sense? The fight is intuitive. It's like, what are the things you can do? Attack and blitz and item. That's all you can do.
I'll chime in real quick. To you guys' point, Final Fantasy XIII was the first game that I ended up selling before I even beat it because of the fact that the fighting system frustrated me that badly. And I will say, being in high school and having ADHD at that time in my life, it was just, there was too much going on the screen for me to handle. Like, I'll be honest, I'm serious, and I don't mean to sound like I was too dumb for the system, but it just felt like I couldn't keep up with everything. I was like, what the hell? And then before I know it, I'm like, okay, now I'm in Saboteur mode. Oh, okay, now I'm Synergist. Oh, now we're fighting the final... What the hell? Like, I'm just couldn't handle it. By the time we got to Grand Pulse, I was so annoyed when I looked around and saw the dinosaur creatures, and I was like, there's nothing around. This is just a giant big wasteland, and I felt like the side quests were just frustrating me, so... I ended up selling the game to GameStop, I think, because I bought like Skyrim or something. I can't remember what happened.
He replaced it for Skyrim.
There's something like that.
It's actually kind of funny because just last year, Auto Battlers, Auto Chess took gaming like a storm, and people loved everything automatically fighting.
Really?
Right, yeah, it's absolutely phenomenal.
I saw a channel where Final Fantasy Tactics was doing that, and it's still on Twitch. It's just a channel where, like, two AIs get off in a Final Fantasy Tactics arena, and they just go at each other. And I thought that was so intriguing. So that's true. I have noticed this auto combat thing as well, because I remember thinking it was so weird and bizarre to see that so many people were watching this spectacle.
I'll have to send you a couple games that do it. They all... almost dropped in 2020.
Okay.
Speaking of auto battle, the auto battle thing in this game actually didn't piss me off. So one thing that the auto battle thing was good at, it was good at it. Oh, thanks, Kuda. one of the things that the auto battle here did for me was it made they made sort of the trashy fights like bearable.
Yeah.
If that makes sense, because
it's kind of almost in a way, especially once you start learning enemy weaknesses, it's kind of a revamped what was the command system in 12?
Gambit?
Gambit system. It's kind of a very simplified, very streamlined version of the Gambit system, where instead of like pre-making your commands for your party members, it's the game is smart enough to make those, essentially make gambits in real time against enemies, as long as you have that information, which is actually like, that's like, that part of the combat I think is to be applauded, because the game is smart enough to realize, you know, this information, your characters will apply this buff or debuff if depending on that information, and if they have the skill or not, and if they're in the right mode, but still. So like that I think is pretty neat, and is in fact, like you were saying, good for trash mobs. Or, you know, just kind of like the basic fights that, you know, you don't care about anymore, you're just kind of trying to get through them. So it's nice the game is smart enough for that, but again, yeah, it does get back to the point where it's when you're facing something that does need strategy, and you do need to think about your next move.
Okay.
The game's not really prepared for that.
That's okay. That's one of one of the philosophies that clash, right? Because this is not an execution problem. This is a philosophy problem, right? The philosophy problem is that they have the principle of, we want fights to be fast paced, right? They want it, like, that's the design of it, is that they want it to be fast paced. Even the way that the characters move, they obviously move within a certain time. They have what do you call that? They're not, and the number one problem that you run into with things like that, where they're sort of actiony, and then there's a problem with space, because they have a spatial like dimension to the fights that you are actually not too much in control of. So you end up with some fight clunkiness, meaning like, you know, when you fight Snow and his quote unquote blitz attack, his AoE attack is the hand grenade, and it takes time for it to go. Like, you would throw the hand grenade and it's an AoE, but then there's actually a chance that your target won't actually get hit.
Yeah.
And that might sound okay because of the nature of the animation of the bomb. However, auto attacks, like normal attacks, can miss because of that too. Like, you could do an attack and the enemy moved at the same time as you did, and that completely removes all of, like, its tacticalness, which is fine. Listen, if that's how you want to play it, then that's fine. If the game is all about how fast you can make inputs, then do that. However, here's another design that clashes, is that then you add this whole thing about like the roll system, and then you add a layer of complexity to it that requires like tactical thinking, but then the game punishes you so badly for not making choices fast. So it's almost like, well, we want you to pick your moves carefully. Oh my god, watch out! Like that doesn't make much sense to me. Like it seems a little, that's what I'm saying, it seems a little backward. Because those elements in a vacuum are actually great. Like those elements in a vacuum are great. It's just that you have sort of like two competing ideas that don't mash. You know? And
which thematically for the game, you fits.
I
okay.
mean, yeah, Luke's got a point a little bit.
Okay, so here's the thing. All right. If the game can manage, for example, if this game can manage to intellectually create pacing of fights to differ depending on the level of complexity, then I actually think that this system is gold. Like as in gold. As in it's fucking amazing. So think of it this way, all right? Think, guys, put on your little Cranestorm hats, right? And imagine if the game, for enemies that are sort of expedient enemies, like sort of trash mobs or anything like that, you have a fight system where everything is about speed, right? Where you're using auto and you're picking things on the fly and everything, and the whole fight like needs that. Then the pacing of the fight, in fact, even the way that the enemies attack is all like they're all fast and everything. And then next thing you know, when you go into like a big boss fight, then all of a sudden the pacing of the fights gets slow, meaning you have more actions or you have more time to pick your actions as opposed to like the enemies, like the boss's times to hurt you. Because it's hard to plan that. Like even when Haraxmant watched me play, and he was like, oh yeah, you're like Saz is going to die. And I'm like, nah, he's not gonna die. And like literally in the middle of my sentence, he dies. Because I'm just like, oh wait, that happened way too fast. Like, because I was looking at how many times he can damage, but by the time I was saying that sentence, the enemy moved twice. And I'm like, wait, huh? So the point is, and that goes against the whole, I guess, principle behind turn base, right? Like, the whole point of having games be turn-based is because you're supposed to take tactical considerations into your fights. If you all of a sudden make that fast, then that's fine. Because, look, Final Fantasy VII, like, you know how they put ATB, right? The thing about ATB is that the time is active battle, right? And you wait your turn, but then things happen. That's sort of similar to 13, but the problem is this, is that when in Final Fantasy VII, moves, like, actions cannot happen at the same time. So everyone's action locked, right? They're action locked. So the thing is, if we're racing, and I go first by a hair, like my ATB goes first by a hair, and I pick an action, even if you picked an action right, like really close to it, my action goes off first before yours. But with this game, if my turn comes up, if my ATB gauge goes up, and before yours, but I'm still picking by the time that yours goes off, we'll go off together. So the tactical advantage that I might have to be first is gone. And literally all tactical considerations you might as well throw out the window, and the game only gets more complicated. Like with the Ravager system and the like debuffing and buffing and all of those things. So like, what are your guys' thoughts on that? Like,
I think you absolutely got it, because there are some situations, especially even early on with like all the canine or vulpine or the dog enemies. They're jumping around all the time, and yeah, they could, while your move is already locked in, while that animation is going off, they can just casually scooch on out of that AoE, and it's kind of wasted. like it may still hit the other one, but like it's like it defeats the whole purpose of it being an AoE move in a turn-based game if all of a sudden, after you've locked in the action, they can just move out of it because they can. And yeah, it does. Early on, it definitely gets frustrating, and like early on and later on, it gets frustrating when you have access to kind of everything. And now, instead of just having to think about moves, you also have to think about which job you're currently in, and you have to switch over and be like, all right, well, the enemy's in this phase, so now I gotta go into synergist because their defenses are different, so I have to rebuff up. And you're constantly on this timer, and you have to be very reactionary in what is still based off of a turn-based game. It's a very sort of like character action game mindset for a turn-based game, and it's not a very serendipitous combination.
It's funny too because if you look at a lot of the fights, like, okay, so just imagine this real quick, guys, like, because I thought that when I thought of this, I thought it was super funny. You know, like when people were complaining about the corridors and stuff, right? If Final Fantasy XIII was an action game instead, then all of a sudden the linearity in the corridors and the hallways actually is not a bad design, right? Yeah. It's actually it will be something akin to Devil May Cry. That's what it would feel like. But the problem is it isn't. So, Haraxmant, you were about to say something? I'm sorry. Did I cut you off?
Yeah, here in chat, Proto said that, to be fair, the old games starting from FF4 all had an active mode, but not many people used it. And I kind of agree with that, because I don't remember the last time I started up a Final Fantasy, didn't immediately go to the options menu and turn on wait mode, because I have a lot of scrolling to do to use my spells.
I'll be honest, in my playthroughs, I accidentally got into the habit of just keeping them on, at least with Final Fantasy 1 onward, and then I kind of got into it just because I was like, oh, this is like this game's way of like, do you want easy mode or hard mode? And I kind of like that they give you the option. They didn't just like lock you into it, because I don't remember which one specifically. There's one Final Fantasy that doesn't really give you the option, even though they say they do. And it rather tilted me that they didn't give me the option, but it got fun after a while having chat be like, hey, did you turn wait mode on? I'm like, no, I don't want it on. It's kind of fun.
That's funny. I never thought of it as a difficulty mode, but imagine that, Omega, going into your achievement or trophy list and seeing beat the game on active mode. I'd be furious.
It would throw my brain for a loop, that's for sure. To think, like, just thinking of it as kind of like a difficulty setting is fascinating to me.
No, like, that's what it is. Yeah. That's what it is. Do you critically think fast or do you critically think slow? Like, come on, gamer, what do you want to do? Gamer. And so that's what I'm saying. That's what I like about Final Fantasy, because once you've played the games enough and you do start getting into the speed running rhythm almost. I won't say I'm a camper or anything, because that guy speed runs Final Fantasy X in like 8 hours. But what I am saying is for people like him, if he turned that on, it wouldn't make a difference, because that's how good he is at the game.
Yeah.
Whereas like someone that's new to the series, they're like, all right, this is kind of pissing me off. And then they turn the game off, and then they're just turned off by it. And that's where I like that they give you that option. Whereas that's why the frustration I feel that 13 got from the community was because that option wasn't really prevalently there. Now, granted, Big Rig Jim in the audience has a younger brother. His name's Nick, all right? This guy's a beast at Final Fantasy 13 because he turns the auto-battling option off. He goes into the options menu, turns the auto-battling option off, and he forced himself to learn how to play critically thinking quickly to make the best decisions to like actually do well at the game, because he said, I liked doing that because it made it ridiculously, extremely hard for me to a point where it was actually enjoyable when I was succeeding and when I figured out how to succeed. But he did say that that was also like the most tedious way to play the game like you could possibly think. Possible, for those gamers that are able to do so. But for the casual gamer, it's definitely just not appeasing.
Well, I think that's one of the problems of the game's design, like in general, with a lot of it's there are, and this is again one of the reasons why I scored it a 5, is that there are a lot of things about the game, many different aspects of the game that sort of turns into like an obstacle for people to play it. And like that becomes a problem. Like, you know, when a game does that. See, here's the thing. Look, if you, in hindsight, and I know I know that you guys share sort of like this opinion some way or another, where it's like, well, you know, we shouldn't compare Final Fantasies to each other. Well, that's not me. I compare Final Fantasies to each other.
We do that all the time.
Oh, I do all the time.
Yeah, so I mean, I actively do it because there are some Final Fantasies that are more enjoyable because I compare them. Like 5, if I compare 5 to like 4 and 3, like then all of a sudden 5 is like awesome. You know, like 5 is so much better than I gave it credit for. You know, now thinking back at it, it's like, oh, this is much better than 4. But
I love 5 so far.
5 is great. But here's the point about 13. When you compare it to 15, the thing is, 15 does a lot of things wrong. In fact, I actually think that 15 does more things wrong than 13 does. That's what I think personally.
I agree.
Especially with the amount of budget and the insane development time. Like, fuck yeah. You know? Of course, caveat, it might just be the case that Final Fantasy, that the Final Fantasy division, like their games suck more the longer they are in development. That's also a possibility. Right? Because, you know, like you see some of their games that were made like within a year from each other, or 2 years or 3 years, and they turned out great. But anyways, I digress.
It's because they didn't have the time to remake full-on game systems for their game. They're just like, all right, we'll take what worked, put it in, and then we got a year to make new assets and a new story.
Yeah, well, I mean, the problem with 15 was that it took them so long that they entered multiple different like eras of gaming.
Yeah.
That's how long that took.
I just miss the days when a Final Fantasy game would come out every year and video games only cost $40, okay? That's all I'm saying.
They still only cost 40. You just gotta wait for a Steam sale.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Oh, no, yeah.
But, okay, but to my point, what I was trying to say was that 15, despite the fact that it has more philosophical principle errors than 13, it actually had less barriers to entry. In terms of gameplay, in terms of playing. That's why a lot of people have this opinion where, man, 15 sucks. But they say that when they're like 30 hours in already. They're like playing 30 hours in, they're just like, man, what have I been doing for 30 hours? Like, that's how they feel, because there's not much barrier to gameplay. Like, even their battle system, because their battle system, like 15's battle system is pretty clunky. The camera is like fucking, you know, like I don't know.
Zoom in on the monster's crotch. Is it 2 feet taller than me?
When you hit a wall, all of a sudden the camera goes like into a seizure.
But keep in mind, Final Fantasy 15's idea of a difficult achievement was a 2-hour fight.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's
not that Final Fantasy ever, you know, lest we forget the legend of Yasmat.
Oh, Yasmat. Oh, fuck. Hey, but in fairness, I think, wait, with Yasmat, we're talking about 12, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, in fairness with that, you can actually leave zone and come back, right? So.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you can't leave the place entirely, but you can actually leave the zone, like the instance, and then come back into the load in, and then you can definitely like fight. But yeah, so I think 13 though is by design I think better than 15. In my opinion, it's just that again it does things contradictory. Like 15 just does a lot of things wrong, but I think 13 just does things where it's like, hey, good idea, you know, and just comes backwards. So
yeah, bad execution.
Yeah, or like halfway through they would be like, we want this to be like action paced and fast. Yes, we also want it to be incredibly tactical. It's like, wait, what? You know. So also I think that the pacing of fights are a little too fast, and I'm not just saying that like because I'm slow. I'm saying that because even the game's action locks like thinks the game is too fast. If that makes sense?
Yeah.
Like that's what that's like. It's,
I mean, and with all the enemies out on the field, it's actually that like the overworld styling is more kind of inclusive to just a normal turn-based sort of combat style where it's normal because you can see the enemy, gives you an idea for what kind of like enemy party layout they're going to have. You can set up and go in, and then go into your fight from there. But here it's just like, okay, it's a wolf, so it's going to be one of like the 4 predetermined wolf enemy packs or whatever, and then you kind of you auto battle your way through, and it's like, all right, well, we're going to blitz 3 times because that's what the auto battle says, and that's probably what you're going to pick anyway because they're usually grouped up pretty close for the first turn, and then they immediately scatter, and then any AoE is useless. But you know, it's a game of contradictions.
yeah. Another thing about
Time
it.
to hydrate.
Oh, time to hydrate people.
Oh, sure.
Oh, I just finished my water bottle. I'll go get another one.
Yes, go get it, Ferren. Okay, so well, talking about like the pacing sort of the battle system, right? Because you know their action locks, like I said earlier, like even introduces this idea. So if you never thought of it, and you see characters get action locked and then miss attacks or whatever, then you learn that even the game's engine itself thinks that the battles are too fast. I think there's also an opportunity lost in its battle system because it's so fast. Is the game is very pretty. The game is very gorgeous, very pretty. But because and a lot of the battle animations, like with the bosses and stuff, are so nice. Like, remember when we fought that first? Well, he wasn't a boss, but yeah, he's kind of a boss. Where it's like the big guy who looked like a judge, and he had this this attack that went, and it just like zooms at you, and that shit is so cool. But the thing is, because the battle system is so fast, and the game actually doesn't know how to look at anything else but me because I can only control one character at a time. We'll get to that. I don't get to see how cool this game is because everything is moving so fast and everything is moving off screen. It's sort of a lost opportunity in my opinion. Like, I wish I could see some of these things, or I wish it was kind of like, you know how in 13, or sorry, not 13, in 12, where you know the fights are just happening, right? It's obviously a lot slower pace, but then there are some attacks that just locks everybody and you have to watch it, right? I feel like 13 needs a little bit more of those things, and I feel like if you had skills that did that, then at the very least you can create tactics around that. It's almost like for those of you, have you guys played Genshin Impact? Okay,
I love that game.
Yeah, so if you play Genshin Impact, for example, they have these animation locks, right? And the thing about these animation locks is like when you're using a spell, like a certain, your ultimate attack, right? It's called an elemental burst. When you use your elemental burst, it locks your character in, but at the same time, the game doesn't try to punish you for locking your character in an animation, and you're basically invincible for that moment. So what happens now is that it's become meta to use your elemental bursts to dodge powerful attacks, which is like, you know what I mean? That's sort of cool because that's an element of the fight. That's an element of the fight that is now added that you can use to your repertoire. But in this game, like you don't necessarily have something like that, because even for a game like this, if you had something that locked animation, then what the best it could do is like at least reset everybody's action locks, right? Because everyone's movement or animation locked, so it could at least reset that. But like, I don't know. I feel like there's just so much lost with it that we don't really get to see the game shine, because the system, the paradigm shift system. If you put the paradigm shift system in a game where the pacing of the fights are similar to Final Fantasy X, then I feel like that's a wealth of opportunity. There's like so many things you could do like in that sort of situation, if that makes sense. Like I don't know if that plays out with you guys. What are your thoughts on it?
So I mean, go ahead.
So I just want to quick before the thought process here. You mentioned that enemy that looked like a judge that charges the screen and everything stops. That's the same fight they introduced the stagger tutorial.
Mm-hmm.
To add insult to injury. They not only made him charge at you and then stop, but they also introduced the stagger system finally in that fight. Which was, again, slowing down the pacing of whatever that scene was supposed to be. That's my only thought on that.
I know that Luke has like some opinions about stagger. But go for it, bro.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like the whole staggering thing is kind of, thinking about it more, it's kind of just a way to slow down the fast combat, because all it does is it just puts in a buffer before you can put in actual damage, and then it resets over time. So it really just extends long fights into longer fights, and it really doesn't amount to much. It just opens up a damaging window, which makes it still feel like they were kind of still leaning on that sort of like MMO style, like, all right, the boss is open, this is where you blow all your buffs, and this is your big damage window. And then you go from there, and then it resets, and then you have to wear the stagger gauge back down.
Something that requires more tactics. But yeah.
Something that requires more tactics that the game really doesn't really want you to think about it too much, because of how the auto battling works. So it's once again, it's just sort of in they want these kind of big epic kind of like longer boss fights, but their system doesn't support it, because all it does is become cumbersome. Yeah, and it's kind of even worse than like a damage sponge boss, where it's not even taking damage. It's you gotta work up to the opportunity to deal damage, and then the big ones tend to still just be damage sponges. So it's taking you like an hour to kill like an Adamantis or something like that.
Well, I like the concept of stagger. We need to delineate, right? Like we need to make a distinction between like the stagger in 13 and the stagger in 7 remake, right? Because the stagger in 7 remake serves as a barrier, right? It's almost like a second bar, kind of, right? Like where you get through that, and then it's almost like then you can damage the enemy. So it's basically it's like a shield. And in 13 it works similarly to that, right? Where it serves as kind of like a barrier, correct? Okay, because if you look at if the stagger bar is basically just rewards for you playing like weaknesses and stuff correctly, then I'm actually for a stagger bar. Meaning, I can kill this enemy, right? I can kill this enemy without minding the stagger bar. But if I use the right spell against him, like I'm playing the game correctly, I'm like using Analyze, and I know that this enemy is weak to fire or whatever, and I use fire, then all of a sudden this enemy is staggered, and now he's vulnerable. Like, I am a fan. I think I like that system far more than the whole stagger being basically another sort of like a barrier to damage.
Yeah, I think they did learn. One of the few times they did learn from 13, bringing that into 7, because it does not feel as cumbersome as it does in 13, where it does feel more sort of fluid. And I think that results from the more action combat oriented fighting style, because they're a faster enemies doesn't become such an issue when you're in control of your movement. And so no matter what, you can at least move around. The tactical knowledge there isn't necessarily choosing moves, even though that is there, but it's positioning and using that positioning to your advantage, whereas in 13 it doesn't have that. So I think that's also another factor where instead of making it feel like more of a weight, it does feel like more like it feels more kind of in congruence with the flow of combat. In 13 it feels like not necessarily two different ideas, but it's not pulled off well enough to where it doesn't feel like one single sort of flow of combat, where it is just get stagger bar down, do damage, rinse and repeat. Whereas because the enemies move around and you move around in 7 Remake, it reshuffles the tactics a bit to where it feels better.
Mm-hmm.
And it just feels better.
I wanted to draw a comparison to another very fast-paced game that implemented a wall of sorts.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if any of you are familiar with the Dynasty Warriors franchise.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
It is a hack and slash game. You slash through enemies like they're nothing. You get big bosses and you hack and slash through them like they're nothing. In one of the more recent titles, which was Pirate Warriors 4, they implemented this weird shield system on bosses where you had to beat the shield and then you could do health damage. And if the comparison is stagger bar versus that, I think the stagger bar all day.
Mm-hmm.
Like it is because the alternative is to what? Just buff an enemy's health until it's the same pacing anyway. The stagger bar is just way more beneficial in my mind because you get that, like you were saying, you have to plan and actually be a little bit more tactical in your attacks just to increase that stagger bar and keep it moving up because it does deteriorate.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that the introduction of something like a stagger bar is good. Like it adds depth to a game or to a fight system. But the problem now is just like, what is the philosophy behind that, right? Like the philosophy behind a stagger bar is what? Is it just another? Is it just another buffer for damage? Is that what that is, or is it a is it kind of like a punishment for not? Because there's two ways of okay, just thinking of it like it's a wall, right? In my head, because I played Final Fantasy XIV.
Thanks for the follow.
Oh, yo, Schrodinger's baby seal. Thanks for this follow, bro. All right, so think of it this way, right? You can
what's up?
You can take a system. Yeah, I know. Baby seal's in here. Whoa.
I'm happy you're here. Welcome.
Yeah. Oh no, he gets to hear how nerdy I am.
Thank you so much for
and he subscribed.
Oh,
Nice.
There it is. First one of the evening, baby.
Big roller.
He's giving back to the commoners. Yes, we are honored to have you here, sir. Okay, what was my point? Okay, all right. So, if you look at a stagger mechanic, right? And think of a stagger mechanics akin to something like if you played 14, which I think most of us have. Look at it. Think of it something like Stone Skin, right? Which what happens is that it becomes just another buffer for health. If it becomes another buffer for health, then you can think of it. Then you have two philosophies that you need to fight with, right? You need to look at it as either it's a gameplay reward or it's a gameplay punishment. And in Final Fantasy XIII, it feels like a gameplay punishment, meaning it's something that you have to get through. It's not something that rewards you for playing it well or for breaking it. It's just it's like, well, you're never gonna defeat this fight if you can't like unstagger this enemy, and that works fine with a game like FF7 Remake, because FF7 Remake, even though it's fast paced, actually it works with FF7 Remake because it's fast paced, because you're making too many decisions outside of your ATB. Which is very, very different, right? If you're pretty much, think of it like this, like you have these skills, you have like these actions that you can do on a sort of a global cooldown. So I'm speaking MMO language, right? You have them on a global cooldown cycle. And then all of these attacks that you're weaving in, dodging and blocking and all of those things are your off globals. Those are the things that you're spamming, you know? And in a system with something like a stagger, where you're supposed to, let's say, in the very first example of Final Fantasy XIII, where you fight that boss that looks like a judge, and he introduces the stagger, basically it's just teaching you to not relent on that enemy, right? To lower its stagger to get its stagger bar done. But the problem now is that it now becomes again like an obstacle as opposed to a reward. In Final Fantasy VII Remake, you need more punishment for bad decision because you're making too many. Does that make sense? In Final Fantasy XIII, you're not making enough.
Yeah.
So if you get punished for making bad decisions, like that punishment goes a long, long, long way. As opposed to Final Fantasy VII, if you attack the wrong enemy, that doesn't mean anything. Does that make sense? It doesn't mean anything. You have too much time to experiment on what exactly you're facing, as opposed to something like 13. Yeah.
I guarantee you, it's the reason I quit and sold the game before I even beat it. I promise you, because of how frustrated it was. The first Final Fantasy, I sat there and I was like, I can't do this. And I always was so addicted to beating them, but I was like, I can't do this, and I just sold it. Like, got it back a year later and beat it, but goodness grace.
But this was the first Final Fantasy that introduced Stagger, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. Well, wait, 12. Well, hold on. I've played 12 maybe 2 or 3 times. Can you guys educate me? Is there something like that in 12?
Not that I remember.
Okay.
The closest thing would be Dissidia's bravery mechanic.
Yeah, but that's something. That's something different.
Dissidia.
Yeah,
that's something different.
Like I said, it's close, but yeah, it is different.
Speaking about staggering systems, and let me just ask this, and I know this is a plain and simple question, but would you guys rather they exist in a game or not, if you had a choice?
I don't think it's as binary as that. I think it depends on the game systems, like what Crane was saying with 7 Remake, where it doesn't feel as kind of like a punishment for players for not playing a certain way. It's more that you're rewarded for knowing an enemy's weaknesses rather than it being the one way you have to combat the enemy.
Like the best way to say it is, hey, you used lightning on a robot and now its defenses are weaker for the next 10 seconds. Good job. That's a good way to do it, right?
Yeah, whereas in 13, if you were fighting that same robot, you would have to spam lightning for about 15, 20 seconds, and then have a window of about 10 to do as much damage as possible, and then repeat that for the next, 5 minutes.
I think a stagger system is rational, but the thing is it needs to be a two-way street. I don't like systems in games where you become OP, Mr. King Dingaling, because you figured out the meta of how to control a system that you can manipulate. So
how do I create a poll? How do I create a poll?
I think !poll. I mean, it's some. Excuse me.
Oh, no,
I don't use actual
poll?
polls very often.
I think so this isn't about a poll, this is about the stagger system, but and I lost my train of thought.
We're done on stagger. We're all about polls now. This is a poll chat.
Sorry.
Podcast.
Continue, guys.
Yeah, yes. As long as stagger is an option you can use, not something you're forced to use to beat every fight.
Yeah, whereas 13 is well, actually, let's start with 7 Remake. There's an optimal way for combat through the stagger system, but it is not the only way. Whereas in 13, 99% of the time, the optimal way is the only way to approach a combat situation because of how the system works. And it shows that like I was saying, it's not necessarily a binary, a bad or good thing, but it can be pulled off well and it can be pulled off poorly.
Well, like I said, I think it depends on the like what is the okay. So the nature of the gameplay is also in question, right? If you have a stagger mechanic for something like a turn base, then it doesn't seem to. You would have to make it so that the stagger works as a reward as opposed to a punishment. But when you have games that are sort of hack and slash, like for example, if you have Kingdom Hearts, which is entirely hack and slash, right? If you have Kingdom Hearts, you actually want to put when you to complicate the game or to make it so that people aren't just spamming a button and getting away with it, then all of a sudden you have to create systems based around punishments. Like your philosophy is, okay, if they keep spamming buttons, then I have to hurt them. Like that's what that is. Like if you play for example, what is it? If you play Kingdom Hearts 1, right? When you're in the island and you're Sora and you're playing against like Tidus and Waka and Selphie, and then you go up against Riku, and then all of a sudden Riku starts like blocking, and so all of a sudden the introduction of that is, yeah, if you attack me, like you attacking me is actually your worst decision, as opposed to just waiting for me to stop goading you. Like, does that make sense? So adding punishments in a game that is all about like hacking and slashing is the way to make a game, to make a hack and slash game. But for a turn-based game, like, I don't know necessarily if that is the case. I don't necessarily know if that is good, because to me it doesn't seem good. I feel like I would rather, okay, hear me out, guys. Like, if I had to create a system, instead of creating a system like a stagger, I would rather create a system like a vulnerability thing. Does that make sense? It's like if you cast fire on an enemy that's I don't know, that has like a I don't know, like a Morbol or something, like a Marlboro, right? If you cast fire on it, all of a sudden it's weak for a amount of time. It's the same way as 13. For an amount of time, for a window of time, all of your attack does, all of your like you just do more damage to that opponent. And then now everything becomes about triggering the vulnerability, as opposed to, like, you know, as opposed to like going past this wall of stagger, which again, like, resets.
Well, I wanted to. You drew attention to Kingdom Hearts specifically while talking about the stagger system. It's funny because I was thinking about specifically this. There's a boss at the end of Traverse Town, your first visit, the guard armor, which does actually have a functional stagger system. There's just no visual cue for it. If you attack it enough, eventually it like it just
falls
gives up
down,
for a
hits the
second.
ground. Yeah, and it gets to this point where it's vulnerable for about 5 to 10 seconds, and you can smash it and get some extra damage there without being worried about getting retaliated against.
So these games do actually have functional stagger systems. There's just no visual bar to watch, and they just don't call it a stagger system.
But
go ahead.
But I think that it's okay. So I think that that's fine for that game because of the fact that you're doing one thing only, which is hacking and slashing at that point of the game. That's all you're doing is hacking and slashing, right? So it's almost like the game is, because if you keep attacking him and then nothing happens, then the game, it's almost like if you did this long enough, what you're gonna think is there something else I should be doing? But if you keep attacking him and then it gets to a certain point where they just like plop to the ground because you keep attacking them, what it tells the player, what it communicates to the player is, no, you're doing exactly what you need to be doing. I think with a stagger bar, I don't know. That's a good question. It's like, how does a stagger bar like affect it? Because I'm not against the idea of a stagger bar, because it adds another layer of complexity to a fight. But if you think about it, does 13 need any more of those? I think that the fight, the gameplay is already pretty complicated as it is.
I think adding a visual cue to it is the bad idea, right? Because there are tons of games that have strategies to beat a boss, and there are tons of ways to where a enemy becomes vulnerable in a video game, but we just don't call it a stagger system. Like, a ton of games uses this premise, and it works. But the way 13 decided to do it, to make it visual and to make you.
And for most other games, not all obviously, but it's usually sort of a damage threshold that'll trigger that, and it'll kind of also it'll show that like the enemy is going to enter a new phase of combat, so things will be changed up. And that's just not the case for 13, where it's really just sort of, it functions as a damage buffer before you can do damage. And then like it'll, like, especially for bosses, like it'll still have that for when it reaches like those HP markers. Like if it hits 50%, then the tactics will change. So it's really the way that it's used in 14 is just kind of to stall for more damage without just giving it more health bars. And I feel like that can be completely avoided by just tweaking numbers and tweaking both damage and health numbers for your game, so that it doesn't feel as bad.
Because again, like I like it when there are things that you put on top of, like layers to create a more sort of robust fighting system or battle system. But I don't know. That's kind of a hard one because we've seen it work well. Like again, we use 7 as an example, but I think 7 remake is one of the times that Square Enix sort of learned from all of their past lessons on how to approach sort of this.
Though, also the examples we keep bringing up for like staggering that's well used tend to be more action oriented games. There we have yet to bring up an example where it's used as kind of in a turn-based sense, which admittedly I don't have very many others. Like the only other one that comes to mind is Opera Omnia, and that's because they have the bravery system in there as well.
Okay, so Chrysalis brought up a point where so what he said was this. All right, let me read this out loud. So Chrysalis said, a way that FF7 Remake and Lightning Returns differ a lot from 13 is that they have multiple ways to charge stagger. Whilst in 13, it's the same method for every enemy. And in, what is LR? And Remake...
Lightning Returns.
Okay. And Remake, you have to figure out how to charge stagger for enemies differently. Oh, okay, I see. Well, in Final Fantasy 13, Ravager grows stagger bar quickly. But in games like Remake, some enemies you grow it just from attacking, but other enemies you can only grow it when dodging their attacks or by hitting them with their weakness first. Okay. So that's another I guess angle to look at it is like what affects a stagger gauge, right? Like what affects it? Because that is a good point. It's like if the thing that affects a stagger gauge is like, well, you have to do the fight properly, let's say for example, then I'm kind of okay with that.
Yeah, like if we keep with like the Remake and Kingdom Hearts examples, like especially Kingdom Hearts, like certain things that'll trigger like an enemy, like trigger like what would be like the staggering point, hitting them with their elemental weakness, occasionally blocking specific moves, or reflecting the boss's moves back at them, or things of that nature, or attacking a specific point. Like there are various ways where that can be achieved. Whereas, like Chrysalis said, in 13, there's one way. There's one way with different flavors, and it's whichever character is using Ravager stance, and they're chaining they're ravaging the attacks together. And then the elemental buffs sort of really only affect the enemy after the stagger gauge is gone, and it affects their health, but not necessarily their stagger gauge, because the stagger gauge is mostly just the chaining of
attacks.
Spells,
damage,
traditionally spell attacks in 13. So it definitely feels like it restricts 13, or rather constricts 13 to where it does have the one strategy most of the time. Very rarely, and this is like reserved for like their big super bosses or near to endgame bosses where you're doing something else. But most of the time it is you are doing the one thing, as build up the stagger gauge and then attack, and then it resets and rinse and repeat. Whereas in things like 7 Remake and Kingdom Hearts, enemies have varying degrees of strategies that you have to contend with. And I don't want to say that it's impossible to pull off in the turn-based sphere of games, but it definitely feels, with the more actions and freedoms that you have in either an action RPG or even something like Dark Souls or something like that, where you have this movement and you have various forms to attack and defend or interact with the environment. Like those definitely feel like you're not being steamrolled into doing one exact thing. You have different options available to you, and triggering that gauge is one of your options, triggering the stagger. And I think it feels better when you have I don't want to say just freedom of movement, but it feels better in those games because of that. Because of the additional options available to you, whereas in a turn-based RPG, and specifically 13, because it's so limited in what it allows you to do, it feels very, very, very pigeonholed. You have one strategy and you stick to it, or you die, or you're sitting there for an hour.
Okay, speaking of sitting there for an hour and dying and all of that. Okay. I was
expecting you to hop off to the bathroom.
No. I'm not that kind of death. One thing that I did want to talk about, because we've been talking about Stagger for a while, and I don't think what we've come up is pretty substantial, but I don't think I don't think the dial has moved much from there.
You're right, yeah.
Yeah, but another thing that I do, because this is another caveat that's really, really important if you're adding something like a stagger or something or whatever, right? Like one thing that's super important is if you're going to add things like this, where you're supposed to tactically lower an enemy's stagger gauge by barraging them with attacks, then, but that becomes a very big problem when all of a sudden your other members you cannot control. So Luke, tell me, talk to me about the fact that you cannot control the rest of your party.
So,
and how that worked out for you,
So it is, with the way that 13 is made, or with the way the combat that it's designed, it's not that big of a detriment because you're always in control of their role. So because 13's system is so sort of simplified in what its combat objective is, which is its one thing is to empty stagger gauge and then empty health bar. Because it's that simple, I think and because their goal was also to speed up combat, the fact that you don't control your party members to any large amount of degree, I think for 13 is actually fine. For how it functions in 13. As a whole, I always for most RPGs, or most other RPGs, I enjoy controlling the party. But here, because in 13, everyone has the one goal, it doesn't feel like that's too much of a detriment. But because of that, it also feels like mechanically it does fall into everyone feels very samey, especially once everyone gets all the paradigm rolls. The characters can excel in certain things, and poor Saz doesn't excel in anything because every other character does everything that he can do but better. So sorry, Saz, you got shat on, my friend. Because even evenly distributed, it could fall to he could be best synergist, but he's just not, because I think Hope is still a better synergist than he is, or one of the other characters is. So it's just oh, poor Saz. And in kind of the sort of fast-paced style that 13 has, I don't feel that not controlling your party members there is a detriment, but it definitely feels more disconnected because the big headliner for the 13 saga, even the one where she wasn't very much playable, was Lightning. And I feel that is to the detriment of the other characters because you're not consistently in control of them. The game points you in the direction of Lightning, and even though there are chapters of the story where you aren't controlling her, where she's just not there and you are controlling the other characters, because she has the optimal sort of build where she has Ravager and Commando, and she's the one that taught you the systems of the games through her mechanics. And then you get to the Sun with Waterscape, and you have Saz and Vanille, and everything just feels like a slog there because everything has while you can stagger pretty quickly, you don't really have very high damage. So you're just kind of slogging through the swamp. Very pretty swamp. with very pretty music. But it does show that you want it does, while encouraging its own systems, it does show the weakness of its own systems when you don't have the predetermined sort of, or like the prime paradigm modes for different situations. So it really shows the rest of the weaknesses in the party.
Okay, because obviously, again, we compare this a lot to 7 Remake because it's only because they've FF7 Remake like actually took a lot of the notes from 13 and sort of made that better. I feel like is it wrong for me to say that Final Fantasy VII Remake's battle system is actually more of a revamp of 13's than it is of FF7 itself?
I would almost completely agree. Yeah. Like it definitely takes kind of like core concepts and reworks them into something stronger. But then it has a couple of the things on its own. But yeah, I definitely think it is kind of more of a fully realized paradigm system.
I'd like to say one thing about Final Fantasy VII Remake, considering the topics we've been talking about, is what they do is they make it so different characters affect Stagger differently. I liked the idea that I had to switch to Tifa if I wanted to focus on staggering. I liked the idea that Barrett had some assisting abilities that allowed him to focus on staggering. I mean, every character did in their own way, so you could build each of the characters more so against, still same physical or magic with materia. They made some characters like Aerith more attuned to certain things, and Barrett, he's more attuned to being a tank, and Tifa's more attuned to DPS. But I like that they made it so everyone still felt unique, but had the ability. They felt unique in their role. Like they had something they were really powerful at if you decided to focus on it, but the game didn't completely lock them out of, like, if you wanted Cloud to be a healer, you could make him a healer. You know what I mean? If you want a Tifa to be a healer, you can make her a healer. I like that they give you those options. Even if they aren't always the best and most tactical options, they open it up rather than trying to shoebox you into a system that just feels convoluted and rushed. Like, it felt very rushed. For someone, I don't know, for someone like me, like I said, many years ago, now it seems like I could probably have a much better time playing it, but many years ago when I tried to play that, it just felt so overwhelming. And not in the good way, in like the this is bullshit kind of way, like, you know what I mean? Like, I didn't like it because I couldn't understand it, and that's where it was for myself and a few of my friends. It was like a barrier of entry, because there was people that got it, don't get me wrong, but if there was like, for me, I didn't jive well with, I cast Libra and then I use my auto attack, or I just use auto attack, or if I turn it off, I can do it manually, but then it's super duper hard. Something about that to me just felt like I was getting cheated out of the game. And I don't know what it was, but I just felt like the story's good and everything feels kind of fine, but the combat, which is kind of like the meat and cheese of the burger, is just flat. Like flat soda. Like, yeah, all right, it's there, but it just flat soda.
Wait, is it a soda or a burger?
No, he puts the flat soda on his burger.
Yes.
Exactly. Sorry, my metaphors melted into each other, but either way, this meal is a little bit aged.
So we're going to McDonald's after this.
Yes.
That was a meta 5. It was way too much for me.
Yes, we're wall breaking into wall breaking, but what I mean is the combat was just too much. It was just too much for me to chew. Now, when I go back to it and I play it now, and I sat here today looking at it, the thing is, I didn't have a controller in my hand and I wasn't controlling it. So when I hear Crane say, well, it was really clunky, I'm like, well, damn it, because that sucks. I mean, because that means even if you try his hardest, there's still flaws.
Okay, I want to make a distinction first when we talk about FF7, because I think people get FF7, and you guys are free to debate me or like disagree with me and shit like that, but I don't think FF7 Remake does rolls. They don't do rolls. I don't think they do rolls at all. Because a lot of people say that. Like, it was like, oh yeah, they have rolls, but they don't. All of them, everybody's attuned to DPS. Everybody's a DPS, and the thing that would quote unquote give you a roll are they're all just utilities that everybody can use. So it's like everybody can heal, everybody can barrier, everybody can cast spells, everybody can do this. Yeah, you know, there's some people who are stronger in somewhat, but even in ways where some characters are stronger than others are very irrelevant. Like, they're very insignificant. Like, Aerith does more magic damage than Barret. But, like, if you really needed people to cast fire, you know what I mean? Like, what Final Fantasy VII Remake does with its choice of, like, magic and all of that is that you're just using everybody as an inventory. That's all there is to it. It's like, oh yeah, do I need to give Aerith like fire because she does more fire damage. Like, that's not actually true for the most part. For the most part, you just give somebody, you need to give Aerith fire so that somebody can cast fire, or you can give somebody lightning so somebody can cast lightning. Like, that's pretty much what the point is. Like, they're like, and you can of course you can argue with me and tell me like, oh yeah, but there are number differences, and even if the number differences are in some way significant or relevant, like, they're not so relevant that it changes the gameplay of the character. How they've done it with Final Fantasy VII Remake is that they've essentially made every character a different way to achieve DPS. That's all it is. So basically everybody, it's like, oh, if remember how before we talked about the Holy Trinity, right? Of tank, healer, and DPS.
Well, in this case, it's 6 for 13.
Yeah. Okay. So for Final Fantasy VII Remake, there is nobody who is like a straight tank. There's nobody who is a straight anything. You know, you can say that, oh, you know, Tifa and Aerith are a little, they're squishier, but that's just because that's actually more tied to the kind of DPS they are, as opposed to like what their role is. Like, they're just less tanky than everybody else, but it's not like there is somebody that is tankier than everyone else, like, you know, by a wide margin. So there's no, like, if Barret took all the hits, he would die. Like, if Barret took, let's say it takes 6 hits to kill Aerith, then it will take 7 or 8 hits to kill Barret. It's not a very big difference. You know, it's not like a tank where a tank his job is to take like 50 hits before he dies. And then everybody else takes 10.
If Barret had Steel Guard, though.
But I think that, like, you know, if you have something like, they build it to be that way. Like, it matches up with gameplay. That's all that there is to it. So I don't think that they're necessarily roles. I think that, and the reason why I'm making this distinction is because in Final Fantasy XIII, they are obviously roles. You know? And the reason why I still think that 7 is sort of an iteration of 13 is because in 7, those roles are just accessible to everybody. That's it.
Yeah.
Like, that's what it is to me. So tell me if you think about if I'm wrong somewhere, please tell me.
No, I think you're absolutely 100% correct.
Yeah.
And that's because I feel that they didn't, instead of shoving everything into the paradigm system that they did in 13, they let different systems take responsibilities for different things in 7 Remake.
Mm-hmm.
So, whereas the damage dealing is represented by, you know, the actual meat of the combat of the game, let's say we wanted to make Cloud a healer, you can set that up through both the gearing system and the materia system.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not all determined by its one sort of system. So it allows that customizability while still keeping the characters very, very unique. And so it's essentially, it's what flavor of combat do you want? And sure, like, Barret and Aerith are better at range targets for obvious reasons. And, Tifa's better at building the stagger gauge because of her very quick and multi-hitting combos. So, you know, they do have functions that they excel at, but they aren't locked into doing that. And like Barret has a little bit more health, so he can be built as a tank, but it's not stopping you from building Aerith as a tank or Tifa as a tank.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas, 13's paradigm system is, this character is now a tank, they cannot do anything else.
Mm-hmm.
And, I think that is another problem of 13 systems, where its customization is very, very low,
mm-hmm.
while being extremely complicated.
Mm-hmm.
And complicated in a sense, almost for complication's sake, because of things they wanted to do sort of from a world building aspect that once you start thinking about it also doesn't make sense. Because we can kind of, if we're done here, we can kind of pivot into sort of like how they did want to have a traditional money system where they wanted you to sell like monster bits to shops to do that, which works to a certain extent because they have this kind of, this group is on the run from the central government of all they've ever known. So they don't want the characters to show up in towns. They want them to stay low. That's fine. It starts falling apart when they can access these computer terminals that are all across both Cocoon and Pulse. And it's like, well, first off, what shop is installing this computer system here that they can access on a planet they're not even on?
I want to cut you off real quick before we
Sure, absolutely.
I just had a question generally about a system in 13 because I didn't get far in it. If the only character's death who matters is your main party character, and most of the time, which is Lightning or Snow, I assume. If you made them the tank, is it inherently game breaking?
It's not inherently game breaking because of the tank is in 13 is solely built for taunt and steel guard. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but on a very base level, it's taunt enemy, steel guard, and your health goes down very, very, very slowly unless it's like an end game boss, or generally a boss. Because 13 also does that thing where it doesn't want you to over level. It locks you off at certain points where it's like, okay, that's as strong as your character can get. So even if you're struggling on a boss, you have to figure out it's one way to fight it, or we're not going to let you proceed, which is another sort of like, you can't solve the problem by just grinding for a day or whatever, or getting a better weapon, because everything up until a certain point is very much locked off to you. And again, it kind of shows it's like, you can customize, but only to the extent that the game lets you at certain points in the story. And they really want you to focus in on learning this system. That's not very intuitive.
Okay, so I want to add something real quick because there's a lot of talk about Mercedes. You're trying to you want Motoko, right? Motoko? Is that who you're trying to get? Oh, okay, she wants the major. She wants
the major.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. All right.
Okay,
yes. Guys, by the way, all right, so listen. I need to talk about this because especially the chat is talking a lot about tanking. Okay? You have to understand that a lot of people might think of the concept of tanking as somebody who can take a lot of hits. That's if I have to I'll explain this again. The Holy Trinity, what it really is this. Your quote-unquote tank, don't even think of it as a tank. Think of it as the enemy, the enemy's relationship to you, to the party, right? That's it. The enemy's relationship to the party. A DPS is the party's relationship or the party's involvement against the enemy. The healer is the relationship between the parties, like the party to each other. That's the Holy Trinity. So just because a character has a lot of health and can take a lot of hits doesn't make him a tank. Why? So you can make Barret as tanky as you want, but unless he can draw aggro or enmity, or he can affect the relationship between the enemy and the party, then he's not a tank. That is not what a tank is. That's why you see tanks in MMOs. You have tanks in MMOs because that's what they're quote-unquote supposed to do. So, like, if they have a taunt mechanic, then that's fine. But the problem is that in like a game like Final Fantasy VII Remake, there's no real way for you to effectively get all the enemies to attack you, even though you have all the health or all the defense. Like, you can't just tell them to attack you. You can't just get in people's way. You know, especially when you can only control one character and everyone's moving around. It just makes them tankier. It just makes them not die sooner. That's it.
No.
They're not necessary. They're not tanky in the way that that we're talking about. Because a tank again is a person who affects the relationship of the enemy to your party. That's what a tank does. So for example, what was it? The reason you don't do pure tank roles in non-MMOs is because they end up being default main characters. FF7, any character could be your main. Well, that's okay. So I think in FF7 Remake, it might be a little bit of the opposite, to be honest, right? Because the person that you're controlling is the person who can actively move out of danger. I feel like there's a reason why they created Barret to be tanky. And they created Barret to be tanky and long range is because they made it so that you don't have to worry about him. If that makes sense. Like, I think
I have a question.
I think that's one of his like playstyle like philosophies. Yes.
If the DPS is the party's effect on the enemy, right, in your trinity, then would someone who casts debuffs count as a DPS?
Yes. A debuffer is still somebody who is basically a DPS because they affect, like, that's essentially what that is. Like, that's the concept of a DPS. It's not just, well, it's called damage per second, but that trinity is basically that. It's enemies to you, you to enemies, you to each other, like party to each other. That's essentially what that means.
Usually over time, those characters are usually granted all of the damage over time abilities and sometimes nicknamed time DPSs or time mages. In
MMOs, you have DPS, like, so for example, there are DPSs who are, well, just straight up like DPS, and then there are ones who quote unquote buff the party by debuffing enemies. Yes. Right? Like, but at the end of the day, all they do is they're an uptake on damage, or they're a downtake on receiving of damage. That's it. You know, healers make sure that you so that's essentially what it is. That's why, like, the concept of like having a tank in an RPG, like not an MMORPG, but like a JRPG, like a turn-based RPG, is difficult if they cannot control like who is being attacked by who. Because what's the point of all of that strength? Like, what's the point of all of that health if you can't, if the enemy is going to attack? Let's say, what if the enemy is programmed to attack literally the lowest health person on the team? Then that means that tank will literally never be touched, right? Like, he'll be touched last. So
there's some games that have that issue, and it's very noticeable and annoying.
Yeah, but anyways, I just wanted to clear up at least what I mean by when I say tank. So, you know, because as a role, like, it's not like, it's like, okay, a character is tanky, but it's not a tank role because there's no role that the tank is actually playing. He's just basically a DPS that lives longer.
All right, Luke, tell us about the stores.
You've seen how much ass I can kick.
So, one of my big gripes, moving from one big gripe to another big gripe in 13. And remember, I ranked 13 pretty highly, so you know it's. But it's that both the gear and weapon customizations are based off of this sort of very confusing, like, graph of enemy drops, some of which are better for selling and some of which are better for customizing, because all your gear also has experience that you can pump items into to upgrade them. But the problem with that is that the entire game can be played without it. And it's such, like, it is, because the game doesn't let you grind for experience. It does let you grind for drops, but that's still predetermined by the enemies in the area. And if the area that you are locked into, which is most of the time you are locked into a specific area, you're unable to spend time getting the drops you need for both the money investment that you need to make on weapon upgrading and the item drop investment you need for, like, breaking these sort of these like thresholds that you need to do so the weapon upgrades. So it ends up being the longest grind in that game, because speaking from an achievement / trophy hunting perspective, the hardest achievements in the 13 game, the base 13 game, is you got to upgrade every single. You need to have at least one of each piece of equipment in your gear at some point, which means upgrading everything to max level at some point. And that is the worst grind in 13 by far. And with the way that the game is designed, you never even need to touch it, because you can purchase some weapon upgrades. Like, it's not like upgrades like, it's getting a better blaze fire saber for lightning. It's just buying a weapon that does more damage. But it's like, aside from that, you're really not going to. The game doesn't want you to invest time into doing that, because it is such a time sink when compared to the rest of the game. Which people are already mad that, you got to play 20 or 30 hours, however much time they do, to get to Grand Pulse, where they allow all that customization to start anyway, when they open up the party and who the party leader is, and everyone can be anything in the paradigm system. So once you get to that point, and then you're like, all right, so here's where the game starts, where I can really customize how I want my party to be. And then they introduce like this 100-hour grind of upgrading weapons. People just didn't care. So it's a system that the game sort of like, it doesn't really draw any attention to.
Is it significant? Like the upgrade?
It's not.
Okay.
It may be for like super bosses and stuff, but you can completely play through the entire main game without ever interacting with it at all. Like, you can play through the entire game and still have Lightning's base blaze fire saber and things of that nature.
Very, very quick comment for you, Luke. I made a point on achievement versus challenge a couple days ago, and I gotta send it to you, because the difference and the argument I make is just so compelling on my part. And I think you need to give it a read over.
I'll definitely have to do that. But yeah, so I think I've talked about this before, where it was maybe on the 10 stream, the 10 Cranestorming, where I don't tend to engage a lot with super complicated sort of weapon customization systems, because I don't find them very interesting. I like it when a weapon is kind of laser focused in what it needs to be, and not in like this all encompassing thing. So you were talking about Pirate Warriors earlier. And so like going to like Koei Tecmo's main series, like Dynasty Warriors. And I really enjoy playing the Musou games. I hate interacting with its weapon customization systems, because it's based on RNG, which is not a thing here. It's like where the different weapon abilities pop in, it's based on RNG. But it's a major slog on an already kind of like long form game, which you're already pumping like 80 hours into if you're going for like a platinum trophy or whatever, or all the achievements. And then like if you want to like max out your characters and make them as strong as you be, you're like spending hundreds of hours into. And I'm just curious what the thought process is behind developers for such a large time sink for a game that's already a large time sink. That's getting kind of too far away from it, from 13. But that's kind of like the philosophy I see behind it, where it's just like there's this huge time investment you need for weapon upgrades that doesn't really amount to anything. I think the best weapons unlock like the limit breaks for the characters, if I recall correctly, or that may just be at the end of the Crystarium. It's been a while since I played. Where there was some synergy with the ultimate weapon and their ultimate skill. But it's just like it doesn't feel very rewarding. It's just there for a grind. And it's another one of the systems where it's like, okay, we have this like all this customization, but all it is a grind. And I say all of this customization, it's like there's a lot of different things you can get and upgrade to do different things, but if they're just amounting to bigger numbers, when the system really doesn't depend on bigger numbers most of the time, it feels like a large waste to me.
Okay, so question.
Yes.
How does the progression, like, how does that affect progression then? Because, you know, like, there are many different, like, games have many different ways of progression, right? They have, like, weapons as a progression, levels are a progression. The in this case, this Cranestorm is a progression. You know, outside of other stuff like story, but like about the other personal progression systems, like how does that tie in? You know, so, okay, so I'm sorry, I'm gonna try to make my question a little bit more precise. Can you grind in this game?
For levels, to a certain extent, very rarely. The big grind in this game is for weapon and accessory upgrades.
And you get those by fighting?
By fighting.
The game wants you to fight?
The game wants you to fight, but it also doesn't want you to fight.
How does it not want you to fight?
Because your levels are locked behind story chapter progression. Like, you can only upgrade your Cranestorm for each character so far before you have to progress through the story to unlock more progression in the Cranestorm.
Okay, because that sort of reminds me of Haraxmant and I like Chrono Cross, and that the way that Chrono Cross works is that you only level up to a certain point, but you only really level up when you defeat bosses. And in between that, though, when you fight, you get little upgrades for your characters, and it's like little things like HP plus 2 or attack plus 3, like stuff like that. But they get slower and slower as that time goes on. I guess that system works fine because you have a lot of characters, and you're getting characters like left and right. And when you get a character, you know, you need to find some way that they're not lagging behind in some way for them to sort of keep up. But in Final Fantasy XIII, you're almost stuck with those people. Like, if you're depending on where you are in the game, like, you're stuck with those people, and you can't really even choose which one of the people you have to play as, which I think is widely annoying. I don't think we touched up on that, the fact that, you know, if you're going to let me only control one character at a time, at least let me shift between the characters that I'm allowed to be only controlling, right? Like, you don't have to let me, we can have a concession here, Final Fantasy XIII, right? Which is, you can give me, like, when I enter a fight, I can only control one character. Okay, fine. That's fine. But outside of the battle, can you at least let me pick who to go into the next battle with or something? Like, you know, can you at least have that choice? And if I die, can you just swap me up to that other character so the whole fight isn't gone? Like, I think that I still to this point do not understand, like, I can maybe do some sort of mental gymnastics as to why that is a good system, but how do you view that first? We'll go on to the next question, to what I was actually asking, but I did want to ask this about death. How is that a good idea to let it be game over when your character, the one you're controlling, dies and everybody is healthy as fuck?
No, that's an awful idea, and it should just switch to the next character in the party menu.
Awesome.
Just
okay.
Whenever that happens in a game, no, it should just shift to the next character.
Are we adjourned? Is that are we good?
That's it. It's bad design.
No,
it's bad design.
Like, are we going to agree like we did in Final Fantasy VI, when it's just like, oh yeah, you know, that arena system, they should not make it where you cannot control your character? Yeah. And I think universally everyone was like, yeah, that was a bad system.
And Persona, the original, or
Persona 4. What's that, Persona?
Not 4.
3.
Persona 3.
Yes.
If your main character dies, you just lose. Because that's another game where you can't control the party. And I think that's kind of the thing where I feel like, again, it's restrained by the type of genre it's in, this being a turn-based RPG. Like, if you die in Kingdom Hearts and Donald's still alive, I don't think anyone's like going, well, why can't I switch control to, well, okay, maybe switching control to Donald would be pretty badass, and we can go like giga flaring everyone or whatever.
Zeta flare.
Zeta flare, the boss, and all right, so Donald's the most badass red mage in all of Square Enixdom. but but like, so I mean, there it sounds fun, but like no one's really crying out that if you die as Sora in Kingdom Hearts, it doesn't switch to Donald and Goofy. And I think that that's more because of the genre of gameplay that you're in. Whereas in a turn-based RPG where you're controlling every single party member and one dies, no, you're still controlling like the 3 or 4 other people there. But if it is a game where it is focused on you have the main character and then everyone else in the party is also there, but you're probably not controlling them, like Final Fantasy XIII, like Persona 3, where since you don't have any autonomy over the other characters, so the game just has you lose. And I think just universally in a turn-based RPG, that's just a bad design choice, which at least in Persona 3, they did learn from. Whereas in Persona 4, you can control your whole party, and even in Persona 3 Portable, you can control your whole party.
Okay, so
Persona
they knew
4
that.
they knew it was bad.
They knew it was bad. Got it.
And they learned from it. I still think in 4 it took them a little bit while because it's still on default. You don't control the rest of the party members. It's a setting you have to turn on. Persona 5 does not have that.
Okay.
It's just you control everyone.
I'll be dead honest. I'll be dead honest about
Time to
turn-based
hydrate.
RPGs. In my opinion, when you don't have control over your party or your characters except for one character, it feels boring. Like if you're playing Kingdom Hearts as Sora, I mean, I feel like it's one thing, especially if you have a group like Donald and Goofy. And I know the thing on the internet is like, Donald, you didn't heal. Like, I get that that's an issue. But I'm going to say what makes a turn-based RPG game is the magic feeling of like, wow, like this character is important for this reason. And like I have a whole team here that each one of these characters are special, or maybe they're not, but I can create them to be in their own way. But when you dial that down, this is why I had such a hard time with Final Fantasy 15, and I haven't played it for a long time, and I think they updated it so you could switch between characters, but I sat there the entire time, and eventually I got bored of Noctis. I'm like, well, I'd kind of like to play as Gladio a little bit, or switch, like, and that's why when Final Fantasy VII Remake came out, and they actually gave us the ability to kind of swap around between the characters, I'll be honest, if I got stuck playing as Cloud for the entire game, I'd have been very, very, very mad.
Oh, you would have been. I feel like you would have been mad just because you're just like, I am stuck playing Cloud. That means I'm never going to be able to play Vincent. Fuck this game.
That's the whole point. Exactly. And some people will genuinely quit a game because of literally that.
Yeah, no, I get you.
I was very much on that train.
I can't play my favorite character.
Yeah.
Throws it in the trash.
Yeah. Before Remake came out, I was super concerned that it was just going to be kind of following in Kingdom Hearts footsteps where we're just Cloud the entire game. Or like there's maybe an isolated moment where you control Tifa or Aerith, but once Cloud's back, then you're just Cloud. And I was very worried about that. Because for the longest time, we only saw Cloud's perspective of gameplay. And then there was that one little trailer where it shifts to Barrett's perspective, and we see combat from his point of view. So I was like, okay, so they're allowing shifts in the party, and that's all I needed. And like because of that, I was able to give like Remake just like I was like, okay, they know that that's not the design decision that people want. They like people want to play the party of characters.
Yes.
From 7. No, not everyone just wants to be Cloud. Like what happens when he falls into the live stream and he's just gone for a while? Does the game just skip over until he's playable again? Or do we like control Sid or Tifa or whatever? But I'm glad that they made a pretty smooth system where you can freely switch between the members of your party, and each one feels very unique, very fun to play, and I was happy that they pulled it off.
And it was very Final Fantasy X. It was very Final Fantasy X of them.
It was like we just we know everyone wants to play all these characters. We built a system that lets you play as all these characters at the touch of a button in combat. I was like, they can be the party leader. They can do if someone dies, it just shifts over to the next person in the party, so you're not punished if you like take a couple couple rogue attacks and you're like, oh no, Cloud's dead. Oh, now I get to play as Tifa. Cool. Better get Cloud, and Cloud get Cloud back up. But major brain fart there. But like in 7 Remake also has the system where you can give out commands. Like you can still give out commands to the rest of your party to have them do something while you're focusing on damage or you're focusing on healing. So it allows that sort of tactical multitasking that 13 just does not allow, because the systems aren't robust enough for that to happen. Because again, they have this one sort of mission objective in combat, and that's to lower stagger gauge, lower health bar. And that's what the entire party composition is built around.
But it's funny. It's funny because it doesn't. The system itself does not allow. Like the game itself, like baits you into thinking that the characters are robust and usable.
Yeah.
Like if you're never gonna let me play as Snow, then please never let me play as Snow.
Oh my god. Yes.
If I'm only gonna play as Lightning, don't ever let me play anybody else, and don't fucking tease me like that. That you know. Like, anyways, Haraxmant, go on.
This
No,
scenario
it's a great point.
where you don't play the rest of your party, right? Works in certain cases. In Kingdom Hearts case, it works. You know, everything's action, everything's moving around. You don't need to change characters. Remake did it, and they did it well, but you don't need that. Like, honestly, Remake would have worked even if you weren't changed characters. We went over already how Remake's characters were practically the same character, just in different ways anyway. But in the scenario where it's a combat system like Final Fantasy, the classic stuff, ATB and all that, the only way it's going to work if I'm not playing my characters is if someone I know is playing the other characters in my party. Like if it was 13 and multiplayer, or FF9 where you can hand the controller over to someone else, so you're playing that guy, I'm playing this guy, whatever. It's like there's then adds communication and like there's more layers to it. Like if us four we're playing a party against some bosses, it'd be a little bit more fun, even if I'm only playing one character.
If each one of us in Final Fantasy 15 right now got to be a Noctis, Gladio, Ignis, and Prompto, we all only got to play as one of them, but we got to play multiplayer together, that I would be okay with. Because, like, iterating what he said, it would feel more real that way, because it would just feel like, okay, now we're a real party, kind of like Final Fantasy 14, obviously.
That, or now you're just playing Monster Hunter.
Yeah,
essentially.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, essentially,
Luke, I was about to make that point, man.
I was like, all right, so now we're a party of 4 DPS. Let's go in. Let's do
But
it.
yeah, if you're gonna do that, then you might as well, because when you lock it down to one character, it just feels so like you're getting robbed of the other characters.
Yeah.
No, that's definitely true. And like I said, the game doesn't make you feel that way, which is annoying. See, the thing is, when you're playing as Sora in Kingdom Hearts, right? The game doesn't give you any sort of intimations like you're gonna play anybody else. It doesn't make you feel that way. It's like when they show cutscenes, in such a way where it's just like, look at what the other people are doing. Look at what you're doing. Like, you even get a sense, even when you're watching other people in the cutscenes, you get the feeling that, yeah, but that's not me. Like, you get that feeling. But in Final Fantasy,
we are so on the same page that I had this exact thought an hour ago. There was just nowhere to implement it. In the conversation.
No, but that's the thing. It's like, you know, I think it goes against. I like 13 because it takes a lot of risks, right? But then again, you know, risks aren't as good as the philosophies behind them, right? So you have to take philosophical risks. You can't just take like execution risks, you know? Because that's not like if everything to you is about like an execution, like. If you're trying to progress, you're trying to be progressive with your execution and not with your philosophy, then you make very, very big mistakes. We learned this, even as a human race, you know, like, oh, well, we want to do this for the sake of doing this. Like, you can't just do something for the sake of doing it. You can't just be like, oh, let's destroy the system because, you know, for the sake of we want something new. It's like, yeah, but then when the world goes to shit, then what? Like, you know what I mean? It's so funny because it takes this much to destroy everything, and it takes like this much to create everything, like to create something good. So I understand that they're supposed to push the boundary. In fact, I was the person who defended them. Remember when we had Night Sky Prince on, and he was like, yeah, you know, like, do something that works. I'm just like, yeah, but if you're Final Fantasy, you don't have the luxury of just doing what works. Like, you have to create the meta. You can't follow along with the meta, even if you were the one who made the meta. That's just a Final Fantasy thing to do. That's a top dog, alpha dog, top of the hierarchy shit to do. But
at least for a mainline release, side games can follow the meta as much as they want.
I think that's what the side games are supposed to be. I think the side games are the ones where they're just like, oh, you like Final Fantasy VII? We'll give you more Final Fantasy VII. Oh, you like this? We'll give you more of this. But then the mainline titles are the ones that are supposed to like sort of push the boundaries. But I think there's a reservation. Like you need to be a little bit more conservative than that, in the sense that
Are you saying that you don't think Dirge of Cerberus pushed the boundaries?
No, it was actually a horrible what's that called? FPS.
It was a horrible FPS.
It wasn't even an FPS. It was a third-person shooter.
It's a third-person shooter.
Did not
third-person single-player shooter.
Yeah. Like, that's not. But you know what the thing is? There are some people that like Dirge of Cerberus. Hence, the First Soldier. See?
I like Dirge of Cerberus a lot.
So you're gonna like the First Soldier. I'm telling you. By the way, a lot of people are enjoying that game. By the way, I knew people would enjoy that game. I know people were just shitting on it, but I knew people were gonna shut up and play the game anyways. So.
I mean, I didn't care, but I also don't care for other, because that's the Battle Royale one.
Yeah,
right?
that's the Battle Royale one.
Yeah, and for me, personally, I just don't care for any sort of Battle Royale. So it's just like, I'm actually not that big of a multiplayer guy, unless I'm like playing with friends, because otherwise I'm just not invested. So a game that's just purely multiplayer for multiplayer's sake, I just have no interest in playing whatsoever.
That's why 14 is great for you, because 14 is almost like, it's like a single player with MMO elements.
It's a single-player game in an MMO world, which is probably why I put so much time into it. It's because, and a lot of times the multiplayer parts really get on my nerves. But I'm playing with friends, then it's a good time. Playing with the FC, having a good time.
Yeah.
Or if I just want to do some solo stuff, then I can do some solo stuff because there's plenty of that content too. So.
Okay.
Oh, just wait till we get to the Cranestorming on 14.
Oh fuck! We that's like 3 episodes long, bro.
Yeah, that's got to be per expansion.
I know. Because at first I was just like, oh, Night Sky was like, hey, I call dibs on 14. I'm like, okay. And then now there's like a bunch of people who are just like, hey, I call dibs on 14 also. I'm just like, oh fuck, that would be so cool. But anyways, yeah. Okay, since we all sort of agree on the whole like character thing, right? I did wanted to. I think my point was not really to let people know that we're all in agreement, because, if you don't agree with us on that one, then you're actually on the minor, like you're a subset of a minority of people, right? Who think that system is good, because it really isn't very good. However, the one thing that the reason why I brought it up is because of the fact that the game is not designed itself to make you feel like you're going to play that way. That's horrible. That's fucking horrible. Hey, or like Omega said it, 1 Cranestorming per expansion. We can actually do that. I would love to talk about A Realm Reborn, because I'm a staunch defender of A Realm Reborn.
That's actually a fantastic idea, because you can actually have different guests as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Everyone.
That is true. I'll get a WoW veteran, like a WoW refugee, to come on to talk about A Realm Reborn. Oh, dude, I'll do that. I'll have Ferren on for freaking well, Ferren's always on. He's like the moderator. But yeah, anyways, going back to 13. I think it goes against one of its strengths, which was I didn't mind the fact that the game did not okay, so you know how we talk about the linearity of the game, right? I don't think that it is linear just by the design of the map, because a lot of people bring that up. They're like, look at the map, it's so linear. It's just like, yeah, but look at the map of 10. It's linear as fuck too. Like, in Final Fantasy VII is like, it's not a corridor, but it's a room.
Can I chime in real quick on this?
Yes.
As someone who's played a lot of what you would call quote-unquote corridor games, Metal Gear Solid, a few other games like the Resident Evil series, as well as the Final Fantasy series, a lot of these linear games, what they did so well to make it not feel so linear was they changed camera angles. So even if there was one hallway, for instance, in Resident Evil, imagine going down one hallway, the camera angle would change 3 times while you're going down that one hallway.
Mm-hmm.
And in a way, it would make you feel as if though the world, or at least the environment, was a little bit more lively than it was. I did notice Final Fantasy XIII's problem with this was they would always position the camera in almost the exact same angle, where it always felt like you were moving from the bottom of the screen to the top of the screen. Never like left to right or like up and down or all over the place like normal Final Fantasy games do. It felt more of like every single screen you enter in, you start here and you move here, and that's it.
And that's something that they did learn from this, and was almost completely alleviated in 13.2, where they didn't really change much in the design philosophy of their stages. They just stopped making them a straight line. Where then it's like they kind of design the areas kind of more in the vein of 10, where it's still linear, yes, but maybe there's like an offshoot path. Like a lot of things that they failed in 13 wasn't necessarily 100% alleviated in 13.2, but they actually did learn a lot from the massive amount of feedback, I presume, from 13, and did improve on it. So I guess, I can nominate a spot for the 13.2 panel, because I have played through that one as well. Lightning Returns, I don't know who you're going to get.
Well, they have some people. We have some people in chat about that too.
Okay. But yeah, so it's something that was definitely addressed as an issue, and Square Enix did take note of that, and they did start fixing that in both combat, in both their paradigm system, and in sort of their level design, to where the paradigm system, while it still functionally was the same, they allowed a lot more customization in your party makeup. And by having the grind, instead of being based around weapons and upgrading that, they made it around a Pokemon style gotta catch 'em all. Where you can capture all the monsters, you can capture bosses. There's DLC missions where you can go capture old versions of Lightning, of Lieutenant Amadar, of Gilgamesh, of Omega Weapon, of Poo-Poo, so they made it to where you can customize the members of your party and then switch them out. And so instead of everyone being like having access to everything, the monsters that you would capture would have one role. And then you would shift them out as you needed. So you were more active in your party makeup in combat. And I feel like that actually did help a lot in alleviating a lot of the paradigm like combat systems, by just allowing people to interact with it more. So it's still like, on a mechanical level, it's still the same, but it didn't feel as sort of like strangling, like as much as you were in the original 13 instead of 13.2, where it just they did give you just the right amount of creative freedom to where it started to make more sense and started to become more entertaining, because you did get to make more decisions on the fly in combat. But it did still have the issues of, it did still have the auto combat, and it did still have, like, you don't want to be digging through menus because the game's still like at a higher pace. So it helped alleviate some issues, but it didn't eliminate all of them.
Okay, but see, on the point of the linearity, like, the problem with I keep starting the sentence with the problem. But the problem with 13 is with its quote unquote linearity, is that it's incredibly linear. So Chrysalis said here, like, oh, a lot of the games that I love are linear, so I don't really have a problem with that. Well, I think that 13 actually has a bigger problem than the games that you've played. Okay?
Yes.
I will try to enlist why that is, okay? In those linear games, it's linear in the sense that you go from one zone to another, right? You enter from this door and you exit that door. So that's why when a lot of people are just like, Final Fantasy VII is not linear, it's like, yeah, for the most part, a lot of Final Fantasy VII is linear. meaning you enter this zone from this way and you exit that way. And Final Fantasy X is actually more linear than Final Fantasy VII. The difference is that one of the big difference, because if we're going to compare linearity in 7 and with 10 and 13, is that with 10, it's the things you can do in a linear corridor. In 10, there are many things you can do. And there are many things that you're supposed to do. And you dicking around in a corridor is actually what the game wants you to do. So when you go down, what's that, like Mihen High Road or something like that? If you go down Mihen High Road, like there's a bunch of people to talk to. And there are a bunch of tiny corners that you can get items from. And you can battle some people. And you can talk to them. And there are people walking around. And you can engage with them. And you can hire somebody for blah, 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 blah. And one of the most important things, you can actually return to the area. In Final Fantasy XIII, there are majority of these areas, these corridors that you go through, you never see them ever again.
Never again.
Never again.
Oh, that's what irritated the shit out of me when I got to Grand Pulse.
As like once you get to Grand Pulse and the game mechanically opens up, you have one zone. You have one zone, and that is Grand Pulse.
I was so mad. I was like, "Where the hell is my airship? And when do I get to go back to some of these places?"
It's pretty much you go from small corridors to really big corridor. That's it.
Yes.
Like you go from corridors to a football stadium.
Yeah, which only has one exit. And you know what I mean? Like it's just
so you have a large fat corridor.
Yeah, and so that's what I'm talking about. So I'm not just talking about the linearity of the map. I'm talking about the linearity of the gameplay. It's very linear. When people, I understand what people mean when they say the game feels linear, because it's almost like the game itself, the game's design or the game's philosophy, tries to push this idea that when the moment you hear the word linear, you're just like, yeah, that's the word. That's the word that describes how I'm feeling about this game. Like, you know what I mean? It's not like everyone was just like, no, the game feels linear. But the moment somebody says it, everyone goes, that's the perfect word. Like, I fucking feel that shit. You know, so that's kind of what it is, because even in some of the gameplay, some of the fights, like how you find monsters, like the level progression, even the Cranestorm feels linear, because a lot of people are like, oh, the Cranestorm is kind of like what do you call that? The sphere grid. It's like, it's nothing like the sphere grid. The sphere grid has options. It webs and branches, and the Cranestorm doesn't do any of that. It's pretty linear. You know what I mean? So it's like the linearity of the game is like, it has absolutely like nothing to do with just the design of the maps or the design of the areas, right? Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you, Mercedes. It has everything to do with why, like what happens in terms of gameplay. What happens in terms of gameplay? You can't even run around. You know what I mean? So it's funny because in this game it has this system where it's like
you got it, coach.
Where you can see your enemy, and then you can fight them. It's like, oh, that's cool. However, it's almost because they're a corridor, it almost feels more exciting that you can't see the enemies and then your screen, you know, to me. Because at least it would give me some sense of randomness in the corridor.
This is what I always bring up to people, and this is what makes Final Fantasy work. The RNG, i.e. the system, the oh shit moment of when you get attacked and your party's low on health and you're like, I don't have any more items, the save point's 3 areas away, and I just spent 3 hours grinding and I just got this item that I've spent 3 hours grinding for. The anxiety and the tension that you feel with that is greater than anything that any auto-saving game will give you, or any game where you can roll and dodge and do whatever you want. Because the fear of not knowing when the AI is just gonna say, you know what? I'm gonna cast World Ender on you, and you're like, no, please don't. Like, that is what makes a Final Fantasy game magical. Not, oh, well, I'm gonna dodge and roll my way out of this one.
Well, was Final Fantasy? Oh, I forget which one.
Sorry, I yelled there, but that's how I feel.
No worries. Which Final Fantasy was it that had the super boss as a random encounter? Was that one? Or was that like it was
Yeah,
an
Final
early one.
Fantasy, the Omega weapon, where it
Yeah.
was the futuristic robot, and you had to run across the bridge. And it's Final Fantasy 1. You have to run across the bridge back and forth, and the RNG to get this super boss is like some 0.1% type thing. So when you finally get the super boss after like 3 hours of running back and forth, you're like, I hope to God I have the potions and everything I need for this, because if I mess this up, we're gonna spend a whole nother 3 hours running back and forth across this bridge. That makes that fight more meaningful and magical. Not sitting there and being able to dodge and roll and slack the shit out of a turtle. Sorry.
And also the terror of not knowing that a super
terror.
boss is there, and then getting jumped by the super boss, and you're like, "What is happening?"
Yeah.
And if you're an achievement hunter like Haraxmant over here, imagine how you feel when you're on hour 130 and you're like, if I fuck this up, I just wasted an hour and a half of my time.
Imagine finishing your 3-hour grind for an item and then Marlboro.
That makes a game magical. That moment when you're like, yes, I did it. That makes a game replayable. That makes a game worth telling a story about.
Well, make it to the same point. Marlboro, bad breath, game over.
Yeah, but see, this is the thing about it, is like, am I saying that you not being able to see your enemies on a screen is a good thing? No. Am I saying that? No, because the thing is this, is it depends on the design. You know what I mean? It depends on the design of the world. If you're going to create these corridors and you're just putting these monsters and they're in batches, you know, then and then people are just like, yeah, we don't want the world to feel linear. The world feels hella linear, and those corridors feel hella small because you can actually see your enemies. And then the fights, like, you don't even have these moments. Look, in Final Fantasy VII, you're in a tight corridor like this, and then when the fight happens, all of a sudden you're in a big space. You know what I mean? So there, like, psychologically, there is some alleviation. There's a sense of refreshment that, oh, look at this, like, things are changing. But with 13, you don't feel that change. You enter that room, and that room is all there is. There's nothing else. Like, you don't feel anything. So I don't think necessarily, I think this goes deeper than just when people say, oh yeah, you know, I like it when I see, like, when enemies are flying about, or I like it when I get random encounters and the screen does the swirl. Like, I think it depends more on, again, design philosophy, on what you're trying to achieve. If you don't want the rooms or if you want these corridors to feel more exciting, then let enemies pop up at random, if that's the case. At least, you know, like, make people feel like on top of their toes, like anything can fucking happen. Because the problem is this, is that the moment you get to, like, there are times where I'm just like, when I was playing the game, I was just like, okay, I need to get to that door. Like, oh, fuck, there's a monster right here. Shit. You know? Like, I feel that way. And even, you know, here's the thing, like, FF7 Remake has a great battle system and everything, right? But I don't necessarily like the fact that I can see my enemies. Like, I love the fact that I can see my enemies until I wanted to grind. Then that became annoying. When I wanted to grind monsters, or when I wanted to grind fights, I would actually have to leave zones and come back, like, to see if it's there. That became annoying.
I actually said that gripe out loud to myself at one point, like, damn it, I have to run all the way down to this place to go and fight this. Like, yeah, I used to say it a lot, so I feel that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it all of it boils down to what your design philosophy is. Do you want people to fight? Do you want people to feel scared? Do you want people to feel like everything's linear? Because here's the thing. Final Fantasy XIII designed everything to make it feel linear. Just period. It's not just the maps, people. Like, I don't know if I'm changing minds or I'm preaching to the choir, but the linearity of the game it's not exclusive to the maps, son. Like, it's not. Like, it's just not it.
It's in the combat system. It's in
progression,
the program system. Yeah,
it's interwoven and it's in everything.
Even
the cutscenes.
Well, not even that. Even the shopping is linear.
Oh God, the shopping was the thing that made me. I'll be honest. I know I said this a few times earlier, but I'll admit it was right when you get the Grand Pulse and the bullshit they give you for the item selection for that part of the game. That's when I turned the game off. I remember that part now. When I got to the store and I was like, really? That's when I turned the game off.
Yeah, and that's where that weapon and accessory upgrading comes in, where it's just like, the game opens up. Welcome to this huge grind that you can completely ignore, or you can continue with the game.
Ugh.
And it's not even like a mutually a beneficial grind where it's like, okay, I'll grind. I'll gain levels and the stuff I need to upgrade weapons. No, that stops really quickly to where you get locked off in levels and you have to just grind for 17 hours to upgrade weapons and accessories.
At least in Final Fantasy X and previous entries, you could know when you got to a new town, you could at least be excited that there would be some, not all, but some gear that was beneficial to you there, or some spells that were new. It gave you something to look forward to about the environment other than just the environment.
Yeah, it's literally towns are just more corridors without fights. Yes. Actually, I take that back. There are fights in some towns. But okay, like, there are many sort of design problems with what 13 is sort of going for with it, right? Like, shops again. And I don't think it's just, some of these things. I also think that your ability to interact with your environment and its lore and its world is lacking. Like, massively. Mm-hmm. Massively lacking.
And that's because all the lore, all the world building is stuck in the glossary.
It's in the data logs, yeah.
Yeah.
We're getting to that point.
One thing I missed that games from the PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2 era did very well was they integrated puzzles into their game like almost seamlessly. Nowadays, it's like, for instance, and again, I'm not going to try to talk about too much about Resident Evil, but Resident Evil Remake 2 and Resident Evil Remake 3, for instance. Resident Evil Remake 3, they gutted the game of puzzles and even removed 2 areas. It was frustrating to the entire fan basis because what it did was it oversimplified a game that was meant to be interactive with its environment and complicated. Now, granted, that's a whole nother game, so that's why I don't want to get too deep into that. But it just goes to show that when players can interact with their environment, they feel more comfortable being in their environment. Resident Evil 1 took place in one building for a majority of the game. And what people loved about it and still love about it to this day is because there were so many interactions that made it important to go back and forth to each and every room and pay attention to the environment and who you were like talking to and where you were going. You had to pay attention. But when you just make an environment where there's just like, well, there's trees, there's a waterfall here, okay, cool. But if it's like, well, if I go over to this tree stump, I found a hidden potion. I didn't know that was in there. That makes the player feel like, oh, maybe I should explore the environment a little bit.
Yeah,
but they didn't. They took those opportunities away because I hate treasure chests or things like that too, because it takes away that thing. Like Final Fantasy IX was perfect at like go and explore the environment because there's items everywhere. Whereas other games will just plop a chest in front of you and then you're like, well, now I know where the item is. Versus like when you just hide items and make environments interactable. Or in Final Fantasy X, maybe you have the Cloister of Trials where you do a couple puzzles. Sure, it was annoying here and there, but that adds more depth to an environment. Whereas if what you're talking about, if you just walk right through an area and you don't ever get to come back through it again, what if you happen to love that area and you're like, this is a cool place, and then you leave and you never come back? I just feel like that's dumb.
It's pretty wallpaper. It's all it is.
Yeah.
It's pretty wallpaper that you never get to see again. Or in like I said earlier, I love the theme to Sunlit Waterscape. I don't get to go back there. I can't just turn on the game and go sit in the waterscape for a while and just listen to the background music.
Well, I mean,
so that was it. That was my one point.
But
it's little things that make that important, though.
Well, think of it this way. Look, so when I played the game and Haraxmant was there, I saw how many lines of text there was in the data log, right? And I literally said this on stream, and I was just like, when you load into an area, there's these people around.
Time to hydrate.
There's these people around. Time to hydrate, guys.
Oh, time to hydrate.
But it's there's tons of people. There's tons of things lying around. There's many things that are happening. You have a radio that's going around. You have a person walking along with you, talking to you. Instead of having like Saz say, "Oh, this is bad, man." Instead of having him say that, why doesn't he say something that you can find in the data log? Let him tell you some shit. Like,
They
man,
did that in
like
they did that in the first scene, but they never did that later on.
no, I disagree. They didn't do that in the first scene at all. I played the first scene. They didn't do shit. They were just like,
Didn't they?
what was
They
that?
did that
When
thing
they-
you dislike. What was it, Crane?
Oh yeah, no, he said a line. He said a line, and I was just like, why couldn't he, like? And then you go into the data log, and it's just like, oh yeah, this thing called the Purge. It's like, yeah, like, why didn't you have Saz tell me about the fucking Purge? Wasn't that the thing that he just avoided? Right? Like, wasn't that the thing? Look at all these people who are crying around. Like, why don't you let them tell me? You know? Why doesn't... Everything is voice acted. Why don't you let anybody tell me what is going on? There are so many ways. There's so many avenues that you can tell me, look, I'm not against data logs. I'm not. You know where I wish there was stuff like data logs and shit? You know where I wish there was stuff like data logs? In fucking Devil May Cry. Why? Because there's nothing for me to interact in the world to tell me what's fucking going on in Devil May Cry. Nothing. I don't get to learn about anything about the world because I can't interact with goddamn anything in Devil May Cry. So you know what? I would really love for Devil May Cry to have fucking data logs. So I can read that shit and be like, oh, you know what? My hands are tired trying to get all these triple S's. I'm gonna look at the data log and see some shit. Or, oh shit, that enemy I fought was Nero Angelo. Let me learn some shit. Like, and look at this data log and read while I fucking stretch my arms or something because of all this fucking action. And then Final Fantasy XIII, there are so many avenues where you don't need data logs. I like the idea of data logs, by the way. Let's look, guys. I like data logs. I like the fact that 13 has data logs. I don't like it how that's the only avenue that I can get that information when all of these other avenues are available. Again, I'm gonna bitch about this. Why does Saz or Hope or anybody else who are walking around, I can't control them, and if I die, they don't even revive me? How come they cannot tell me something important? Why did they waste their voice acting on them saying shit like, whoo, I'm tired? Like, I don't fucking need to know that shit. Why don't you tell me a little bit about something like the fucking chocobo in your fucking hair? Like, something. Anything. Anything!
that Chocobo's like a deity or something, because that Chocobo chick turns into Chocobo Colina in 13 too. And she's like some sort of goddess something or other.
Doesn't Saz do the like, so you're a soldier thing right in the
Oh
beginning too?
God,
Soldier
Jesus
girl.
Christ!
Yeah,
He's
he
like-
does. He's
I-
like, so you're a soldier, right?
No, and the thing about it is those data logs aren't even accurate. When the very first data log was like, oh yeah, you know, they were in this train for the Purge, and then Lightning fought back, and it inspired everyone like Saz. It like inspired people like Saz. In the very first scene, Lightning looks like she was about to do shit, and then Saz was just like, "You sure you're gonna do this?"
He's very like, we shouldn't be doing this
We
the
shouldn't
whole
be doing.
time.
It's like you fucking, bro, you fucking knew that this was gonna
And he's
happen.
like-
You weren't.
and he's like the one stuck with her too. So it's like, why are you even there if you're gonna be saying this the whole
Hold on.
time? Like you're surprised.
Didn't
me
you
further
know that
explain-
shit?
Did Suna
Yeah.
Let me
again?
Oh
further
my
explain
God,
Crane's
dude.
point before we continue. What Crane is saying is, in the first data log, it basically says that Saz didn't know Lightning, but in the cutscene, Saz clearly
Dilly-dally,
knew Lightning.
shilly-shally.
And like, it was just wrong. It's a data log and has no accurate information.
I'm sorry, chat. But this is literally me, like this is not even Cranestorming. This is like Crane malding right now.
Oh,
I'm
I loved it.
Venting.
I loved it.
This
Jesus,
is the most storm Crane has
Oh my
ever stormed.
God.
this is
It's
the.
okay.
This is like the. It's like I popped a blood vessel in the eye of the storm. Like that's what that shit was fucking was. Like,
This-
good God, man. Though, but like this is what I'm saying. Like, why does the game?
Excuses again.
Why does the game have me do that shit? Why? Why is it? Why is it? Why am I playing hide and go seek with the lore? Why?
Blah 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 blah.
You know, it's like you're it's funny because it's like you're playing hide and go seek with me in terms of the lore, in terms of the story, in terms of their terminologies. It's like, look, if you're gonna and plus, sorry, another thing, if you're gonna give me a data log, then fucking put in the data log what the fuck a Seath is and what the fuck a Lassie is, or what the fuck a Purge is.
I just hate the
But-
fact that they
but-
made them
but
all
what's the
sound like the
fallacy?
same thing.
Yeah.
I just hate the fact that they made them all sound like the same thing. I think that's the biggest thing in a game when you're making up made up vocabulary. Don't make multiple separate things that literally have the same exact fucking syllable in them.
Oh, also the fact that they then determined between Cocoon Falsy and Pulse Falsy, and that
I'm telling you,
we were supposed to know the difference between the two.
My confused ass spent so much, like, what does foul and la and all, like, what? Which one is which?
Yeah.
I was so mad because of how
And, like,
confused I would get.
It wouldn't be too bad because we have been subjected to Balam seeds and Galbadia seeds. Like, seed was also a random term that they threw at us in 8. Like, we've dealt with it. But the fact that if there was seeds, but then also a foul seed, you'd be like, all right, I don't...
What? So you're a seed and you're a dew seed. What does that mean? And you're a grease seed. What does that mean?
And you're an seed.
A not seed.
An A-A-H. Seed.
Oh my god. No, okay, look. When it comes to that...
Sorry, that sounded bad. I didn't mean to make that sound like that.
All right, so we know what we need.
No, but here, okay, so one of the things about it is this. Okay, okay, guys, for the record, I'm not against that. I'm not against Lassie. I'm not against Seath. I know Ferren feels that way. I don't necessarily have a problem with that, right? As long
it's flashed out.
As long as you can explain it to me. As long as you can do that. You know which game could have... You know, it's funny because Final Fantasy X, although they did it brilliantly because they used words like faith and sin and aeons and shit like that, but like but the world of the way that the storytelling was in Final Fantasy X, you can get away with renaming all of those things weird fucking shit. You can. Why? Because you had Tidus, and Tidus was like, fuck, man, I don't know fucking anything. Can you explain that to me? What the hell is a Seath? What the hell is a Falsy? What the hell is a Lassie? And then we can be like, yeah, what the fuck is that shit? And then somebody can explain it, and we could be like, and Tidus can even go like, I don't get it. And we could be like, me neither. But they don't even have a character like that in Final Fantasy, like, 13. It's just like, yeah, you will see, like, you know, and fucking, I get tired of Saz saying the same shit. It's like, it's like where he's just like, enemies of Cocoon. We're enemies of Cocoon. Why are we enemies of Cocoon? You an enemy of Cocoon. Shit, I need to go to the bathroom because I need to pull a enemy of Cocoon. Like, it's like all of this shit. It's like, what the fuck? He's always saying that stuff like we didn't understand that the first time. Instead of telling us that we're enemies of Cocoon, why don't you tell us multiple times what the difference is between a Falsy and a Lassie and a Grand Pulse C and all these Cs? Like, you know what I mean? Like there's so many ways to go about this that doesn't have to be like so painful. There's so many ways to go about this that doesn't have to be so painful. Like, it's so funny. Again, I will bring this up. Haraxmant was there when I was sitting there playing the game, and they were giving me all of these terminologies, and I was just like, I was sitting there really confident, which is, I was like looking around, and I'm like, look, that person could tell me, that person can tell me, you can tell me, everybody can fucking tell me, but nobody's fucking telling me. Like, but then at the same time, they'll do this weird shit, which is like, oh yeah, you know about Cocoon, right? It's like, bitch, you're all on Cocoon. You all know this. Like, why is it you choose to do as you know? I don't know if you guys, for the chat, do you know what as you know is? As you know is this writing thing where people who should know things say things that like trying to introduce it for the people, for the audience. So it's kind of like this when a brother and sister are just like, yeah, you know, sis, don't you know I love you because you're my sister? It's like nobody fucking says that shit. Like, of course he knows that. Of course she knows that you guys are siblings. You guys were born together. You live in the same house. You have the same parents. There's so many ways to go about that which you don't have to. Yeah. But then it's one of those like, as you know, I am the prince of, I don't know, Bel Air. I don't give a fuck. Like you know what I mean? Like, everybody in the world should know this, but the only reason why it's coming out of their damn mouths is because of the fact that the audience needs to know. I don't like that, but then Final Fantasy XIII chooses when to do that, and then when not to do that, and they're picking the wrong thing to do that with.
We have talked about how there is a proper way to do this as well. The proper way to say that two people are siblings is to go, Mom and Dad were right about you. It's natural. It's not too forced, but it's not, you know, you're my brother.
As you know, when our mom died 10 years ago in that car accident,
Oh my god, yeah, when they just throw it at you like that. Oh god.
Good God, it's
We've
like
never once naturally talked about this. Why are you bringing this up right now?
Like someone just taking a salmon and just slapping you in the face with it.
Like,
oh, this is your sister.
you know, if I
Just get
created
used to it
if I
now.
created a game, I will put a moment where there's an as you know and actually
Time
shit
to
on
hydrate.
it. Like I will. Like I'll actually put this moment. It's just like, yeah, you know, because our mother is this, and then the literal character, the other character is just like, yes, yes, I know that's my mom. Why'd you even say that? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
why are you talking like
why are you talking like that? Like, why? And he's and like, dude, that is. But anyway, sorry. Going back to the story, all right. It's sad too. The reason why I get so pissed off about this is because the story is actually something to behold. It's not like the story is trivial. The story is actually quite good. Here's the thing, as much as we were shitting on linearity and the fact that they do as you know and the fact that they put data logs and all that shit, I actually thought that the beginning of the story was actually handled really well, outside of tutorials and stuff. But I thought that it was handled really well. The fact that everything was linear felt good because of the fact that you were going through these beats like really really fast, and you felt the sense of urgency. You felt like, oh man, and then you were introduced to so many like pairs up of characters, and that's devastation. Like I thought that was handled really well. Like I didn't feel for a second like, oh my god, this is so linear. Like I know that it feels that way down the line, but in the beginning it doesn't feel that way. In the beginning it feels really cinematic. It felt like when you keep shifting like POVs, it felt nice because I was getting a glimpse of each of these characters moment by moment. And it felt good. It did feel good.
Know, another game in this very series that does that very well, Final Fantasy IX. Where once you reach a certain point, and mainly you're talking about the beginning when it's like going back to the past and we're figuring out what's going on. But one thing that I do actually praise this game for is, and some people they either take it or leave it, but I do enjoy their character building. From a story standpoint, and what they do is they separate the party and let their interactions show you how this character is by how they bounce off other characters.
Yes.
And 9 does that very early on, where they introduce like a core cast of characters, breaks them up, and then have them interact and like sort of interchange as they all kind of do their own thing and then eventually getting back together, and then
they converge. Yeah.
Yeah. So instead of trying to give screen time to like 4 or 5 different characters, they pair them off so you get like, okay, these 2 characters go here, these 2 characters go here, these 2 characters go here. And that's actually something I really enjoy from a storytelling standpoint, but mechanically, because the system is so restrictive, it becomes it's not pointed out as much, where it's like, oh, okay, now I really kind of get what's going on with Saz. He's doing this for his son, and he used to be in the military and all that stuff. So we find out about him, but then we also find out that he's the worst character in the game because he can't really do anything optimally. So it's positives and negatives, and unfortunately 13 does have a lot of negatives when it comes to the mechanical side of things.
Well,
I liked the...
Oh, sorry. Go for it, Ferren.
I liked that with Final Fantasy IX as well, to chime in, because the thing that Final Fantasy IX did really well was it made its world feel bigger and its characters feel more grand, because another thing that they added in, excuse me if I'm mispronunciating it, but what was it? It's the active time event. Was that it for the storytelling?
Yeah.
When you'd hit the select button, and obviously you'd get to see a side story of where Vivi's off on his own doing something. And I felt that was such a grand way of storytelling, because it's like, I might not be in control of this character at the moment, but I'm seeing what they're going through on their own version of their journey right now, and it's not interrupting my gameplay or my story at all. And the cool thing was they made it optional. So if you didn't want to do it and you were on your second or third playthrough and you're like, yeah, I know, then you can skip over that.
Yeah.
But like the fact that they made that an optional thing, like, well, I kind of want to see what Vivi's up to right now, or what's going on. There were so many little hidden gem scenes in that, and obviously most people watch them all, but there are so many little beautiful scenes that happen in those little side story moments when you're not playing as your playable character, that really make it like, oh, well, you know, Zidane doesn't know about this right now, but this is what Vivi's going through. And once Zidane finds out, oh, I wonder what's going to happen. Because that, as the audience, we get to do what happens in TV shows is we get to be an informed audience by being able to spread out like this. Whereas, like what Luke was saying, when we gather all the characters onto the screen at the same time, you don't always get to have those beautiful moments of where, you know what, we got to see Vivi go through that, and that was a really character-building moment, because it doesn't feel so special when they're all smashed on the screen at the same time.
I think that's one of the, you know, I actually like that 13 does it. I don't see that there's a downside. The only downside I feel is not in that, is the fact that, okay, look, I don't even mind the fact that you can only control one character at a time in the beginning. But there's got to be a point like when the convergence happens and all of a sudden you can play as any of them. Right? Because
that even happens, like that convergence happens, and it still doesn't even unlock the party leader slot until you get even farther with the full party.
God. Okay, so about your point about like, oh yeah, you know, we're getting different like story beats happening like back to back to back with different points of view. You know which game would have like needed this and like really, and by I mean benefit, I mean really benefit. If this game score was like a 5, then it would instantly become an 8 or a 9. Is Final Fantasy 13? No, sorry, 12. Final Fantasy 12. If Final Fantasy 12 did this shit, like where it's like, oh yeah, at first you're playing with like Vaughn and Penelo, and then you're playing with Balthier and Fran, and then you're playing with like Bosch and this, and then you're playing with Ash and Vossler, and then all of a sudden you're playing with Ash and Balthier and this, and then all of a sudden you're playing with that, and then at one point have them all converge. Like that would have, you know, people wouldn't. I bet you people wouldn't even hate Vaughn as much as they do now. Like
I would agree, because most of the. This was for my last playthrough of 12, which was kind of like the farthest I've ever gotten to and really get like a deep dive into it. But because a lot of their... Because Vaughn and Tidus kind of exist in a very similar spot, but aren't pulled off to the same degree of competency. So whereas Tidus is used to kind of really teach you about the story, Vaughn is used as more of... as kind of a conduit for other characters' progression.
Can I say something on that?
Go ahead.
Vaughn made me feel, to piggyback on that, Vaughn made me feel more of like the young, like if it was a Naruto story, like we're playing the mentee character for once rather than the mentor character. So, like, we're playing the character that's constantly learning about things, because it felt like Balthier and Bosch came off more as, like, the guys that should have been the main protagonists.
Which
but
that's what was cool. Bosch was. In development, he was, in fact, the lead character.
Okay, I'm going to speak on Vaughn a little bit. I want to reserve most of this for our talk on 12. But one thing that people don't really understand about Vaughn, and the reason why I think he's a good character, it's just, I guess they didn't do him well. They didn't use him well. I don't think, like, there's nothing about his story that you need to change. No. But there's something that you need to understand about him, which is this. Every character, Vaughn is special in your party because, and I think he is the main character because of this reason. He is basically Vayne. Like Vayne, like Solidor. Right? But not a tyrant. So let me explain. Every character there is they're all a victim and a symptom of their circumstances. Every single character, including Fran and Bosch and Balthier and everybody. The only character who started off that way, who ended up not being that way, is Vaughn. Vaughn was like, oh yeah, you killed my brother, blah, 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 all that shit. And then later on, which needed to be expounded, but later on he goes, you know, no, I don't hate you. I want to be a sky pirate. Why? Because I want to live above my circumstances. I don't want to live within these constraints, the confounds of everything that makes the world dismal and everything that makes like the fate and even the story of 12 revolves around the Ocuria, who are basically controlling everything. They're the quote-unquote they're the proto-whispers. They're the proto-ghost plot armor people, right?
The proto-falsy.
Proto-falsy. Yeah, so they're the ones who are just like, oh yeah, so everything, there's a timeline that we're following, and these are the events that will take place. And Vaughn is just like, even that whole thing where he can see Rex with the stone, he's looking at it and he can see him, and then at one point he goes, no, I can't see him anymore. And Ash is like, you can't see him anymore? He's like, yeah. And it's essentially for Vaughn, it's like, because I let go. Because I don't care anymore. It's not like I don't care about my brother. It's like, I don't care about that. Like, that's not holding me back anymore. Like, I have a dream, and my dream is to be a sky pirate, and I want to be a sky pirate because I want to be free. Like, Balthier's a sky pirate because he wanted to be free, but the whole time, the thing that was funny about Balthier is the one thing that he was chasing was exactly the thing that he was running away from, which was the Nethicite. You know what I mean? Like, that's the irony of even a character like Balthier. So all of the characters, in fact, are victims and prisoners of their fate and their circumstances. And Vaughn is the only one who is not. He's above it. And they should have done that. They should have played that out. Because that makes him the natural enemy of Vayne. Because Vayne is like, well, we're going to kill the gods. And Vaughn is like, I don't give a shit about the gods. Like, I want to do me. Like, I want to be me. You know, which again, that's a very cool hero to have. You know, but they didn't play him out that way. Anyway, sorry. But going back to, but I think this ties in really well because the whole story of this is this thing about even the story itself has a linear path. It's almost like what is it? There's just like, what's your focus? Like, we could replace the word focus with line or linear. Like, what's your linear? It's like, oh yeah, you know what I mean? Like, if you don't follow your linear, you'll turn into a Sith. You know, like, it's the same thing because it's kind of like everybody is stuck in a path, and they have to do that. The focus is basically your destiny. It's the thing that you were purposed to do, and if you don't do that thing, you become a monster that some other fool in a corridor has to fight. You know.
But it's in a foggy dream where you have no idea what that actually means, or if, yeah, it's like, you know, it's linear without a clear destination, which I don't know if that, you know, explains 13 more than anything else. It's a straight line with no destination.
Which is funny too, because like they have, okay, so I'm not against that whole concept, right? Because I like it because it's basically, you know, again, a very it touches upon something that's very popular in a lot of meta narrative, which is okay, if things have a purpose, then does that mean that we are not free? That's a big question, right? Because the opposite of that spectrum is if nothing has a purpose, then nothing means anything. Correct? Right? If there is, let's say there's not a god that gives that delivers meaning to people, and if people had to create their own meaning, then no meaning is wrong. Meaning I can be like, oh well, you know, I want to kill, like, my whole point in my life is to destroy every single Hypello, right? And nobody can tell me, and nobody can. I tried to look for the most reprehensible thing. Okay. Why do you do it to me? Die, Hypello. But it is my focus to destroy you.
I'd go full Owen Wilson on that one.
Wow. That's as crazy as a road lizard.
But all right, let's say that was my purpose, right? Then killing all the Hypellos, like, no one's gonna tell me that I'm actually objectively wrong, right? But in this world, it seems like you have these gods, these falsi, and they're giving, you know, because they create everything, they're quote unquote objectively, like, it gives purpose. Like, you might not like the purpose, or you might not like any of that kind of stuff, but it does give you purpose. Now the question now is, like, are you free to go against that fate? One thing that it's so funny. This is also part of the reason why I gave it a 5 and a 9, right? The 9 part of me is like, okay, you're telling me, like, through the game and gameplay, I don't know if it's intentional, that I have a focus, and I have to follow that focus. However, Lightning her character is all about this thing, which is, well, damn fate. It's like, okay, you want to damn fate. You don't want to follow your purpose. Okay, I get that. Cool. I like you. I like that. I like that direction. Bring me to that direction, but then the game doesn't even allow you to do that. So Lightning says all that shit, ooh, but she does it anyways. So, so
yeah, a lot of characters say that, and then they're like, well, we gotta do what they say anyway, because, well, what else are we gonna do? Turn to Seath and zomble around all day?
You know what I would have liked to see? I would have liked to see an example, because, you know, they do this thing where they make this example out of Sarah, which I actually liked, where it's like, oh, she fulfilled her focus, she turns into a crystal. It's like, okay, I mean, it's kind of like she's dead, but at the same time she's not, but, well, whatever, we'll argue the semantics of what that really means and everything, and the philosophical, like all of the philosophies around that shit, but, you know, that's supposed to be a good thing. I'm not going to argue with it right now. That's supposed to be a good thing. Okay, cool. You know what you should have done, since you're going to introduce a character into the story anyways, is you should have showed one of the characters turn into a damn Seath. And then replace that character with Fang.
Cool. That would have been cool as hell.
That would have been fucking cool, right? And then you wouldn't, then you would get Fang in return. And then now there's something to it. Now whoever...
Or you can flip the script and you have to kill them because they're actually trying to just kill you.
No, but the thing
you
is,
don't have a choice.
But maybe what if now you're stuck with a fight where, or let's say you're stuck with a story now where you don't want to kill that thing and you're trying to seal that thing away, and then now you have even more reason that you want to fucking kill the fal'Cie. Because you're like, look, for one of the characters, I don't know, what if it was Vanille, who was like, oh, I turned into a Seath, and then Fang comes in and she's like, fuck, I'm too late. Like, shit. And instead of her trying to follow her focus, she's like looking at Vanille and like, fuck these fal'Cie. Okay, I'm gonna go with you to go to these fal'Cie because I need them to turn her back. I don't know.
Yeah, add some tension to it. Add risk and reward to it, like a time limit. Because it did make it seem like all 6 of the characters, like, well, if we mess this up, we're all gonna change at the same time. Like, that would have added a very good variety of, like, just having one by one of them getting sick, or just they start kind of going on their own little thing where they start changing a little bit. Or like you said, even a boss fight where you're like, shit, I don't want to kill Fang right now, but what do we do? And maybe you do kill Fang, and then maybe you're devastated because it accentuates the gravity of the situation.
You can even put, like, remember, like, let's say I made it Vanille, right? And then you're fighting Vanille, and then let's say you're forced to play Saz fighting Vanille. And you know how Saz and Vanille spent like some good time together, and then as you're killing her, like Saz is like sort of euthanizing her in a somber way, where he's just like, hey, remember that gold saucer place we went to? I forgot the name. What was the name of that place? I forgot what the name of that place. The theme park place that they went to. But it's like, yeah, you remember that? Oh, you know, you told me how beautiful that was. Oh, just think of that. Just think of that while you're fucking killing her. Like, that would fucking destroy you. And serendipity. And as what would be nice is that, let's say you're going through the final stages, like going to the boss, you're defeating the final boss. As those things are happening, each one of your characters start turning, and they're all until you're left with Lightning. You know?
And then you're sad. Yeah, you're like sad because you're like, fuck.
And the gameplay wouldn't change because if Lightning died, it was game over anyways. So, you know, like, does that...
There actually would have been a good moment for that, because they almost do that towards the end of the game. And then they ended up... They forced their way out of, in the game, unexplained reasons. In the sequel, it's retconned that God did it. Which is not great. But yeah, like there's a lot of like sort of just wasted, like, even though I do enjoy the characters from 13, there is a lot of like sort of wasted character interactions. Like, a lot of that could have been shown through Sid Reigns. But he goes through this weird sort of story where he defies his fate by following what the fal'Cie tell him to do, and it's like, how does that circular thinking get you? You're deciding that you're going to defy the fal'Cie by doing what they want you to do.
Maybe his focus was do not do what I say, and he's like yes, and then he achieves it.
Then he did it early, or he's like, oh yeah, I'll just do the thing early so that they can't control me anymore.
That reminds me of remember when we had Night Sky Prince and we were talking about Final Fantasy 15, and I was just like, what was it? The Gralian Empire, right? The Empire just came in, they're just like, look, okay, we're gonna have this peace treaty. You get to keep your city, and then we get to keep all of the annexed land. The only thing that we ask you to do is we want you to have Noctis and Luna marry. And then King Regis was like, no, fuck you. Quickly, guys, Noctis, you and Luna have to marry. And it's just, and then the Gralian Empire is just like, yes, those were our terms.
Yeah.
That's what I said. Yes.
Yes.
Oh my god, that was great.
So it's
like,
and, there's
holy shit, Noctis, you and Luna gotta get married.
it's like what is it? It's like, think of like Jafar, where it's just like,
oh my god, dude.
We're like he's holding Jasmine. He's holding Jasmine, and then Aladdin's like, Jasmine, and then Jasmine's like, quick, Aladdin, give Jafar the lamp, and then Jafar's like, quick, give me the what?
Yeah, give me the wait. You're not supposed to say that. Hold on. What?
It's like, imagine that scene happening. That would have been fucking hilarious. But that's exactly what kind of happened with Sid Reigns, and that's what happens in Final Fantasy 15 multiple times. But I digress on the 15 part. But anyways,
hey, it's okay.
But
it's interesting how like kind of connected 13 and 15 are, while trying to be separated, even though it was originally supposed to be part of it was supposed to be versus 13 and all that. But how even like it feels more like 15 is all the things they learned from 13, but the opposite, and then so they made everything else like it was so far in the other direction to the extreme that's like, all right, they didn't like corridors, so we'll make a big empty field. That's it, no more corridors. And then
they didn't like lightning.
Time to hydrate.
Let's get rid of literally all the women in this game.
They didn't like that we made Lightning a supermodel, so we'll just ignore the women.
They say that, but in Final Fantasy 15, all of their clothing was designed by like a fashion company.
They're like, they don't like it when our characters are in the real world. So let's take the real world and put an Audi in the movie.
That camping equipment, but more importantly, that Cup Noodles sponsorship.
I'm pretty sure I saw a Beats by Dre ad in the movie.
No, what was funny was and it's cool too, because like in this game they're just like, oh yeah, we're gonna get Leona Lewis and we're gonna create a whole new song for her to sing for Final Fantasy 14. And then Final Fantasy 15 is like, aha, but what if we get an actual existing song and use that instead? It's like, oh god. But
I hated when they did that, by the way. I'm sorry.
You've made a movie trailer. Congratulations.
Yeah, I don't like when I was pretty against when they started doing the whole, like, we're going to use real artist music. I was like, where's Nobuo Uematsu? Excuse me if I'm mispronouncing his name. But I'm like, where's he at? Well, what is this? Like, oh, dude, I got so mad.
It's funny because you actually mispronounced the word pronunciation.
I will say this though. I did think that the Stand By Me trailer was pretty cute, for the sake of like what the story was about. So I did think that was a good the trailer. Actually, the Stand By Me trailer was nice.
The thing that got me into 15 was like the last trailer, I think it was, which was like this like heavy concept of where he's like stuck in a dream fighting people on a train or in a train station or something like that. It has nothing to do with the game.
Oh yeah,
and that was the first time where the Omen trailer where I was like, oh hey, okay, 15 looks cool now. I think I'll try it out. It had nothing to do with the Omen trailer. I'm just like, that's disappointing.
don't you guys know that the only thing that Final Fantasy is objectively good at is trailers, is making trailers. That is what they are objectively good at. It's like they're so good at it to the point that I don't believe them anymore. Until 16. Until 16, because they literally opened up. They literally opened up with, guys, this is actually not the PS5. This is just the PC emulating PS5, and it's in development. Yeah. And I'm just like, oh fuck, they're being honest. Holy shit!
Holy shit! We probably know that's because of Yoshi P.
That's a Yoshi. That's a Creative Business Unit 3 thing. Yes, absolutely.
Because he knows what works, and it's being transparent and just making a fun story with cool shit happening. And awesome music, because he's like, I got my boy Soken, we're making more music. I got the fight director or the gameplay director from Devil May Cry 5. Mm-hmm. It's just like, we're just gonna make the game fun, and we're gonna go from there. Yep. And so we trust in our boy Yoshi P.
Okay, worst characters in the game. You said you didn't really like Saz. Well, oh no, actually you didn't say you didn't like Saz. You just said he was useless.
No, yeah. Saz, from a gameplay perspective, is the worst character. From a character perspective, from a personality perspective, he's probably my favorite.
I liked Saz too. It's funny because I started liking him more and more. And it's funny because I think I'm alone in this, but I liked Vanille when I first met her. But then I liked her less and less as time went by.
I don't know.
I feel really bad for the hell that the voice actress went through.
Oh.
Because they were just like, you don't sound Australian enough. And she's Australian. Mm-hmm. And not even like, it's just like, nah, it's just not the stereotypical Hollywood Australian deep Australian accent that Fang has, which was fake. No, they got an actual Australian to voice Vanille, and then she just got shat on.
But I mean, it's kind of like when I don't get hired to voice Asian characters because I don't sound Asian enough. Yeah, it's a thing.
That's the thing.
It's literally no, and the thing is, I'm not even mad. I'm not even mad about it. Like, I understand. I'm just like, yeah, I know I don't sound Asian enough. It's all right. Give me the British guy. You know what I mean? Or give me the black character. I seem to get casted for that all the damn time. I know that's why when people read it, Barrett Wallace, voiced by Christian Sakana.
Rain.
But yeah, but anyway.
Then there's me playing Godo.
It's like, no, you play the Asian character. I play the black one. But anyways, okay, for those of you who don't know, the thing that they made the voice actress for Vanille, please tell me her name because I forgot it.
Oh, I looked it up. It was Georgia something.
That's a pretty name. I like that name, Georgia.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I'll get you the full
Georgia. Georgia. Anyways, one thing, like,
I'm not even gonna try and pronounce that last name. I'm just gonna throw it in chat.
That is a
read verbatim.
Very.
There you go, chat. I'm not even gonna try and.
That's Georgia Van Cuylenburg. Cuylenburg. But anyways, see, you can't even read her name without an accent.
Yeah.
We can't access it. I don't have enough like Australian Albed primers to say her to read her to even read her name. But when it comes to like, so the things that Georgia had to go through was that the voice director or whatever, the voice team, they pretty much asked her to sound exactly like the Japanese.
Oh, that always goes so well.
There's actually a video of her where they interviewed her and they asked her like, oh, how was it voicing? How was it voicing like Vanille? And she was just like, it was a little weird because they kept having me do this, like, every time she spoke, and which if you think about it, Vanille, the way she's voiced in English, is like an Australian woman trying to sound like a preppy Japanese girl. It really does sound that way.
Yeah.
And it, to me, when I saw that interview and I read that, I was just like, oh, all of a sudden, like, everything makes sense.
Which is interesting because for Ali Hillis's Lightning, they actually changed a lot of her dialogue to make more sense in English.
Mm-hmm.
because every time she ran up to a boss, she would in a cutscene she would go, "Scary."
Oh yeah.
But then they changed it to where it's like, but it wasn't like sarcastic. It was just kind of flat going, "Scary." So it was, it was this weird thing where it's just like, she had the freedom to change that, and maybe it's just Ali Hills had done more voice work, and Georgia maybe she had not.
Yeah, so there was a little bit of what's that called? It's called pro, not professional. It was called pro. Oh shit! It's like coddling, something like that. It's like because they're pro, you give them everything they want. Sort of a situation. I will explain the scary thing because in Final Fantasy 8, they have this thing like the whatever. So I will explain the use of the word scary for Final Fantasy 13. Okay, so it's a pun. It's a Japanese pun because the word kawaii, Kowai, means scary. But then the word kawaii also rhymes. It also sounds like the word kawaii, which means cute. So what they do is they use that as a pun to be like, oh, kawaii. It's almost like, oh, scary, but at the same time she means, oh, cute. Oh, that's cute. So they are sort of like being sarcastic, but the thing is, it is a type of sarcasm, but it just doesn't translate well in English because because it's a pun.
Mm-hmm.
And so Japanese and their puns.
And they completely took that character trait out for the English version.
Yeah. So
one thing I was noticing in the scenes earlier when I was watching is lightning does come off as more of like a friendly cloud. Like there is a point in the first boss fight when they get there, and then Saz is like, "Well, I guess I'll help you two out if you guys don't mind a rookie joining in." And then she kind of just like does this whole like, thanks. Like, and I was just sitting there like, see, that's the little moments where she says things like thanks and things like that. They made her less of like a brutish and more of like she's just harboring some things that she's keeping to herself and maybe has some personality flaws.
Yeah. I think, again, on an individual, like 13 does a really good, like I was saying earlier, does a really good job of establishing, I can't talk anymore, showing off their character traits by interacting with the other characters. There we go. I'll just not use the word. So, and then that's one of them with Lightning and Saz, where their early interactions on the train kind of start showing off who they are. And that's so they don't do the portion of like explaining the lore of the world. Like explaining their world, they're really bad at. But their character interactions and understanding how they function and how they live their lives and how they react to different things by just interacting with each other, they're very good at for 13.
No, I think that's definitely one of its greater points. And like when I mean greater, I mean like it's very good. It's very good. One thing that I do... Okay, so remember how I've had this whole debate with people about Final Fantasy VII because I don't actually think that they have any active character growth, or they don't have much. And a lot of people are just like, look at Barrett, he has some. I'm just like, some? Like, is some good enough for you guys? I mean, okay. Like,
is some deciding to not blow up reactors anymore?
It's like, okay. It's like, all right. He's like, I don't want to destroy... like reactors because like it's bad for the environment. Oh, look, oil. That's like, okay. It's like, yeah, I guess in this situation it's the lesser evil. But anyways, I digress against that. But
he does come from a coal mining town.
That's true. That is true. So I don't actually know. Like, it's funny because it is killing the planet, but in terms of the externality of the planet, Mako energy is actually greener. Right?
It's just killing the soul of the planet.
Yeah. So if you're not superstitious, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah, which by Dirge Cerberus we do know will kill the planet faster, but only because Dirge Cerberus is like, all right, so we take Omega Weapon, and it eats the life stream, and then it flies away to a different planet to start over.
But
that only makes sense once you had Dirge Cerberus in there.
But
I just wanted.
Oh yeah, go for it. Go for it.
I just wanted to bring something up that's been being talked about in chat for a while, which chat's been kind of, and I think it's a topic of interest at the moment, is that they feel like with Vanille as a character, she came off more, I guess, younger than she should have for her personality. And what I wanted to do is I want to say this out loud since it's a topic of discussion in chat, as I can agree with a lot of you guys' feelings, because the problem with that is it's kind of like when you have an edgy character who's too edgy. If you have a hopeful character who's too hopeful and innocent and naive, it just comes off as like annoying. Like Aerith is a good example of a realistic, hopeful character, like someone who's a little silly and lighthearted, but still respects the gravity of situations when there's gravity in situations. I've only played Final Fantasy VIII once or twice, and with Selphie, for instance, as a contrast, she's more of like the chaotic, like, well, guess that happened, and to some people that can be fun, but then when you get to like someone like Vanille, where they just seem like they're constantly naive and asking questions, and they were from the distance past, so it makes sense, but I can understand where chat's coming from, because she did almost come off in a way that was so bizarrely younger mindset versus her cohorts and you know, other characters.
And there's definitely some of that where some of it definitely seems to be a coping mechanism early on. I would say where it's kind of or maybe less coping, but there is kind of like a shroud of it's not all actually her. Some of it is put on, but they do kind of forget that as the story goes on. And especially in things like combat where it doesn't come across very well. But yeah, it definitely, like, they had an idea with Vanille, but not a complete idea. And she's definitely, like, personality-wise, the flattest of the six. Unfortunately, it's kind of her and Fang. Like, they have the least dynamic of their personality traits, and that's mostly because when they do interact, it tends to be with each other. And very, very rarely are they interacting with the rest of the cast that's not just a retort. Vanille gets more with, like, Saz, and that's when you kind of get a bigger grasp on what her actual personality is like. The problem is that she doesn't stay that grounded, and she kind of just goes back to where she's kind of like this peppy, cheery, like, schoolgirl type that people are talking about in chat, which is very true. She is kind of fulfilling that archetype.
And it's also a front. Like, she's
that's
she's lying about her identity the whole time. I do think, however, I don't like doing this because I do think it's kind of, I don't think it's that productive to bring up tropes, but one of the reasons, not the only, but one of the reasons why she is the way she is and she sounds really off-putting is because she is a JRPG trope. Remember, this is a JRPG. This is made by Japan. They have character
Selphie,
yes,
Pinello, Riku,
like
Vanille.
They have characters that are like that, and I think 13. So okay, so look, to me, if you put Vanille in one of the older games, then you wouldn't have a problem. But in 13, a lot of the characters, because they're dealing with, you know, like, because they're written out to be very, very, very real. In fact, you know, Lightning actually isn't that real. She's actually very tropey too. But, you know, but they're sort of like on the opposite spectrum. It just makes her stand out, and the way that she was voice acted. So again, as much as it's not George's fault for making her sound that way, the voice is one of the reasons why she's like that. Like, you know, and again, it is a trope. Like, it's almost like when people say, why do people in Japan like man, Vaughn, like, I hate his design, like, he looks weird. Like, in Japan, Vaughn is popular as fuck because they like characters that look like that.
They like those box abs, my man.
They do.
They're all about those box abs.
They do. I'm just adding an out of the bubble comment here. I liked all the voices and Vanille too, but I'm also not a native English speaker, so I guess I'm less picky. I actually hated Hope, even in his character development and behavior makes total.
I agree, Banana.
Okay,
no,
so
and I think I feel like you're supposed to dislike it because they don't frame it as like a positive, as a positive part of his character,
mm-hmm.
and it's about him progressing past that point where he wants to, get past where he wants to stop killing Snow because he does blame him for his mom dying, which he does have a hand in. So it's not like it's completely unfelted.
Yeah, I saw a comment earlier. Sorry, I'm sorry. Go for it.
I mean, it was just going to be me rambling more, but go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, I did see a comment where they were just like, Hope is more mature than. I don't know if I read that right, but if anybody thought that Hope is more mature than Vanille, then I would disagree vehemently, because Hope is actually incredibly immature. Incredibly immature.
He's just a rich white kid from the suburbs, and then he gets thrown into a war zone and then kicked out of his country, and then now he has to survive. So of course he's going to put the blame on someone, which is Snow.
Mm-hmm.
He kind of always came off to me as the Vivi of the story.
No, he's
not in the same like growth type, but is more of just like he's just so naive and unaware of everything.
No, I feel like he's one of those like those edgy boys who are edgy because like of pain and stuff, but he's actually a moron,
Kind of sissy, if you ask me, in that regard.
But he is kind of. And here's it's funny. It's funny. I just found it funny too. Like the character that is not Australian has a boomerang. Anyways, sorry.
Also, I love that his boomerang shrinks as he puts it in his back pocket.
Yeah, so it's like it's like a Swiss Army knife.
Time to hydrate.
Into the pocket. Like, where's that magic? Like, it's like, where's the data log on that for the mass shifting magic that he's using for his giant 4-foot-long boomerang?
Oh, honey's late. Oh, it's okay. We're talking about Final Fantasy XIII, as you may already know. We're at the characters part, so you missed all the nitty-gritty battle stuff.
Yeah,
I don't like Hope. like I get it. It makes sense, but just because it makes sense doesn't mean it's good to be there.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think you're required to like Hope.
I think so when it comes to the characters, I don't really like Hope, but I don't dislike him any more than I do like the next person that I dislike in the story. I think that their character development, their character growth is pretty good. Okay, yeah, I remember now. I was making that point. The point I was making earlier was my whole thing about Final Fantasy VII is that a lot of their character growth is retroactive, meaning you don't see them actually changing their minds or actually growing or actually developing in some sort of way actively. You see it after, like, what you're seeing now, that's the character change. All of the change that happened was they show you their backstory, and that's retroactive. That's not active. Like as you're playing the game, the characters aren't necessarily changing by a lot. There's not a lot of that in Final Fantasy VII, which most notably the biggest growth in Final Fantasy VII is Cloud, right? It's the one you should care about the most. But with Final Fantasy XIII, it's sort of the opposite, right? Because if you think about it, some of the least interesting things about the characters are their past.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the least interesting thing about the characters are their past. What's interesting about them is what they're going through right now, and how they're tackling right now, and what they're doing, as how they are as characters every time something happens. That is something I think 13 does, like, fantastically.
Yeah.
I think they do that so good. Because the story is centered around a lot of those ideas. It's centered around, and one thing that they also did very good is that they didn't just make their stories about how they are interpreting the world. They also made their stories like their attitudes about how they tackle the world is manifested, is shown in how they treat or how they tackle each other. So that whole thing about like Hope, right? We were talking about Hope, and Hope is just like, oh my god, like, oh, I'm so angry at everything. Oh, I hate Snow. But at the same time, Snow's like carrying him along, and this is Snow. You're seeing both. Every time you see Hope's interaction with Snow, like how Hope treats Snow, tells you a little bit more about Snow and not just Hope. So when Snow's just like, "Hey man, don't worry about it. We'll do something. We got this." And then Hope is just there like, "Oh, I want to kill him. Oh, but I
remember
but I
the
can't."
last time you got this? My mom died.
Like, no, but it shows you that, oh, he wants to do things, but he can't do things. And then you see that Snow, on the other hand, is just plowing forward, right? And there's so many things that are like holding him back and all of those things. And but you see it in their interactions.
Mm-hmm.
You see that in their interactions. You see how somebody like Snow and Lightning don't mesh, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because, okay, I'm going to talk about this like in terms of temperament. I'm not talking about politics, okay? I'm talking about temperament, like psychological temperament, right? Yeah. Snow is a hyper-liberal, right? Snow is like a hyper-liberal. And Lightning is a hyper-conservative in terms of their personalities, in terms of their archetype. And
that's very insightful. I've never thought of it that way, but you know what? I can agree.
Yeah, that's what they are temperament-wise. You know, if they took a test, if they took the ocean,
yes,
you'll see that Snow is very high in the aspect of openness to ideas, and he's low in things like conscientiousness. You know that he's low in conscientiousness because what is his main thing? Heroes never have a plan. That's his shit. You know, so obviously he's hyper liberal with ideas. And then look at Lightning. Lightning gets pissed off at Saz because he doesn't want Saz around. Why? It's not like he doesn't want Saz around because she doesn't think that Saz is useful. She just thinks that if Saz is there, then her plans have to change.
Mm-hmm.
If anybody is with her, even Hope, if anybody is with her, her plans change, and she does not like it when her plans change. Like, she does not like that. That's a hyper conservative like feeling, right? She's also low in neuroticism, meaning when people have negative thoughts about her, she doesn't care. Like, she does not care. You know, so that's what I'm saying. She's not open to new ideas. She's not. She's very like, So she's sort of like a hyper. So again, when a hyper conservative and a hyper liberal, and you will find a lot of these archetypes in RPG parties, they meet, they actually act like those archetypes being in the same room. Which to me, like from a psychological aspect, like that's amazing. Like he's coming in, he's just like we're gonna save her, we're gonna do this, it's not over, blah blah, and literally what she does is she turns around and punches him in the face, and I'm just like, oh yes, that's exactly how that interaction is supposed to work. That's exactly how that is. You know, and Hope acts that way too. He's like, oh, I want to kill this guy, but I don't know if I can. I want to. He acts like a kid. And, you know, as annoying as he is, that's how kids who are immature will act. And it's almost like what I like about the story is that, yes, they're special. They're special in the sense that they're all l'Cie. But if you remove the fact that they're all l'Cie, there's actually nothing special about them. You know, they are all just people in that world, and the only thing that separates them from other people outside of the fact that they're l'Cie is that they've decided to do something about whatever their situation is. That's the only thing that's different about them. They're not particularly stronger than anybody else, but you know, you can argue backwards. You can be like, maybe that's the reason they are l'Cie, is like they were the ones who were branded l'Cie, is because they're the ones who are deciding to do something about stuff, right? Like, so like, you look at that story-wise, and you look at their interactions with one another, not only does it make sense, it also like keeps you invested into kind of what their individual narratives are supposed to be, and then you go with it. Final Fantasy XIII does that like extremely well. Like extremely, I can't tell you enough like how good they make that. Even though sometimes like Saz says shit like, you know, enemy of Cocoon, like too many times. Like you know, even though I find that annoying, he says that because when he says that, he's not just saying, oh, enemies of Cocoon for no reason. Like, he's saying that because he's painfully aware that that is their situation. And he's sort of dismayed about the fact that everybody acts like that's not the case.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And he's tied. Like, there's so many things about that. outside of the story, like outside of the world itself, but the characters themselves are really, really like the character interactions are really robust, like really, 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 really robust. Hey, Kuroi. But yeah, I don't know. Like, what did you guys think? Like, because I know that you said you guys like. I know that a lot of the contention was around Vanille and Hope. But what did you guys think of the other characters?
Well, thinking about it, like I did like the thought that you had where it's not that they're, whereas in 7 it's kind of their past that shows their character development, and here we're seeing their character development in sort of real time with the game. Mm-hmm. If you do think about it, like the 4 members from Cocoon, we have Lightning, Snow, Saz, and Hope. Their pasts are very, very droll, very, very normal. Mm-hmm. Like, Saz and Lightning were in the military. Snow was essentially just a bum. He's built like a shit brick house, so he makes money by doing odd jobs. But
no, he's a bohemian.
Oh, yeah. And Hope was just a kid. Mm-hmm. He was just a kid. And then on the contrasting side of the race, we have Feng and Vanille, who actually don't get a lot of character development. Mm-hmm. But they're also, because their past is sort of all wrapped with Cocoon and Ragnarok and all that. So it's kind of their past is kind of more interesting than their character development now, which is they really don't have any. They have goals, and they try to obtain those goals, but they really don't have any sort of substantial character development.
Oh, I want to add something there with the whole thing about Vanille and Fang, just before I forget. When it comes to characters like that, I still think that they're still kind of handled well because of the fact that, it's like, yeah, they don't really change. But it's not really that which is the important thing. It's sort of their interaction because of the fact that they're trying to not disclose what they are.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just kind of showing that they're different.
Oh, I'm not saying that I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying that, like that's I'm just saying to the crowd in general that doesn't necessarily make them bad characters, because that's not the only way to tell a story. Another way to tell a story is like if there's a character who goes through something or who witnessed something or whatever, and their whole arc is to just not let that shit slip out and to act, and they have to act in a world where they know a big secret that nobody else does, but they have to act like they don't know it. Like that's still pretty good storytelling.
Yeah.
But yeah. Oh, but again, continue. Sorry.
So, okay, where was my point?
Oh no, I fucked up and I fucked your point.
No,
up.
I think you also had a very good point, but it was no, it's lost. Someone else go. I'll come back to it.
No. I will not do that again. I will not.
Right. The best character in the game, who dies in the first 20 minutes, Hope's mom.
Oh yeah,
man.
Right. Let's bring it back to that. Let's bring it back to that.
Shit.
Oh,
she was so
and she
cool.
was hot.
She was so cool. Well,
I will give them this. The fact that Snow's group, his name is Nora and her name is Nora, like that one's a bit rough on me.
That's annoying. Yes.
I don't like that either.
Where it's like, I don't like that. Like you can get rid of that, and then it's pretty much fine. Like nothing really changes.
Unless Nora meant something.
It's like an acronym for nonsense. Like it's just some goofy name that Snow came up with.
Did they ever play? Did they ever play around with that? Like the fact that it's like, did Hope ever get like misunderstandings when he talks about Nora and he's just like my mom? No. Like okay,
let me
that's a missed opportunity.
Yeah.
No obligations, rules, or
there
authority.
You go. There it is. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's like, all right. Like they really had to stretch. Like they built it out of the acronym first.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like
that is bad.
Moms are tough.
Moms are tough.
Moms are tough.
I mean that was.
That's what I take out of FF13.
Yeah,
That's it.
Moms are tough.
I hate how she says it twice. I think it was so cool when she said it the first time. I think the second time when she saved Snow, it would have been far more effective. Like when you remember when she saved Snow and Snow's like looking up and she's like, "You?" and she's like, "Moms are tough." It would have been much better if Snow said it.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been
We
much
talked
better.
about this.
Yeah, it's like Snow just looked at her and goes, "Your moms are tough."
It happens in back-to-back cutscenes too, which only makes it that much worse. 'Cause she goes, "Moms are tough," and then 2 cutscenes later, "Moms are tough," and I'm like, "Yes, we've established this. Thank you."
Shall I give you despair?
And I will bring this up. This
Good the
isn't
first
going back
time.
to my old thought because it's still gone. It's entered the void and never coming back.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. But it's the worst thing
Hmm.
about Hope that really, really bothers me is not even in 13. It's in 13 too, and it's his stupid little tie that he has that's clipped down so it doesn't blow or anything. But it's this little tie that's like this big. I want to rip it off of his stupid outfit and burn it. I hate his stupid little tie. So anyone that has any sort of like problems with Hope, you're wrong. It's his stupid tie in 13 too.
That's not the worst outfit choice in the game, as brought up by Crane. Lebre has red shoes.
LeBro, yeah.
Bro.
He has red shoes, and it is very clashing.
Yeah, and it's not like
I mean-
boots. They're like, what are they? They're like this pseudo like ballet shoes or some shit. It's weird. Like it's just weird. It's straight. Like I know you're I know that look in your eyes. You're looking it up right now.
Yeah, I know, because I have the character page up in preparation for this. I've never really noticed her bright
That's a
ass red
passionate hate
shoes
for a
before,
tie.
and they're
atrocious, aren't they?
they're bad. They're really bad.
What
Hold on.
are
Like
those?
we're slowly getting away from the outfit designs in 10, but where like there's some wacky designs for NPCs in 10.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're wearing like thongs on shorts, and it's like it's all weird. Nothing is symmetrical.
Yeah, the thongs
All
on
of it's-
shorts thing everyone does see, and it is a little odd.
And then there's
I'm
the
all
one
for it,
character in 12 that has that outfit. I always forget her name, but it's Redis's like second in command or whoever she is.
Oh,
like,
yeah,
she
yeah.
has very much a Final Fantasy X outfit.
Yes,
But
she does.
like here, like Lightning feels very put together. Oh, well, it makes sense that Lightning and Saz felt very put together because they were in the military. But like all their outfits sort of make sense to me. But then there's still just like those little hints where it's just like there's still someone on the team that likes the weird outfit designs. And not just like the belts and zippers that Nomura loves, but it's like the weird shit from 10.
Mhm.
Like Bosch's outfit from 12, where he looks like he fell into a dumpster and that's his outfit. He came out and that's his outfit. So it's like, you know, there's, I don't know who it is, but there's someone there still doing things that bother me in outfits.
I know Bosch does look like he's the poster boy of the thrift store song.
Macklemore.
In my pocket. This is fucking awesome.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
This is Fonson Ronsenberg. But you know, it's funny too because LeBro, like I actually like her outfit. Like her top is actually kind of cool to me. Like I thought that I saw that I'm just like I've never seen that before. Her top, like that is kind of unique. Like I like that shit. I was like looking at her outfit going down. I was like, oh, you know, like it's cool. It shows a little personality, and then even her shorts, her little booty short things, and you know, all that. That's fine because you know, like in a lot of JRPGs, you have characters with booty shorts that have like zero ass, and so I guess that's fine. And you're like, you know, chopping board ass, and then you see like you go down, and then when I saw the shoes, I was like, ooh, I was like my emote, like the gasp, like I was like, the fuck are those? Like that was me.
What are those?
What? Yep.
You know one thing I appreciated that PlayStation 1 Final Fantasy games did that modern ones don't do?
Mm-hmm.
They didn't mind body dysmorphia. And what I mean by that is they didn't mind having a big hulking Barrett, you know, a Tifa who was femininely built, as you would say, you know, but contrasted with an Aerith and a Yuffie who were more smaller and petite. You know what I mean? Because even in the modern version of Tifa, they've made her a little bit more thick. And with Cloud, I've said it with Final Fantasy protagonists, it's nice when us little guys can have somebody who's a hero that's not 6'3" and weighs 300 pounds of muscle.
Yep.
So I think they got.
Sorry you feel that way, Ferren. All the way down there.
That's what I'm saying. Like I'm like that's what I'm saying. It made it popular for the little guy to be the big guy for once. They did that with Cloud and Squall, Zidane, even Tidus. Compared to Auron, look at Auron, dude. It's like Auron could just do his own thing. He's like, I don't need any of you people. I'm here to help you, not the other way around. You know what I mean? Like, so when you look at these characters that complement each other, even though they're odd. Like Quina, for instance. Look at Quina or Ketchi.
Yes.
Excuse me, I know with
Good job.
Excuse me, I'm trying now. Okay,
Good job.
It's an active effort.
Yes.
You got to really think about it.
Agreed. But that's what I'm saying. Like, and then they got super obsessed, and it was like with 12, I feel like that's where it happened. But 12 did it right because like Balthier, Bosch, the whole cast, Fran, everyone, they had this nice way of just like bouncing off of each other in a cool way like that. Like literally just like, hey, and they just did it without like seamlessly. Their cast had that way of being that way with each other seamlessly. But now it feels like they're trying too hard to be normal and modern, and everyone looks the way that they need to look. And it's like...
Which part of this is fantasy?
No, it's funny too because I felt that way with... I felt that progression with games like Kingdom Hearts, where in the first Kingdom Hearts, they're just like, oh man, they look all like eclectic and shit. And then by the end of it, they all look like they got like endorsements from fashion like boutiques and shit. And I was like, oh damn, okay, well, I mean, they look they do look kind of fly, but still, it's like there's like it used to be a thing where if I went out and dressed up as Cloud, then people would be like, the fuck are you wearing? But if I went today and I went somewhere and I was dressed up as Sora, people would be like, hey man, you look fucking cool. I'd be like, what? Like something must be wrong here.
And I mean, and I was just talking about the fashion in 10, and this is kind of like adjacent to that, but we really haven't had non-MMO related, like 11 and 14 aside, like we haven't had like a mainline entry that's kind of been like more colorful since 10. Like everything's trying to like been more sort of grounded and realistic, and we haven't really had like kind of out there fun designs. Like when was the last time we got a race like the Hypello? It's been like, I mean, if you discount 11 and 14, like 12 had a bit of that with like the Bon God. Like we had those again, but everything was just still like drab and like grays and browns. But we did have a lot of those like kind of like almost like 9-esque animal races. But yeah, like starting with 13,
like Kamari,
like but like 13, there's none of that.
Well, we talked about 10 though, how the characters are specifically colored because of their class. Remember? Yuna's wearing white because she's a white mage. Lulu is black because she's a black mage. Freaking what's her name? Was it Auron is a samurai, so he's red, and then Kimari is blue because he's a blue mage. It's like I actually think that's quite charming. I think that's really like on the nose.
It's less about the character outfits, but it's more about kind of like the world design.
Yeah. Well, I think that's just because of the industry itself. As the game engines improve, and we know this because of Unreal Engine 5 now too, right? Like before, like if you're trying to create a game in Unreal Engine 4 or Unreal or Unity, then it's almost like the cheaper option is to go sort of like cartoony. That's the cheapest option, right? However,
and we know Square doesn't like doing things cheap.
No, they don't.
Because they will make their own game engine every single time and suffer for it.
Exactly. But like what you're saying with with Unreal Engine 5 especially coming out, it's almost easier to create hyper realistic games as opposed to. So now like it's not going to even be a logistics problem now, creating hyper realistic games. Now, when people create cartoony games, that's actually an aesthetic choice as opposed to a logistical one. See, that's kind of the irony of it. And I think that what you see in things like 13, look, I understand why 13 doesn't have that much color. Like, I do understand why. Because the kind of story that they're trying to tell is not something that I think shouts it, that screams those kinds of colors. Like, and they already, and granted, I'm not necessarily sure why you brought this point up. Maybe we just disagree on this, but I think that 13's color schemes are actually like out there. Like you have,
they are, but I will
Like,
say
they're-
the opening it was kind of bland, but because Cocoon makes that a point for visual aesthetic.
Like, yeah, there it's kind of using it as like the world kind of like telling you what's going on. It does kind of have the issue where each zone is all just primarily one color. Like the first stage is all very sort of like apple colored.
Yeah, it was
And
very
then we
weird.
get to the ice area, which is all ice. We get to Sunlit Waterscape, it's all green. Like they tend to do that until like the very end, where there's like kind of like Tron neon lights going on when you get to like Orphan's Cradle and stuff like that. But it's like primarily like each chapter is like, you know, we have the junkyard, it's all gray. We have like the fighting sort of like container thing that they train in, it's all brown and like gunmetal gray. So it's like, so it's,
Yeah, it just comes off as bland.
yeah, it comes off as bland. And even for where it is like telling the world of the story, unfortunately, it's just the same on Grand Pulse, just a different color. So whereas we have like whites and grays and metals and brown, like all those colors, then we just get to Grand Pulse and it's like, well, this one's all brown, this one's all green, this one's all this color. So it's unfortunate that it's like each chapter, each area has such a limited color palette. with few exceptions.
well, I mean, I don't think that I mean, like I said, I know that for you guys, you do like that. I guess that's one point that I don't have too much of an opinion on, because I do think that the unless you're looking at it from like a comparative like lens where you're going, oh well, the colors of this game compared to another game, you know, is like, then maybe I can see your point. But then for the game in and of itself, I actually think that, like I said, even for character colors, I think their character colors are wild.
Yeah.
Like I don't
necessarily think it's a flaw. It's just more of a trend that I've noticed, and I'd like to see kind of like a more colorful sort of take on a world, like from 10 or from 9.
I don't like your plan.
Where
It
instead
sucks.
it's like, you know, I hated that the character, like the color that they went with in 15, it was just black.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Oh my
everyone wears
God,
black.
yeah.
The city is black. The overworld that you don't do anything in, it's nice.
If
But
they
then
went thematically what they did with Versus 13, it would have been great.
Yeah, like where they had like a black and white type of thing, and we have like Lunafreya who's all white, and like 15 didn't wow me until we got to Not Venice, because when we got to Not Venice, it's like, cool, okay, this is what I've been wanting from this gen type of game right here. This is what I want to see. Well, unfortunately, it's usually just kind of like traditional fields, mountains, type desert type of things, and then we have City of Black. And it's just like that's not interesting to me. I wanted to see more of Not Venice.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is our technology right now. Let's see more of that.
Well, I also think that, okay, I don't know if this makes sense to any of you. People in chat tell me like if this makes sense to you, because I really want to know, because I want to know if I have something wrong with me. But when I see colors in games, I always compare them to the music of the game. So the fact that, you know, Final Fantasy 15 had a lot of blacks, and it was a lot of dull colors, and, you know, a lot of monochromatic colors, you know, I was okay with it since its main theme was I was like, okay, like it's supposed to be somber, if that makes sense. Like, hold on, let me change this. Let me change Sue's outfit for there we go. I don't know why that one's not working. But yeah, but like listen to this game. Like, okay. Listen to I'm gonna pick a song here. Let me see. What was it? Not the Night Sky. Not that one.
Not that one.
Well, what's the name of the fight song again? Flash of
in 13.
In 13.
Blinded by Light.
Blinded by Light. Okay, I need to look for that. Okay, this.
You named the one song I know
that you knew,
Bro.
bro. That's the reason why I asked, because I know that I would get an answer.
Because it's along with the Sunlit Waterscape theme, which I don't remember the name of. But that's like that and Blinded by Light are like my favorite themes. From
See this?
13.
You have music like this, right? Like, I don't know. Like, I hear this kind of music. You have songs like this. See, even this song that's supposed to be sad has a lot of brights. Like, it has a lot of brights in it. So, I don't know. Like, I listen to this. Sorry, but I listen to this and I think their colors, like the colors in the game, fits. So I don't know again if everybody is like me, but that's how I am. I listen to music and then I'm like, I look at colors and I listen to the music and I'm just like, I can see the colors, like in the.
I can understand that.
It's either that I have synesthesia or something. I don't know.
Admittedly, though, it doesn't work for 15 because all I had playing on 15 was Calling for Rain on eternal repeat for my entire playthrough of Final Fantasy 15.
Really?
Yeah. But yeah, it's less like I think it's very appropriate and like it was purposeful in how they did it. And it's more of just a personal choice because this is even the case with 16, where everything's kind of like, I don't want to say grim and dark because that feels like hashtag words, and it's not. But I mean, it is kind of going for a more like grounded, sort of like dirty, realistic feel for Final Fantasy 16. But I would love to see another sort of kind of like bright game like 10 again.
My God, yes.
Like,
yeah,
so that's
beautiful.
something I've been wanting since probably
10.
Definitely since I want to say since seeing 15, so around first versus 13. Because I was really put off by just everything's black. The car.
When you think about it, that's 20 years ago that game impressed you with that thought in your head. 20 years ago.
And again, excluding 11 and 14, because 14's just, it's not fair. It gets, we're getting like Thavnair and Radzatan, and that's like that. I've been wanting to go to those places for years in 14.
No, it's fun. 14's like 14 is. Okay. I wanted to make a judgment, but you're right. It isn't fair. But I will say this anyways, just because it's how I feel in my heart. Final Fantasy 14 is like one of the most colorful games I've ever played. It's so color. Even when we got to the world of light, when we got to the first, I thought it's just like, I thought things are gonna be kind of dull or whatever. Like, it's so funny how they were able to create quote unquote a dull world where everything is light.
Dude, I've sold 2.5 copies of Final Fantasy 14 by flying around in the Raktika Great Woods. I have done that. Like that's like just like, you know, it's the places that we get to. I am deep in the cult of 14. Here, let me a brief sidebar. Let me go look at my my Steam library here real quick. So I have.
He has every class. He has every class to 80.
Well, first off, my main is everything's at 80. Crafters, gatherers, they're all at 80. But my playtime in 14 is 10,454.9 hours in 14. So, and there's a lot of idling in there as well. But that's what Steam says is my in-game time for 14. So, like, there is no cult I need to join. I am there.
There is not. No, not at all. No,
and did you know there is a free trial version of 14 that includes the first expansion, Heavensward?
What?
It takes everything to level 60.
Wait, are you talking about the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV?
I am talking about the critically acclaimed MMORPG from Square Enix, Final Fantasy XIV.
Oh my god. That sounds absolutely fucking amazing. Hey, I have a big question. In Final Fantasy XIV, Can I kill Chaos?
Can you?
Yeah.
You can, in fact, kill Chaos.
Multiple times if you want.
Bruh,
That's
I'm
not-
in.
That's not even a joke. He's a boss.
And we can kill him.
We can kill Chaos.
Yes.
While still being dressed as fucking what's his name from the gas station up the street. I almost said Clive, but no, that's the protagonist in 16.
That kind of makes me sad though. No offense, but that does make me sad. I'm just like, we have Cloud and Tidus and Lightning and Noctis and Terra, and now we have Clive.
Clive. I'm not a fan.
Clive is such a Bart's kind of name, you know what I mean?
Dude, Bart's is a better name. Bart's is
But
like
Clive is such a Bart's name.
No, dude, you're
Let's just be
insulting.
real
You're
here.
insulting Bart's, dude. I don't know anyone named Bart's, bro. Like,
I think it's
right.
I know 3 guys named Clive, and I live
Wait,
nowhere.
can I-
And I live nowhere near a place where people wouldn't be named Clive.
Can I take a pause real quick at Elvina? An edgelord is basically any badass character in a video game that's like the guy that you think would save the world single-handedly, like Solid Snake or Vincent Valentine.
Yeah, Vincent's a big one.
or Berserker, dude. Or Mugen from Samurai Champloo is like, I'll take all you bitches
here we go,
on.
here we
Like
go.
that guy.
Basically anyone
edgelord
who Ferren
guy.
would voice act as.
Anyone who's an arrogant prick, basically, or the Mr. Silent type guy is like the edgelord guy. And the edgelord guy usually has 2 things. He's either the big buff guy with a bunch of black clothing and dark stuff, or he's like the scrawny guy but has like an arrogant attitude, like, yeah, I'll kick your ass if I need to. Like that guy. Those are edgelord people.
Oh yes, yes.
So
I did like that we actually harassed Haraxmant out of the stream there for a little bit by our commercial for Final Fantasy XIV.
I know.
it's okay. Yeah, I had to kind of turn my brain off there for a second too. I'm like, they're talking about lore. Shut up.
It was like mid podcast. I don't know where the screen shifted, and it's like Final Fantasy XIV.
Final Fantasy XIV. I have to leave
now. Did you say
dude.
Final Fantasy XIV?
I have to mute them sometimes lovingly. You know what I mean? Just like there was one time I was in our guild chat and we were all chilling and they were like, you know what really gets me going about this scene? And I'm like, oh Jesus. And I'm like, I like muted them for like an hour, come back. And they're like, yeah, and another thing about that scene. I'm like, oh Jesus. And then I mute them for like an hour again and then come back. And I'm like, you guys want to raid or something? I haven't heard from you in a bit.
Oh yeah.
No, we're talking about the lore, bro.
Oh my God, I'm trying to catch up.
Yeah.
Good God, it's great. Meanwhile, if you haven't played FF14, anyone in the audience, there is a free trial. Check it out. Give it a shot. I promise you may like it more than you want.
All right. Okay, go. Let's go back. Let's go back to Final Fantasy 13 because we're about to sort of like.
We're about the FF14, yeah.
Let's -1 and go back to 13. So with this, I don't know. Like I do think I feel like the only character to me that sort of felt I felt a little disconnected with was Fang because of the fact that she didn't join in that whole like ensemble of going in and out of each other's POVs and all of that. And I do mean it. Like it made her feel a little foreign because of it. So
Yeah,
I don't know if you felt that way.
Not really on purpose. Like it definitely like she feels definitely taken out. Like Vanille doesn't have that because she's introduced earlier on. She's having interactions with people, whereas Fang, aside from like the one time she gets she looks at Lightning's tits, it's like she's really just interacting with Vanille.
Yes.
So it's kind of like we really don't get much on Fang aside from she cares about Vanille and she wanted to look at Lightning's tits.
I mean, I don't blame her.
It's fine. That's absolutely totally copacetic.
So
I didn't make it to that part of the game, but now I'm starting to get interested. Let me tell you.
Like, wait,
Everyone, basically, everyone's like, "Wait, where's this part of the game at?"
I know.
Wait,
Everyone just woke up. They're like,
that on?
Go on.
I love.
"Wait, what? What's
I love
going
how Haraxmant literally popped up like a fucking meerkat, like when he like listening to Danger or some shit. He's just like this, and then he was just like, where? And he's just like thinking, Did all of a sudden he's like, did I do all my achievements for Final Fantasy 13? No, I did not.
Mayhaps mention breasts.
I know, because Haraxmant was watching the game with me, and I swear, like, Haraxmant, I'm sorry, I'm totally gonna out you, but I swear he was like thinking,
Time to hydrate.
I'm gonna play this game, right? And then he saw Nora, and he's like, oh, I'm really gonna play this game. And then she dies, and he's like, I guess I don't need to play this game.
No. I remembered Nora. I remembered that from my playthrough as an early teenager, but it was just like, oh, this game again.
But
I do have to do it. I'll get it done.
yeah, I mean,
You know-
are the achievements on 13 difficult?
No, just long, and mostly
Yeah.
because of the
Tedious.
equipment. The equipment
tedious.
and weapon grinds and completing all the Seath missions with 5 stars, I believe.
Disgustingly tedious.
I think it doesn't sound too bad because there was an achievement in 2 other Final Fantasies where they want me to kill 10,000 enemies each,
Oh,
which is just stupid.
I don't remember those. Which ones were that?
That was Final Fantasy IX and Final Fantasy VIII. They both want you to do that on Steam. Which
I
is
think
dumb
I
because
remember those doing
you don't actually get anything in game for doing those things, so they don't make sense as achievements.
mm-hmm.
They're just I can't even get into it again. I can't get into achievement versus challenge again. Yeah, no, it's just stupid. It's not actually a part of the game in any way, except they're like, yeah, get that done.
Well, I think overall, like I said, despite the fact that I gave it a Cocoon score of 5, I think if you tighten up a few concepts in it that were, I mean, admittedly, like, very detrimental, you could have come up with, like, a fucking amazing ass game.
Word.
You could have come up with a fucking amazing ass. See, and I don't
I
feel
was
this way.
really-
I don't feel this way about 10, because 10 is an amazing game. But I feel like if you made small little changes to 10, it won't do anything. Does that make sense?
Right.
Like, you're not gonna get. It's not gonna. There's not much to grow from 10. But I feel like with 13, if you make certain adjustments, then the game is all of a sudden like one of the best Final Fantasies.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's kind of like where I'm getting at with my scoring system with it too. Yeah.
Personally, I think for Final Fantasy 13, I can concur with that because I remember I sat there when Final Fantasy 13 trailers were coming out. I used to rewatch them like thousands and thousands of times over and over again just to find the littlest thing I might have not catched, or just to enjoy the fact of how excited I was about the game because. I'll openly admit because we had this discussion on our last podcast, but I was like, this is such a badass and mysterious female character, like very like almost Lara Croft, like a new age Lara Croft. I was just so hyped. I was like, this is so mysterious and cool and futuristic, but not like FF7, FF8 modern futuristic or 10, but just genuine sci-fi futuristic. But like genuine sci-fi films on the Sci-Fi Channel, like you would expect, just felt very generically sci-fi. Like, oh, you're just another B film, sci-fi film. That's kind of like how I felt story-wise by the end of FF13. I just got very like the ending felt very good. Like, ooh, this feels good. Like everyone's happy, cool ending. But it just, the whole story along the way, I'm like, what?
Okay,
I don't know, the
spoilers. Luke, because I remember this I think I might remember this differently. How did it end? As in, because I remember them looking out. They're in Pulse, and they're looking out. How did that end? Like, is that it?
Pretty much.
Yes.
Yeah. So it ends with
fades
they
off
land
into
on-
the sunset.
Yeah, they Fang and Vanille form the crystal tower that saves Cocoon. Everyone else kind of goes on to Pulse, and just kind of, because they all evacuated, they're on Pulse, and they sort of acknowledge the events of the finale and kind of go on from there. And then 13.2 completely in-universe retcons that to where, like, Lightning died in the final encounter, so that she could be taken out of universe to become I forgot the god's name.
Etro.
Etro, but to essentially become Etro's sort of champion. And because of that, she starts fading from the memories of other people. Like, no one else remembers her except for the core group, and they're just like, yeah, well, we remember her, but she, like, disappeared. And then it was retcon that them turning back into people from Seath was just Etro going, you're not Seath anymore. And it's like, and I never liked that concept. Where it was actual, like, in-universe cosmic retcon. And while I do like the game as a whole, it does, like, take away from the ending of 13, where it's just like, yeah, no, they just man through it. They just force themselves out of being Seath because they're badasses. No, God said, you know what, Bartandalus and Orphan, fuck them. So it's just like, this whole Cocoon thing, fuck it, we're starting over. And so undoes their transformations into Seath, and then they go do the final battle and they win.
Because I don't know how that fits in its narrative, right? So I mean, remember how we talked about, again, like, ad nauseum already, like with Final Fantasy VII, like, what are the things that, the encounter with Cloud and Sephiroth is very, very important. That's the reason why in the end I thought that was so smart. Like, you beat Safer Sephiroth, and then you have this one moment where Cloud comes in and he fights Sephiroth shirtless, right? Because there's no better way to show Sephiroth more Chad than him shirtless. And I mean that. I'm absolutely serious about that. Like, I am. And it's like, and Sephiroth's just like, come beat me now, and Cloud's like, and then Omnislash, right?
Shirtless. Final form.
Final form.
But then,
Fabio.
But I think that ending is very, like, it makes the whole story of Cloud good, right? Because in the end, it's just like Cloud solves this problem, the whole adequacy problem versus the most adequate person, right? So it's like a David versus Goliath sort of situation, right? It's like it's literally like a little ember versus the ocean of water, right? And he manages to win. That's how they sort of end it. That's the last fight, even if it's not really a fight, it's just a ceremony. But for Final Fantasy and for Final Fantasy 13, the thing that confused me the most about Final Fantasy 13 was what I did not really like. I in many ways I understood what I could intimate what the theme was, but I don't know how the themes played out. So, Luke, I'm going to ask you this as somebody who's played the game and remembers the story for the most part. To me, it seemed like the theme of the game revolved around this idea of you not being able to defy like the fate that was set upon you by some god, right? And Lightning going to kill them, which I like that idea very much because, like I said, she is a hyper-conservative character who, lives very well within the confines of, temperament-wise, personality-wise, conservatives are very, like, you give them order and structure and they live very well in it, which is what what Lightning is. She's in control all the time. She's a soldier. She works in the government. She's like, a lot of these things work out fine, right? Like it fits her to a T. But then the moment this god like pretty much dooms her sister, then all of a sudden she's just like, oh my god, fuck all of this, which is great because it means that there is something more important than her own personality, right? So she breaks personality because it's so important. And to me, what that signifies, like narratively, is the story is about her, even something as almost predetermined like her temperament, her defying those things. She's defying fate. She's defying her destiny. She's defying her focus. It seems that's what it is. Was that issue resolved, or like how did they go about that? Am I wrong? Am I wrong to say that is sort of like at least Lightning's theme?
I feel that like it's a big theme of the game, and especially of Lightning, because if, say, none of this happened, she would have risen up in the ranks of the military, and probably that would have been it, because she's competent. But yeah, and like them defying fate, I think is really shown in the original version of them transforming out of the Seath forms. Like they are defying the rules and the fate of even their gods at this point. Like they're just like, no, fuck you. You have deigned that we have to do this thing. We say no, we're gonna kill you. Because fuck you, that's why. But in doing that, it's kind of undermined because their focus was to destroy Cocoon. Which they do end up doing, technically, in kind of like as it's written on the contract. Do they destroy Cocoon? Yes. Do they save it for the most part immediately after, so that most of the people survive? Yes. Which is kind of shown off by Fang and Vanille fulfilling their focus, becoming Ragnarok, destroying Cocoon, and then they immediately save it. So so I feel like that is the predetermined, like the determinant theme of the story, but it is undermined by its ending, and especially undermined by the sequels, to where, okay, you defied your fate, but that's because I let you do that from Etro, because I need you for more useful things, so I'm going to pluck you out of time, put you here, and now you're going to do what I tell you to do, or I turn you into crystal. So you're going to constantly, she's stuck in the Lassie loop of she's fulfilling her focus, but then she just turns to a crystal when she's done. So while it's there, and it's there on a character level, it's not there on kind of a storytelling level, because the ending and especially the sequels undermine that theme.
Okay, that's interesting. I mean, I guess it does follow that theme, right? Like, because it's like, oh, okay, no, I think, all right, I think that is the theme, is sort of defying fate, right? It's sort of creating a different avenue. Because, oh, okay, so because if Lightning fulfills her focus, then Fang and Vanille fail theirs, right?
Yes.
And if Fang and Vanille fulfills their focus, then Lightning and her gang fails theirs.
Yeah.
So they essentially created sort of this third path, which is we are creating a path that is neither nor the perfect completion, but at the same time, completion of the focus of their overall focus.
If you want to oversimplify that, wouldn't that just ultimately end with either one of them killing each other, and then their third decision is they just decide not to kill each other? If I'm wrong, correct me. I'm just saying this just out loud. I'm not putting any type of thought behind it.
They did have clashing foci, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it involves killing each other. Because all that remains to do, if neither want to fulfill their focus, then they just get turned into Seath, which does happen.
Which again would also mean that if they don't fulfill their focus, then the Fall Sea will just have other people fulfill that focus for them.
Yeah. Which is what that is a conclusion they come to. So that's why they're like, all right, so we're going to put an end to this cycle of the Fall Sea doing whatever they want because it amuses them. Mm-hmm. And we're going to go kill gods in traditional JRPG fashion. Let's go kill gods.
They wanted to kill gods that were tired of using them as pawns in a chess game.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Got it.
And yeah, like I was saying, well, and this is kind of shown off with Sid Reigns as well, where he's like, all right, so I am kind of the victim of these gods. I am their chess piece on the board. So instead of, doing what they're telling me to do, I'm going to defy my fate by doing things my way, which is kind of accomplishing things too early. And then there's also that weird thing where he can partially, like, Seathicize himself to gain, like, super strength or whatever, and fire energy beams from his eyes or something. I don't know.
Okay.
No, he doesn't do that, but he does, like, partially, like, start to turn into a Seath, and he gets his transformation, and everyone's really confused, and it's never really explained how he can do that or why. But yeah, he like, maybe a refresher playthrough would help me understand Sid Reigns more, but he's kind of this very odd character that feels a little bit underwritten. And we've never even talked about Yag Rosh and how he's kind of like this character who's in there in the entire time and, like, trying to do good by the government by being kind of like a military dickhead. And then by the end, the theme is more better with him, where it's like, all right, he understands what's going on. He's not a lessee, but he's going to defy his fate by letting the main party continue on with theirs. So it's more realized with Rosh.
Mm-hmm.
I feel where it's like, okay, that's a clearer showing of the theme of defying fate, where it's like, all right, I'm not just going to be this military dickhead anymore. I see something that they have to do that only they can do, but they're going to get stopped unless I do this, which means blowing himself up. But he got there.
So each of the characters, they all have their own. Okay, because basically their whole thing is to defy fate, right? Because all of them are sort of, well, everyone's a slave to fate, but they all have a pertinent reason to why they need that to happen, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Because Sans is doing it because his kid
turned into crystal
to a crystal.
Lightning and Snow are doing it to save Sarah.
Uh-huh.
Vanille and Fang are doing it to save each other. Hope is the weird kind of like outlier, where he's originally in it for a more personal cause, where he's like, I want to kill Snow. But then it turns into more of a journey about him sort of growing up a little bit. So instead of being directly connived, go ahead.
I think his makes sense because
it doesn't make sense. I'm just saying it's a little bit less direct than all the other characters.
Oh, I actually think his is kind of direct. Oh, actually, no, it does. I guess it's not self-intuitive, right? But I think I do think that. Because remember, her whole Hope's whole problem is that he lost. Like, everybody is about to lose family, and he lost his, but then in the process he gained one.
Mm-hmm.
Right? In the process he gained Lightning in the group, and that is quote unquote his new family. I know it might sound corny, but that is sort of his new family, and now he's the reason why he
just kind of ditches his dad.
Yeah.
Like, his dad's still there and fine. Nothing bad happened to him. He died of something off screen between games or something or other. But,
well,
they did that with a lot of characters between 13 and 13 too. Characters are just gone or dead or just never show up because of reasons. That's only explained in, like, Japanese only light novels or some shit. So it's like, that's also not great.
Yeah, but
we got Chocobo Kalina.
But for Hope though, like I think him joining the party is him like sticking with his newfound family and sort of honoring his old family, which is his mom, right? Because remember, I think that's the reason why Nora is so cool, and is because of the fact that, you know, when all those things began, you know, when they were all given the choice to fight or not, she was just like, well, I'm going to fight. And I think that should leave that kind of impression on him, which is, okay, now I accepted my mother's death, now I'm going to like accept her life now, you know, like how she lived is now how I'm going to accept like this life that she sort of bought me, like this time that she bought me, right? So Hope's story actually makes, like, more than just it makes sense. Like, I think it's actually done quite well. I don't know if they were. I don't know if they're.
Time to hydrate.
I don't know if they're explicit about that, but.
Yeah, no, his is more. Whereas the rest of the cast are kind of determined by their focus. Hope is more kind of on a more traditional sort of like hero's journey. Oh, we got it. Hang on, I got.
I've been dodging it, but there's like water, so I had to steal somebody else's water.
Hey,
Oh, hey, Ferren. How you doing, bud?
Sorry, my cat came up and meowed aggressively, so I'm giving him his duly attention as he deserves.
I'm just, casually.
It's my Ferren tax of the household. He's like, I live here. It's like, I live here. You must pet me and love me. And I'm like, all right, fine.
Does that mean the Harax tax is me going to the bathroom 4 times every podcast?
Yeah.
Everyone's got a tax, man.
Yeah. Haraxmant.
Yeah.
Look at this guy. Come here.
My tax isn't actually on this stream. It's on another stream that I'm on, usually. It's where I talk about Mega Man X Command Mission. That's where my tax takes place.
That's not. I don't think that one's a tax. I think that one's like. I think that's like a whole levy system for you. But yes,
Crane.
Yes.
But what about that UI?
What about that UI?
Of course, I try to save the best for last.
Of course.
I mean, we're only 4 hours and 38 minutes in, so of course it's time to talk about UI, bro.
Oh, you know
we are the UI gang. That's what that shit is.
Squad up?
Yep. You can call me the UI guy.
Hell yeah.
Yep. So anyways, about that UI, that pause screen is pretty as fuck.
Oh my god.
That's a pretty as fuck.
He paused the game so much, but then like we just started talking on a pause screen about the pause screen.
Oh.
Because it was that gorgeous.
It's slick.
It slides in, slides back out so seamlessly without like stopping the game.
How do you guys feel about the main menu with the characters being hyper enlarged? Because a normal Final Fantasy trope is small character picture, names, stats, but then in Final Fantasy XIII they're like, let's blow up their images to take up most of the screen.
I didn't think about it, but it's something I'm okay with. I think I'm kind of in the camp that the UI for 13 is pretty good. For just sort of the main menu sort of things. And of course the Cranestorm, while lacking in kind of anything, it is pretty to look at. But yeah, it's the UI for Final Fantasy games is usually pretty consistently good. So I don't think I'll freak out as much as the 10 one, because the 10 one we had like the HD upgrade with the 10 and 10-2 collection. So it's like, oh, and there was all this sort of like thematic coloring from like the purple to yellow and all of that, and how it was all kind of part of the menu. And I'm still talking about 10's UI because it's so good. And whereas 13's is more, it's pretty and functional, and it does what it needs to do, but it doesn't have any sort of like that color theming to it, where it's kind of monochrome in the same way that like the stages are, where it's like it works. It's got its silver thing going on. I think it was silver.
I don't like it, to be honest.
All right.
Well,
Go
on the
ahead.
subject of the character portraits in the background that move and then freeze, I thought it was a really cool idea, but as Crane had pointed out, some of them freeze on really bad moments.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Like they're like, oh yeah, here's a clip of him, sure. Here's a clip of them. And
Oh,
they didn't
that's
really look at what they did.
Oh yeah. No, they made Saws look ugly, and that one like, you could have picked any others. You could have picked any other scene, and at least if you were gonna pause it and you were intentionally gonna pause it right there, at least pause it, and then like HD it up. You know what I mean? Like increase the definition. Don't make it some blurry crap. However, that idea in and of itself is pretty fucking sweet. Like, I saw that, like, when we moved to the status, because obviously, when I was playing the game and I got access to the menu, I was like, okay, let's look at this shit and see what this looks like. You go through it, you look at it, it's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. I think the problem that I have with the UI is mostly in battle. I think the UI outside of battle is really pretty. And when I mean it's really pretty, I mean like I actually prefer it to 10. Like I think it's really fucking pretty.
Okay, now I think you're going too far, but okay.
No, I know. I actually think it's better than. I think that 10's UI in general, like when I mean its UI for everything, is better. But I think that 12. I think that 13's like menu UI.
Main menu?
The main menu UI, like the status, like when you press start or triangle or whatever, like that UI is like super sick.
I can give you that. Yeah.
It's super duper sick. It's so cool. Like it's like, because that's the one thing that Final Fantasy X's UI is really great and it's super duper functional. But for Final Fantasy 13, it's great, it's functional, but it's also super stylish. And for me, I give that points. I give those points. Yeah.
This was more on the technical side of things because this was their big jump into HD.
Mm-hmm.
And I was at the time still dealing with non-HD television.
Mm-hmm.
So for a lot of that at the beginning, text was almost unreadable. When this thing first came out.
I can agree because I still had a 2-box TV I was playing off of when I played that game, and it looked like like shit to put it.
Well,
just
like,
put it bluntly.
Like now it looks absolutely gorgeous because everyone's got HD TVs and everything. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But at the time when my personal tech wasn't up to snuff, yeah, it wasn't great.
Well, that sounds like a you thing. I'm just kidding.
Oh, it's very much a me thing. I actually have a very funny Kingdom Hearts story that's very brief. But so my TV was, again, a CRT TV and old. So at the very beginning of the first Kingdom Hearts, where you go into the secret area on the
I play
island,
the leading lady.
and Ansem
else?
talks to you. He gives this as his opening spiel about darkness. My TV was too dark, so I did not actually see his cloaked form in the cave. I literally just saw a wall of darkness talking to me, and I thought that was way more intimidating than some dude in a potato sack saying something darkness.
The world
darkness.
has been connected, tied to the darkness.
Please.
All of that. So I just had this void of darkness talking to me, and I thought that was way creepier. And then
I need to remind Crane of something he disliked during the UI of the menu. The equip menu. Tried to scroll down to the weapon selection instead of clicking equip first because it looks like it's a part of the scrolling.
Oh yeah. I had a problem with it. Okay, so Okay, so yes, thank you for bringing that up. When I was playing, I was just like, oh, look at this equip menu. This is great. I hate it because it's like you had the finger, right? And when you go down, it just brings you back up. But the way that the UI looks, it looks as if it should go like straight down to the options. Because I'm not a big fan of that. If you're gonna give me the choice where it's like equip, optimize, remove or something, and you click equip, it should bring me to another page. Because if I have to click this to get to this part of the screen, then that's annoying. Like I think that's annoying in general. Does that make sense? Like it just feels so bad. Like think of Final Fantasy XIV. Like we play Final Fantasy XIV. Imagine if Final Fantasy XIV's UI was like that. That would be annoying as all shit, right? where everything that you can click. That's why I think Final Fantasy XIV has a better UI than WoW. Sorry, WoW, but it's because
think WoW players would also agree.
They have
to download add-ons to make WoW playable.
Make WoW playable, exactly. And sorry, WoW, but the customizing our UI is actually just in-game. We don't have to download a plugin for that or an add-on. But anyway, sorry, not shitting on WoW. But the point is, like, in Final Fantasy XIV, when you bring up a screen, when you bring up a screen in your UI, everything that is clickable is clickable. Like everything that you can trace, you can trace. It's not like this. I hate this design in general. This might be a Crane thing, but if you give me a UI and then I open a screen and it says equip, and then you have the weapon and all of this just laid out, right? And I have to click this box to get to all the other boxes, that annoys the shit out of me.
Mm-hmm.
Because when I press down, my brain is immediately telling me press down to go to the other boxes, but that doesn't happen. So I thought that was incredibly fucking annoying. Another thing I did not like about... There were some things that I didn't like about the UI. So the thing is, I put style points really high. Like, I put style points very, very high. Why? Because when I started learning about UI, I realized that games with good UI that can balance function and style, it changes your experience. I mean, I know this might be too grand of an example, but if you look at Persona 5, then I rest my case. You know, a lot of the choices that Persona 5 makes are not functional choices. They're all stylistic choices, and the game is better because of it. The game style
alone has sold probably hundreds of thousands of copies of that game.
Exactly, because if without the UI being so dynamic, and it even breaks those rules. Too bad Bear Boy isn't here, but if you look at, there are rules, particular rules when it comes to... I hate games like Disgaea because of rules like this, right? You look at UI, and I forgot what the technical term is, but let's say there's a word here, and then there's a word here, and then they're off, they're not aligned, they're off, then that bugs the fuck out of me, right? And another thing is when the words, let's say all of them are under this line, but then one of the words are under it or over it, then that's bad too. But if you notice in Persona 5, they do that intentionally. Why? Because the style of the UI is supposed to be like those hostage ransom notes. Mm-hmm. Where it's cutouts from magazine or different things to make words. That's the style, and it's one of those things where it actually suffers in function, but it works in style, and the way that it works in style, it actually benefits more than the loss in function. So I think that's where me saying that the UI in Final Fantasy 13, that's why I give it points. Because in 10, everything's just good. But nothing's great. Nothing pushes the boundaries of style or anything. And 13, I think, to me, that's the first time that Square Enix, I think, at least in a mainline Final Fantasy game, we're experimenting using style in UI. I think that Final Fantasy 13 is the first time that they were being very stylistic, with UI. Where it has animations, and even this thing, look, I don't know if you remember this. To me, it's so seamless that you might not have. But the cursor button, which I love because I think it's a perfect choice to have the wind up finger, the wind up cursor. The finger hand, the hand thing, because that's very classic Final Fantasy. And then in Final Fantasy 13, everything is very futuristic and metal, and then you have that thing as a cursor. However, whenever you click something, it does this cool ripple effect. On the there's a ripple effect. It goes cling.
Yeah. On the outside, it goes ding. It has a little glow effect as
no,
you click it.
No. It literally looks like the whole screen was like water, and then you dripped, like a drop falls on that part where the cursor clicks, and it goes. It's so fucking cool. It's so fucking cool. If we made a game, I want that shit. It's so slick. It's so slick, man. It's so slick. I don't care if the game is gonna be bigger by like a few hundred like megabytes. Like I don't give a fuck. Like that shit is so slick. And it's cool too because of that. I think because it has elements like that, you never get lost. You never lose your cursor because of that. Which is always a good choice. That's the whole reason why they put animations on the cursors, is so that you will never lose you'll not look at the screen and be like, where is it? Okay, so I mentioned that. I'm going to mention that the area that I think that the UI suffers. What is it called? Oh, actually, let me backtrack a little bit.
This would be a good time for us to also get some visuals too up if we can, just some battling going on in the background.
Sure. Send me a video and I'll play it while we talk.
Okay. This is what I got. There's a guy talking here and there in it.
But I'm gonna mute it.
Just watching it.
I'm gonna mute it.
Yeah, just mute it and have it on in the background. It'll go to him talking on his camera every once in a while, and then them just having random battle. It's like an hour-long video.
Okay, so this dude is literally getting like... Oh.
He's just going balls deep into the battle system, basically.
Alright,
You don't have to have him in it. You can just make it so it's just fighting.
Okay, so yeah.
Whatever you want to do.
I'll put this as a... Okay, where'd my... See, my cursor needs that shit now, because I can't fucking find that shit. Anyways, I think it's very slick. I think where the battle... I think the battle is the place where I have a little bit of a problem. Because if you see here... Okay, wait, I'm gonna pause this one. And I'm
just
not...
needs to be resized a little bit.
Yeah, I will resize this so that people can see this shit. Alright, so... Guys...
Super close-ups of the characters.
I know, right? Okay, so...
There we go.
You have this. All
Just
right.
some violence.
All right. So look at the UI on the lower left. You see how it flies in? I don't actually appreciate that. I don't appreciate
That's what I'm saying. It kind of does this weird flipping. Everything is flipping and moving and just going out of the way. It feels too much like on the eyes a little bit.
Well, okay. Okay, this is the reason why. All right. So as cool as that stuff is in the menu, like here in the battle, it's not great. And the reason why, like, look at everything that's going on. Everything that's going on in the battle, including the UI, is competing for your attention. I hate that shit. Does that make sense? Like it's all competing for my attention, and I don't appreciate it. I don't appreciate it. I don't appreciate it at all. It is too much.
Vagrant Story only gives me a few options, and it feels like the same like this, except I get more done doing that than what I'm looking at with this. Sorry, I know that's two totally different playing fields, but when I'm playing Vagrant Story, it just feels that way. Like the whole like battle system popping up on your screen and flipping and moving, but it feels like it's done the right way, whereas this just feels like it's just so much stuff on the screen that I'm having a hard time keeping up.
Okay, so look at this. The screen is, especially for, look, remember how we talked about earlier about battle system being too fast paced, and you know it's hard. You have to shuffle trying to be tactical with trying to be brisk, right? This like fighting system right now, like the way that this UI works, it's competing too much for your attention, and all of the information is everywhere. So here, I'm gonna pause it right here. Look, okay. You might not see it, but on this, do you see my cursor? You do see my cursor, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so look at this. This is the health of the characters. I have to look here, and then I have to look here to make choices, which is fine. That's typical Final Fantasy, right? However, this is not a typical Final Fantasy game. The action is just way too much, right? So, if this is what my characters look like, what it should look like is this. See these bars? The health, this should be my other characters who I cannot control and are never on my screen, and then my health should be on me the same way the target's health is on the target. That's what that should be. Because then everything is focused in this frame. Everything is focused on this frame. And look at this. Look at this shit that's annoying. Look, this is the enemy. This is the enemy's life. This right here is the enemy's stagger bar.
Ooh, yeah.
I'm looking everywhere. My eyes are like this. I'm like, oh my god, where's everything? You know, it's like, where do I look? That away. Like that's what it looks like. It's just
Again, overwhelming. It's too much.
no, and it's just like it's not focused for a game that uses that word focus so much. It just does like with the battle system itself. There's just no focus in it. I don't know if you guys feel me on this. If my enemy's health is here, why on earth is my enemy's stagger bar here? So every time I pick someone else, this stagger bar changes?
I sold the game over it, so I'm not a good person to talk to.
I'm not. This is not a good design. This is not a good place to put things. You know, look. What color is the stagger bar? Come on, class. What color is the stagger bar?
Well, it's covered up by your camera, but it's yellow.
It's yellow.
It's covered
Okay.
up by your own box.
Okay, what color is health here?
Green.
Green. So all you have to do is put a yellow fucking line under the fucking target health. That's yellow. That's all you need to do. You know which game does this? This is how you know that they knew it was a problem? Final Fantasy VII Remake knew this.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's very simple. You know? Like, it's very simple. Like, at least if there's a lot of action happening... Look, okay. Let's talk about this. Look. Everyone here has played League of Legends, correct? At least once.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
League of Legends does a very good thing with its UI, right? Where what it does is it puts it away from you all of this other information, but at the same time, a duplicate of that information is found right in the middle of your screen. So you can find your health bar here, but then there's a health bar on top of your character and everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
So when things are happening and you're making decisions in real time, all you need to do is look here into the center of your screen, and that's where all the action is. You don't need to look at other parts. You have a map here on the lower left, a map that's really important to look at. But when fights are happening and it's almost like the less decisions you have to make, the UI that you need to look at is far away. The more urgent the decisions you have to make, the game allows you to focus right in one spot. The thing about this, game is that it doesn't do that. And look at this. Look at how atrocious this bar is. This is your action bar, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Right? This is where all, for example, this thing that floats in. Look at that. So see that? These are your actions. Look at how it just goes like it's not even like, I think that this is it's so gross. Like it destroys the symmetry of the UI. Look at it. It just goes over your own health.
What makes me mad as a black mage addict, by the way, or just a magic addict in general, is look at this right here. Thunder, water, fire, arrow, blizzard. How the hell does any of that even make sense? I get the whole Libra and the AI thing, but it just proves my point. It just looks like garbage.
And look at this. All the numbers are flying around. And one thing that I don't like about cameras that are just moving all over the place is the fact that the cameras are moving all over the place. The particle effects are so bright. Look at this. I paused it here for a reason. Look, it's so bright. And then now you lose spatial continuity. Does this make sense?
It's whitening out the screen too, which is stupid.
No, but do you understand what I mean by you lose spatial continuity? It's like this. Look at where the enemy started. So if look at this. If I'm paying attention to this enemy right here, this one right here, and then as the fight goes on, because the camera is moving,
the effect is bigger than the enemy.
and not just that. Look at where my enemy is now. He's here.
Yeah, it's even worse because it visually blocks you from seeing where they're moving and what they're doing.
Yeah, so now when this light goes away, I'm now confused about my spatial awareness in the fight. I don't know where things are anymore.
It ruins situational awareness entirely, which is it's a big part of their system in this game.
Yeah, and look again, another example. The stagger bars right here. Look at the target bar. And that's the health. So they were able to do that, and look, it's intuitive. You understand when you see this target, right?
I do like that the buffs and debuffs are right there, though.
No,
right
everything should be there. Everything should be there. That's what it should be like. This is what it should look like. Honestly, this is what it should look like.
Just the extra shit on the outside, you mean? Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, but the stagger bar should be right under here. Just put it in yellow. we'll understand what that is. This is intuitive. Look, we don't even look even in this, even here. For those of you who can't see because Haraxmant is covering it, there is the number HP like on this side, like right here, and but you don't even need to look at that because you can see the green. There's a reason why people have adapted using like bars and gauges when it comes to their, because it's a quick visualization of what your situation is health-wise. So you look at it and you know where you're at.
Yeah. Quick cues.
Like you
Quick
look,
cues
yeah, you go like, am I okay? You look, oh, I'm good. And you can look at it in your periphery and you know exactly what's going on. Like so Final Fantasy X, this is where Final Fantasy X wins. To me, like wins in a major way is this battle UI. Because this battle UI is like fucking all over the place. Aside from the fact that the whole game, like the whole battle is all over the place.
It's fucked.
It's just,
to put it lightly.
It's such a mess. I don't know, like, because Luke, you like this game. I mean, I like this game too, but the fights sometimes are just so hard to keep up with.
Oh, absolutely.
I can't. Being the way I was, I mean, now that I older on and I'm more patient and I pay attention more, but when I was younger trying to play this to me was like I wanted to break my controller. The fact that I was never a rage quitter, but I rage quit this and I sold it to GameStop because this UI and the things that like I felt like were just too messy. I can agree with you, Crane, on that. I felt like the story was intriguing, but like the game itself made me so angry. And I'm like, Final Fantasies have never made me angry. This is just making me angry because look at, you don't even have enough time to process how much, look, go back to that real quick, please. You don't even have enough time to process that you just did 40,000 damage to that boss. Look at how many thousands of numbers just came up in that fight. Boom, boom, thousand. How much damage do I know that I really did to him? And how much health do I know that he really has? When I fight a certain boss in a game, I don't know what attacks do well unless if I see how much damage they do. Example, I use a fire spell. It does 30 damage. I say, that fucking sucks. I'm gonna do a lightning spell instead. It does 5,000 damage. I'm like, that's what I gotta do. This game moves so fast with the numbers that I'm like, I don't even know which one of these attacks was a good attack.
And that's because, once again, the battle system is designed for you to not engage with it.
Which is which is kind of a difficult. It's like, why would you design a battle system for you not to engage with it?
That's what I'm mad about.
Like, okay, so look, Banana Penguin says that it's like he didn't really, like, people don't talk about it, so they think that the UI is fine. See, all right, maybe I'm being a little dickish because, like, I'm, you know, like, I have a psych degree, right? And I'm not trying to do like I'm a psychologist, so you should believe me. But one thing that I will note, though, the reason why I think UI is so important is because it affects how you feel about the game without you having to think about it. So none of these feelings that you get from UI is conscious. Majority of the time, they're not conscious. Like, you look at it, trust me, if you go into one of the Disgaea games and you look at the UI, a lot of people get turned off from the UI and they have no explanation why. They look at the UI and they're just like, yeah, this game looks too complicated for me. And that's...
Yeah, you can...
But that's the truth. And because why? It's not like just because you don't articulate that something is a problem doesn't necessarily mean that it's not a problem. You know, and I'm not trying to shit on your point. I'm absolutely not trying to shit on your point. But I'm just saying that this is one of the reasons why, like, I talk about UI for so long. Is because the UI, the experience that the UI gives you is something that you do not account for. Like, you don't recount it.
It's the gameplay. It's the only thing you're getting out of the experience other than the story, so it needs to be good.
Yeah,
it needs to be important.
It's the way the game communicates with you. That's basically that's basically
you holding the game's hand. Like, yes, it's this, and if it's not good, it sucks.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what I'm realizing. So yeah. As someone who wants to play this Disgaea game, I felt
yeah. I think that I think aside from maybe Fire Emblem that does pretty good establishing what's pretty straightforward menus most of the time, but I noticed that's kind of a big problem with strategy RPGs because I'm actually playing through SDG generation Cross Rays, It's one of the Gundam games, and it's a strategy RPG, and it's got a very intimidating UI because you got like all these slots and all these numbers, and everything does something important, but it doesn't do a very good job of telling you what those things are, or the fact because they'd had a very small localization team. A lot of the times you'll have like descriptions where like there's like bios for all the suits and characters, but then it'll like end on like say the sentence ends or like the last thing on the line is the word before. They'll go BEFOR and then the E is on the next line. I'm like, that drives me nuts. So I'm playing it kind of in spite of all those things because I know there was like maybe 4 guys working on the localization for this game. And it's fun, so it's okay. But it's like kind of like my first like deep dive into a Gundam strategy RPG. So learning curve. But yeah, so it's kind of like, and that's kind of a similar thing with Disgaea, where there's like all these like charts and graphs of numbers and things. And 13 doesn't really have that in its main UI, but it does show up in its combat UI. And another thing that really kind of bugged me about 13, which is just paused right here on screen, is that there is a ranking system for combat when mostly combat is automated anyway. So what's the point of ranking the AI? I never saw the point of adding a rating system to how well you did combat when most of the combat is automated.
Well, I think
personally.
Oh, okay, well, because it's funny too because I paused it literally right here in the battle, like with the battle.
I hate this system. Just saying, this whole, even in Sonic games, the whole S rank system things. I hate things that rate you on stuff like this.
Yeah.
Because then when you get shitty scores, you have this as a gamer. You have this. Well, what the fuck did I do wrong? I guarantee you, if you've been in my position, you've sat there as a gamer and said that when you got an F on a level that you were like, I thought I was rocking it. Why did I get such a low score?
And then you got people like me and Haraxmant who are just like, fuck, there's rankings. There's gonna be an achievement or a trophy that's gonna get. You gotta get all of the best ranking.
Oh, all S's, baby, every time. Then it's the worst because you
all
get an A rank. You nailed it. You got an A rank. You got to do it again for an S.
Yeah, got to get 100 S ranks in a row or something stupid like that. And then it just puts the person in this position where they're like, well, I'm never going to, like, I don't got time for that. Or that's a pain in the ass. Unless if they're like Haraxmant here and they're like, no, I'm determined. But when you look at something like that, you're like, that's just a pain in the ass. You're like, I don't want to do that.
Well, I mean,
like,
the point, like, I guess I was trying to make with like UI is that a lot of so this is one of the problems that I have when people do discuss video games is that a lot of the times, even though for us we're talking about it categorically because it's just easier that way when you work sort of like on a criteria, right? Because we're looking at them as sort of like criterias as opposed to like in like elements in a vacuum. But a lot of the times when people judge things like, let's say UI, a lot of them will be like, oh, well, the UI is fine. Well, the UI is like this, and the UI is like this. Or what are the battle systems like this, and this, right? And you look at a lot of these things in a vacuum, and then later on, like, a lot of these things stack up in terms of gameplay. You know, and it's cool, like, what we are... Because one thing that you do learn, like, especially with us, like, it's very easy to be like, well, you know, it's kind of like you like what you like. And if you can forgive it, then you can forgive it. And that's fine. And temperament has a lot to do with that, right? Like how you feel about the game. Because, for example, there are certain types of personalities, you know, that really like complicated UI. Because they would rather have all information rather than none. So there are temperaments that are like that, and that's great, especially for the different types of games, right? Like, so when you look at these kinds, what the whole purpose of this whole conversation that we're having is we're trying to distill them. It's not necessarily about like the four of us are trying to convince each other or convince you guys, but we're trying to distill like what it is that makes something good or what it is that makes something bad. So... yeah, and that's just kind of what that is. And if you're looking at it from like a game production standpoint, then it's like you cannot not look at these things, and you cannot not rave about things like this because they matter. So that's how I sort of look at this, because a lot of the times people are just like, okay, well, you can like what you like, and it's like, okay, that's fine, you can like what you like, right? But you also cannot say that things don't cluster up the way they do. You know, and to me personally, I'm not that kind of person, because, you know, like I've competed in hip hop professionally, and hip hop is actually a lot harder to judge than this, because we don't have things like numbers, and we don't have things like you know, like active psychology and all of that sort of business. But and it's easy for you to be like, well, it's up to you for you to enjoy what you're enjoying. But if you're on the creation side of it, then all of a sudden all of these things that we're talking about matters.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So, for example, if the four of us right now are just like, hey, we're going to make a game. Yeah, you know, people are going to like what they like. I mean, you could do that. And this is also the reason why we want to know what everybody else thinks, too. Because the problem is that, you know, like Nomura, like when he makes games, like a lot of the games that he makes, some of his design philosophy might be based on the fact that he likes them. But just because he likes them, like, maybe he's the odd one out. And that's kind of like that. I've asked you guys many times. I'm like, do you guys feel this way about this? Because, like, I feel this way. Maybe I'm the only person in the world who feels this way. If that's the case, then if I made a game, then I should keep in mind that, oh, you know, maybe I'm the only person in the world who likes this.
I actually have a story for that, because I thought, not really a story, but a little side note. But when Shadowbringers first came out for 14, I thought I was specifically that for the sound design for Gunbreaker, because no one else in like my friend group agreed with me. I thought the sound design for Gunbreaker was awful. I thought it sounded like I was hitting enemies with a wiffle bat, and like none of them sounded gratifying to me. I didn't like, it was actively kind of like putting me away from the class. Like I didn't want to work on it. Like I was going to, but I wasn't going to enjoy it. And then turns out, like when the first week later in patch updates, they're just like, okay, so we're changing the sound effects for Gunbreaker. And it was then I realized, oh, I wasn't the only one.
Oh yeah, you weren't the only one. Yeah,
weird one. It was like there was this whole outcry of people that thought the Gunbreaker sounded shitty. So I was like, oh, thank you, Yoshi P, for understanding me and everyone else. So it's so I definitely understand when you're talking about like this is like, you know, am I the only one that feels this way about this thing?
I can't.
And usually you're not.
I can't stress this enough, because that is one thing with the Final Fantasy community is, even if our little things that we're into are a little bit different for each one of us, we're all very passionate about those little things. You know what I mean? And the one thing I can respect about Final Fantasy XIV is they genuinely, at least out of everything else, they're just like, no, you think that sucks? Fine, we think it sucks too. Let's change it. And we're like, yes, just do that. And I can't, I know I'm a little bit more behind than you guys are, but I can't express enough how much of a gear change it feels when you get to Heaven's Ward. After playing a lot of A Realm Reborn for quite a long time with grinding and whatnot, to get to Heaven's Ward, I was just like, now I feel like I'm really in Final Fantasy XIV, and I feel ashamed that I thought so beforehand. It's so good, dude. I can't say enough about it. I won't get on my rant, but it's so good on how they just really, they vibe with the community, and they're like, no, we'll make it epic for you because you guys agree. You want it epic. We'll make it epic for you. And I like that. I love that they really take that into consideration.
It definitely comes from like a developer standpoint where it's like, and you actually don't get this with a lot of developers where it's like, you know, they want to interact with the community. And this is for not just 14, but, you know, just most developers. Like, when you do see a lot of community interaction with especially like the high-end developers, and you see, you know, they genuinely enjoy their game and they want to have this back and forth with the community to make the game better, it's, you know, it raises the morale of both the development team and the player base to where it's like, you know, it's mutually beneficial, especially if like they are responding to criticisms of the game and improve on them when they can.
There's a bond.
So, yeah. And I think the 14 team is definitely doing that. Capcom's Monster Hunter team, I think they're definitely doing that because they're emulating 14 style.
Mm-hmm.
And knowing that, like, it makes me like, I'm not super enthused about Final Fantasy 16 right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because of all the things I mentioned before, where it's like, I kind of want to see like a little, kind of like a brighter game, a brighter color palette. It doesn't necessarily have to be like happy cheery, but like something where it's just like, we're going to like traditional, grittier European fantasy again, which is fine. We actually haven't had that for a while in Final Fantasy. So, or really ever, with how gritty we're going, with how things are looking for 16.
Mm-hmm.
But I am enthusiastic about actually playing 16 because I know the development staff behind it. And that makes me excited to play 16, not necessarily the game itself.
I don't know if anyone else feels this way, but 16 gives me a little bit of a Game of Thrones vibe. I know some people I know some people might disagree or not, but I think that's a good thing.
Yeah. It gives me like an Ivalice. Like it for some reason it feels like an Ivalice project that's not an Ivalice project. Which is funny because one of the writers, one of the not scenario writers, but I think world writers or whatever, that also worked on 14, is part of the Ivalice project. So I think he's one of the people who actually helped make Ivalice. So I think that is like sort of the thing. What I do think about, okay, so again, I'm just stating this out because I just want people to know that when it comes to a lot of these sort of discussions, what we're trying to understand, we're trying to make a sort of a community understanding of this is that not all answers can be achieved by consensus, right? Like, so as much as this is the reason why I think Final Fantasy XIV is doing it well, is because I feel like they're getting enough criticism, or they're listening, they're keeping their ears open, but at the same time they're also making decisions that are based purely on that are just purely based on their own creativity. Because that's the thing, right? It's easy, like, think of it this way. The nature of creative products works sort of something like this, which is, okay, when you have a product, like the clientele or the clientele can tell you what they like about something, what they want or what they don't want about your product, something they like and they don't like about your product, right? However, their knowledge on what they want about your product is also incomplete, because like imagine if I make this comparison all the time, but imagine if what's his name, Steve Jobs asked people of their opinion about iPods, all right, or the iPhone when an iPhone didn't exist. People, if you gave them the idea, people would kind of be like, I don't know, that sounds weird. Or they might give all sorts of opinions, and they don't know they want it until it's there. When Steve Jobs created the iPhone, then all of a sudden they're like, people can't live without iPhones. So it's and it's even worse for creative things like video games and novels and stories and all of those. This is the whole reason why we're trying to distill that, because we want to find something, we want to find what that crossroad is between sort of subject, like the consensus in terms of like we can just call it the subjective, and things like form and function and all of that, which is, and technique and all of that, which is considered objective. So we're trying to find like the cross between those, like where those elements converge, because that's, to me, that seems like that's usually the answer, right? Seeing things that work. And and this is also the reason why we're talking about Final Fantasies in general, is because it's already there. We're not talking about a product that's not made. We're talking about a product that has been made, and that we as a community still play, and we have time to mull over about it. So that's why, like this is essentially why we created the quote unquote Cranestorming, for that reason. And I think I don't know, this is kind of fun. Like all of this has been like sort of like really, really fun when it comes to it.
It's kind of different from like a simple sort of like review or analysis, or even like a lore dive, where it's kind of all those things and yet not any of those things. especially when we spend 45 minutes talking about UI because we be the UI squad.
Yeah, we are the UI guy. I'm the UI guy. Yeah, go for it.
But you know, it's a very much an interesting approach that we've kind of formulated here over several episodes now, of just everyone and even the guests. Like we got Technobliterator and
the chat included.
Yeah, and the chat included, and Night Sky Prince, and we got a bunch of people now, and it's just kind of interesting in one aspect where it's like, one, people are listening to us talk about UI and things, so it's interesting enough to where other people are engaging with the content, and two, it's kind of a new look at a bunch of old, not necessarily always old, but like content that already exists. And one of the, I hesitate to say few, but one of the more robust franchises to look at, where we get to see like 20, 30 years of evolution, where it's, you know, we got from all the way to Final Fantasy 1 and we're going to 16, but there's also like 400 other side games that this could potentially spin off into, where it's just like we can see what works, what doesn't work in UI, in battle direction, in characters and storytelling and things like that. And even the simple things like where Ferren and I were just like, yeah, all the HD stuff looks nice, but back when everyone was still on CRT, someone could fucking read anything on here because the menus were too small.
To be fair, though, that's a consequence of modern technological advancements, and it'll happen. It'll happen again in the next 10 years when something fancy comes out, and they're like, we have these new super-duper holographic TVs, and we're only going to make holographic movies and holographic TV shows, so now all of your HD TVs are going to fucking suck. It's it'll happen again. It always happens, and
we're kind of on the cusp of that right now, but not really with the going into like the 4K generation of TVs, and everyone's just like, you know, it's not universal, so it's probably not going to be that big of a jump, because I don't think, unless something astronomical happens, we're probably not going to have a huge leap in technology again like we had in like the 90s and 2000s. Where just like everything exploded and everything accelerated to such a massive extent. Because we've seen that with game development. And what it's doing is it's making things easier, which I definitely think we're seeing with a lot of technology, where development itself is becoming easier and in some cases cheaper. Not all cases. Like if it's still like a huge, like big budget AAA game, it's still more expensive. But I mean, for like your average indie developer, like making games is easier than it's ever been. Absolutely. The tools are there. And you know, we're not going to see a leap like we did when we hit like the GameCube, PS2 to PS3 and Xbox 360 and stuff like that. Like we're going to get incrementally better. Like we are with like we're getting with Unreal 5 and ray tracing being what it is now, and like all this like advanced lighting, like everything's going to get better and better, but we're not going to hit that huge jump, I don't feel, unless like we invent like matter transportation or fucking, I don't know, we get, you know, faster than light space travel. Like once we start hitting like Star Trek levels, then we might be there. But right now we're still getting like shitty VR games that makes everyone queasy and 4K TVs that people are on. So and I think that you know goes back to game development, where we're not going to hit any more massive leaps. In just style and in tech, we're going to get minor incremental like betterments. And 13 I feel was like really, because it's like we have this new tech, everything's going to HD and all this stuff, like they were really trying to, you know, be that typical Square Enix, trying to be the direction of that advancement. And in some cases, like graphics, obviously graphics are gorgeous in this game.
Oh no,
Like,
the graphics is. That's not a. I don't think that's a point of contention.
I don't think it's up for. I don't think it's up for argument.
no.
I think we all agree it looks
Like
pretty.
that's never up for like contention in a Final Fantasy game, where it's just like, especially for a mainline headliner, where it's just like, yeah, no. I mean, now we got, I hate chaos, and his game looks pretty shitty right now, but we'll see. Man, might look better when it gets a little bit farther in development.
Well, because it looks that game engine looks like it's this game engine, like the ones we're showing right now.
It looks old. It looks old.
It looks a little dated, yeah.
Yeah, and that may be why. But anyway, it's important to take, since we're really only going to be getting small increments and advancements, it's important to take these special kernels, these little tidbits where we know it's like that's the little nugget of gold right there, and we need to take that and put it on to the next one, which Square used to do, as we saw with from like 1 all the way into 10, and then they were just like, let's try reinvent the wheel over and over again. So, but I think they do need to go back where it's just like, take the things that worked and fuse them with the new things that you want to do, so that they synergize with each other, so we can get a nice, pretty, rose-smelling new product that's going to get dragged through the very good-looking mud and dirt of Final Fantasy XVI.
Okay, because I want to read what Banana Penguin said. He says, he said this, because this is interesting, right? He says, when it comes to UX, I prefer having one corner for different aspects of the game. So stagger, my HP, my party HP bars, my commands I can put in. At work, people who look at my screen will always tell you, wow, your font is so small. So I'm just the type of guy to have some space between information bubbles and then have everything visible in those areas of interest, right? Okay, so I think this goes to the example that I said about like people who prefer to have all the information out. This is also one of the design reasons why, like, if you look at things like Photoshop, right? Photoshop has become sort of prosumer just because the market sort of flowed that way, right? But I don't want to get too much into that. But when you look at things like the UI of something like Photoshop, because the people who are working at them are deliberately creators. It takes that into account that like they want a lot of the access to all of their information out there. Like that's one of the things. So it could be a temperament thing. That's definitely one way to look at it. There's also, another aspect of it is that, yes, I do think that it's true. I do think that if we take what Penguin, I don't know if I should call him Banana or Penguin or just Banana Penguin, but if we take like what Banana Penguin's experience is like, right, with the different kind of UI, then we should like try to think of like a middle ground for that. Because if you're looking at the UI that you have right here, he says that he would prefer all of the information sort of like in separate places, despite all of the action that is sort of going around. But then I do feel like if you do that, because like I said, for me personally, and you guys, I do want you guys to chime in. When it comes to things like this, I felt like it was much better when I didn't have to, when my attention wasn't always being like, when there wasn't all this competition for my attention. Maybe it's just my attention span, but I can imagine that majority of people nowadays have worse attention spans.
I couldn't handle it at the time. Maybe now, but I couldn't handle it at the time.
Yeah. And I think like this particular, the battle UI does stem from this game wanting to be an action game.
Yeah.
I think it takes a lot of cues from that, like numbers showing up on where the damage is being being dealt, and seeing the health bars above the enemies, but not necessarily a stagger gauge. That absolutely, those should be together. Those should not be separate at all. But and then we got like stuff like the attacks coming up, flashing across screen. We got all the health and mana information bottom right. So it's trying to fuse like sort of like the action game sort of like flashier aesthetic with the turn-based data. And like there's a lot of superfluous stuff here. Like, do we need to see all the damage numbers flying around when the camera's like circling the battle encounter? Or like when there's like we were seeing like the silvery cloud explosions, like where it just starts playing with the numbers. There's too much information there to process on 4 or 5 different places on screen. It's just your human eyes can't we can't properly process all that information as it's coming to us. So I mean, just as something that I would do, I would just get rid of the numbers. I know people feel good about the numbers, but this is a system where the numbers aren't really important.
You can make a very small change here, and instead of removing the numbers completely, you could just make them not count up. Like they're counting up to how much damage they do.
Yeah, that's a
little unneeded animation that just makes it harder to focus on anything.
I mean, in 14, remember we're getting Endwalker, and in that, what they're doing is they're actually scaling numbers down. So I think that design philosophy, I think that stands to reason.
Well, they're scaling numbers down because of systems on the back end. I feel like if they didn't have to, like if it wasn't like an infrastructure thing, that they would have been fine with it. But because it is affecting things on the back end.
No, I think they also did mention that it was also a visual problem. Because you have like numbers on screen that are like, with the width of the number span is like, it's like as big as the health bar of the opponent, and that becomes cumbersome too.
Yeah.
So with all these numbers like flying around, they might as well be like, if the numbers get too big, then they're kind of like, just think of them as like big gray boxes just floating all over the place.
Yeah, and honestly, because I'm just watching this footage, I still stand by it. It's like they're not needed. They're there to be flashy, to show that you are doing big damage, which is fine and all. Like, and especially again for more traditional turn-based, where it's like you, depending on like the game and the ability set, like you may or may not be able to see enemy health bars. So seeing that, oh, this skill did more damage than this skill, that's important. Here again,
because of the pacing,
because of the pacing, and because again most of the combat is automated, you're not even making, for the most part, you're not making these decisions anyway.
Oh, okay. So what you're saying is that the big numbers themselves are not, like, they don't even serve it doesn't even serve a good function in that sense. Okay. Well, I mean, look at this. When the screen turns red and all of that, like, I think that's the game's way of telling you pretty much that, your health is too low, or something critically bad is happening.
Yeah, and that's fine. And that's something that a lot of games have done over the years, where it's, critical health, and the whole screen starts blinking red.
Yeah, but I think I think that's a sign that the game is trying to communicate things to you that it believes it's not that you might overlook. So I think that's kind of important.
Yeah.
Exact optimization of non-custom engine like UE4 is more limited, and more corners tend to be cut. Things like squeezing through corridors as loading screens. Okay, so because I missed a whole section of I don't mind having the deshell the character casts in the middle, because that's just redundant information I already know, because I, the player, made her do that action. The numbers popping up around just looks cool. If you add them together, it would be hard to know what spell was working better. Like first turn you try Fireward. Yeah. So the numbers that do pop up, like and then Pulptech says that he likes big numbers. So I think one of the things that we might be missing is that, I'm sorry if I'm not saying this very eloquently, but I think all of you get my point, is that the big numbers feel sexy.
Time to hydrate.
No, and I completely understand that. But I think for an already a kind of a visually active, like such a motion heavy UI for both in combat and the camera, to having also numbers that overall don't really mean anything, is just adds to the visual clutter.
Oh, what if?
But I will say, like, I totally get like seeing big numbers gets that gets the serotonin flowing in your brain, or it's like, yeah.
Speaking of
big
serotonin,
number,
though,
big damage.
Speaking of serotonin, though, how about this, Banana? I want you to tell me if this makes any sense to you, and McKindis as well. So you see how? Okay, let me pause. Let me see if I can pause this at the right time. Okay. Here. Okay. So you see this? You can see my cursor, right? Look at this target bar, this green bar. So instead of a big number coming through, what if the thing that gets like the indication of your damage is the like chunks of it, chunks of that green bar, just like jumping out. You know, because I think that makes you feel sexy too. So when I play League, and I damage the enemy, and the damage is big, like the health bar, like a fraction of the health bar just goes click, and it makes me feel good. It makes me feel like, oh shit, look how fucking strong I am.
That was one move, and it just took
out like, this in terms of like so instead of that, like instead of looking at it like a damage chart, think of it like a damage pie. You know?
Like how fighting games do it.
Yeah, like fighting games, because I know that in fighting games, like you get that sort of adrenaline rush when you see like that big bar just disappear. And I think that was also one of the reasons why when a bar would get chunked, it would have a red indicator of the loss of it, right? Something like that, because it makes you feel like that was really lost.
It doesn't work in the scenario of bigger boss fights who have a lot more health.
Mm-hmm.
Because let's say they have 100,000 health and you did a 300 damage attack, that would never show on a bar.
And that's true. Like, it definitely has drawbacks.
Mm-hmm.
Like, personally, for me, I don't need either or. Like, I don't need the bar animation. I don't need the numbers. And that's a me thing, where it's just like, I don't need that sort of engagement to get my enjoyment from the game. And it's not like a huge thing. Like, it's definitely not like a make or break thing. But I think there's definitely more elegant solutions than what 13 went with just everything flying at your face. Like, it is a sense overload, a visual sense overload of what they're trying to convey. And because it's not just your damage that's going off, it's also the party members' damage. So there's all this stuff going off.
Yeah, okay. I think that makes sense. Because right now it does seem that as big as the numbers, as let's say, it doesn't serve that big of a function, like just, I guess, informationally. There are things to it that does feel good. And I did read what Makinda said about, like, if you are a sort of like a theory crafter or a min-maxer or whatever, then not seeing numbers really will hurt you. So, I mean, I guess there's that. I guess there's people who want sort of the intricacies. I have a question for the chat. Let's say Final Fantasy XIII. This game that we're talking about right now. What if it gave you the choice of what you could see in your AI? Would you be welcome to that? Would you be welcome to that idea? Because I think, like, yeah, so
excuse me, like being able to turn things on and off. I had my mic muted.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's like you can turn on numbers, you can turn on
I'd love that.
bar, you can turn on this, you
it.
can, you can have it,
Oh, yeah.
you can turn them all on, and then your screen is just filled with shit. Would that be better? Do you think that would? Because I feel like that's like, if you have somebody like Pulp Tank, right, and then you have somebody like Luke here, like Omega, and then you have somebody like Banana Penguin, then having some control over all of the things that are showing up in your UI, I think might be pretty nice. Yes?
Yeah. Oh, like me personally, like if it's a toggleable option for people that like either don't like the visual noise or do want to have the numbers there, I think that's fine. Like, there's like, because I know like some people get really mad when there's like an easy mode introduced in the video game and they get like super furious about it, but it's like, no one's forcing you to use it. if people want to use the easy mode, they can. It's not affecting your game. And that's a very extreme case. But here where it's like, if you can customize what you see, or if you find something that's like not information that's super pertinent to you, and it's just kind of there more aesthetically, absolutely have an option where you can turn it on and off. There are games that I can't really say come to mind for like this kind of specificity, but there are tons of games out there where they'll like you can customize it to where you'll see. I mean, I don't want to just go to 14 because a lot of MMOs have this, but like where you can customize, see what types of prompts you'll get from like damage, or even seeing like other players' names and things like that. Like having all these like options that where it's like how much visual information do you want, like, and then just having those options to either turn them on or off at will. Absolutely, absolutely.
I agree, because if anyone watches me play 14, I know you have Crane sometimes, I have almost all the UI shit turned off. Except for just skills. I keep all the names, including mine. And I've even had you and other people be like, well, Ferren, just turn on the names. I'm like, no, it's for the viewers. It's so people don't have to see all that shit. I know it's there.
Right.
They don't want to see all this names all over the place. Well, Ferren, you could just, no, it's for the cinematic purpose of, we don't need all of this stuff there. I know what it is as the gamer. The audience doesn't need to see me walking through Limza Lominza with 1 million player names all over the screen while I'm walking through the player marketplace.
True. Okay.
It doesn't help them. It doesn't help me. It's just, it's overclouded. But I like Final Fantasy XIV for that reason, because I know one of us in here, out of all of us 4, love that information. And then there's me, and I don't like all of that information. And that's fine. I love that they give the option to turn that on and off.
You can even program it into a macro to where you can hit a button and turn it on and off as you need it. So say like you're looking for a mission, but you're having trouble because there's like 5 NPCs. You hit the button, turn it back on. There you have the mission objective, and then you can turn that back off. So like 14 and several other MMOs where you have like all these customization options, like seeing those in kind of more like mainstream console focused games would be amazing. Like anything that's not like super pertinent to what you're doing, if you just want kind of like a cleaner UI, turn that off. If there's just bits of info that you want, turn that on, turn that one on, turn that one on, but leave that one on. Like absolutely, like this is again not a binary yes or no for what information you enjoy seeing on screen, but yeah, having customization options, very nice.
Yeah, I think everyone started being like a little bit happier when we were just when I said, are you guys okay if you just make them customizable? And everyone was like, yes.
There's a negative to it though. With options comes capacity. You're gonna make the game a lot bigger than it has to be. Like space-wise, you're talking gigs of data just for options, right?
Yeah, but
he's got a point.
No, but if you look at this game, for example, everything is on in this game. So it would be nice that. So the thing is, it's using that data anyways. It's using that. It's using that space anyways. So but giving people the ability to turn those things, to turn certain things off would, like, I think that would be kind of nice. Oh, what else were you saying?
Well, what I'm saying is giving people the option to turn something off is one thing. But giving people option to turn other things on is when you start to add space of the game. For example, some of the stuff isn't needed at all. It could be completely removed from the game and lower the size of the game. Instead of an option to just turn it off.
Okay, but then the balance is that, because that's the whole conversation we've been having with the chat has been about that. It's like, okay, what if we do away with the numbers? And then they'll say, oh, well, if you're min-maxing or you're theory crafting or whatever, and not having the numbers is kind of bad. It's like, okay, well, what if things were just like the bar, and then what was it? You were the one who brought up like, oh yeah, but if you have a boss fight, then all of a sudden the bar doesn't feel very good, does it? Right? And because you don't know what you're amongst the things that you're doing, you don't know you can't distinguish which ones are effective. Like, what are the actions that are effective, right? Because you don't see the numbers. And if you're just seeing a bar, you're just going to see it tick very, very slowly. I think Kingdom Hearts did a good job with this in terms of their bar by making the bar like this. And then you had multiple layers of that bar. So you can still see like the big damage chunk. And then when this is gone, like another will pop up and then, you know. So I think Kingdom Hearts sort of did a good job in that regard, as opposed to just like one that where all like if you have if you have 100 health, then it's this big, but if you have like 1,000,000 health, it's still this big, you know. So
don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that I don't approve of having options. By far, it's a great idea. I was just trying to play devil's advocate and show you where there could be a negative in that idea.
No, and I'm not denying you that either. I'm trying to say, I'm trying to see like, yeah, that's why if you consider all of these things, then what works then in that situation? Like again, because I remember I'm trying to see it from a developer standpoint.
But yes, I love Kingdom Hearts' way of not Kingdom Hearts 1, but I think the later titles.
Yeah, where they had like the one bar, then they had the blocks beneath the health bar that showed
the blocks was brilliant. I've used it in other things.
One had the issue of like bosses with like Sephiroth, where they only had so many colors, so it looked like Sephiroth was just invincible, when in reality he had like 4 pink health bars that each went down, but you couldn't tell. So yeah.
Or you can put a number beside it. What if you did that bar and it literally had the number? Like there's like times 50. Then that means you have 50 of those damn like bars.
Oh, we find Yasmod again. Okay.
Nah, I mean, I'm trying to find a way here. I'm just trying to find a good. I'm trying to also, we're trying to learn like how to create like good battle UI that gives enough information, but at the same time doesn't like stifle the gameplay and stifle your experience. Because the reality is that if we're just going with function, then I can turn everything off here, including animations, and the game will still function, but it's just not fun anymore.
I don't know. I think T-posing to a certain dominance, I think that's pretty fun.
T-posing to a certain...
Mackinda said, I've been working on creating a UI for FF8 in Unreal, and in which most of the UI is hidden until you enter battle or draw your weapon. For 13 and 15, biggest gripe is the story that's presented. Okay, anyways, we did talk about this a lot, and it's funny because last time we talked about UI for an hour, and then now we're talking about it for even longer. But the thing is that I do think that this conversation we're having right now about UI, like, is, to me at least, super valuable.
It's critical.
It's super valuable. Because now I'm going to think about these things when we talk about other games. Now, because before I didn't even think about that. Like, oh, what about these numbers? Now I'm just like, what about these numbers?
See, what other content creators give you the deep dive on UI analysis? I mean, I can think of like 2 guys on YouTube which actually do this. But we're also talking about other things too.
Yep.
But UIs are true passion.
Well, it's okay. Look, the reality is like a lot of the times people, like, one of the criticisms I got, which wasn't a criticism, but there was more like people wanted more. It was just like, oh, why didn't you talk about story more? I'm just like, yeah, but everybody and their mamas talked about story already. You know what I mean? Like, unless I feel like unless I have something novel or new to bring to the table in terms of like the discussion on story, then that's it. And you've heard me talk about story in depth and meta narrative especially. But like a lot of this kind of stuff, like I don't hear anybody ever talk about it. So to me, I'm interested, and I'm just trying to create. Honestly, I'm creating content that I myself would like to listen to or watch. So yeah. Although, you know what though, we will need to close it up because we actually have been here for 6 hours, people.
Because we're champions.
Because we are the shit.
Yeah.
Yep, the UI guys.
We didn't even get as deep into it as we could probably stretch this another 3 hours if we really wanted to.
Yeah, we could, but just because we could,
we're not obviously not going to. This is our longest running podcast yet. But I'm just gonna say it's funny that we made it this far into it without us being like, well, it's been 5 hours. Like right now we're just still rambling. We normally never ramble this long.
Like how many times have we talked about Bartandelus? 0. We haven't even talked about Bartandelus.
No, but
I think I said something similar about 10. Again, after the UI talk. But I mean, that's just, we leave having the audience just wants more, and we plan to keep doing these more and more. I mean, it's just more episodes, right?
Yeah, but the problem is our audience are like tagging in and out. It's like somebody's like there for like 2 hours and like, okay, guys, good night, and then somebody else comes in and is just like, I can stay for another 2 hours.
Hey, well, you know what? That's fine because it's all gonna be uploaded eventually. This is what, episode 6?
This is episode. Wait, okay, guys, I do need to tell you that I am splitting up these episodes into many different episodes, if that makes sense. So,
are you gonna go like sort of like subject by subject per like stream?
No. So, for example, this one we'll have this as separate. So if we can, for example, our whole talk about UI right now is a whole episode.
Okay, that's what I thought you meant.
Oh my God, Elvina's back. She slept and woke up, and she's like, "Oh my God, they're still talking."
Yeah, just us talking about UI alone, that's hilarious. That in itself is a genuine episode that you could just sit in your car and listen to for like an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, goodness.
Us UI guys, that's us. That's this squad.
Oh
UI
my
guys.
God, dude, we're so cringy on the UI.
Honestly, we should just get all this information and then just have Square hire us. And be like, we'll be like, okay, guys, this is what we found out.
We're your analysts now. Please.
No,
we're the best. We're the best.
We'll talk 6 hours if we need to.
If we need to.
Are you alone?
I do like this though, and one thing that I do really enjoy about this conversation, like especially the one we're having right now about the UI, is the fact that this wasn't just us talking. This was us talking to the chat. Like the chat was talking, they were part of the panel, and I think that's to me, I personally think that is super cool.
Mm-hmm. We'll keep doing that really hardcore, man. Because that's what, regardless of podcasts, and I'm gonna make a Joe Rogan reference. Joe Rogan does great as a podcaster. I don't care if you like him or not. Joe Rogan does great as a podcaster. So if you want a podcast, that's a resource. Whether you agree with what he does or not, he's successful. Mm-hmm. But one thing that he doesn't do on his show, and one thing I've talked to you about this privately, one thing that he does on his show is they're not afraid to talk about shit, even if it's uncomfortable or even if there's an argument. And that's why I think our show does well. Mm-hmm. But one thing that I like that Twitch gives us the opportunity to do, which you just brought up, is we genuinely do get to talk to the chat. Mm-hmm. We genuinely get to talk to the chat, which gives us so much more insight on in-depth topics, because I can't tell you how many times someone has said something so insightful that I'm like, well, shit, that just changed my whole opinion. Mm-hmm. And I love that. I do. So thank you, everybody who's been reactive in the chat. As always, we love having you here, seriously, because it's making this mission, and I say that it's making this mission much easier. Mm-hmm. Much easier.
Yeah. We're there for we're coming for answers, and you guys are like right there. You guys are Cranestorming with us.
I mean, we could probably still last like 5.5 hours, but you chat, you give us that extra 30 minutes to creep up into the 6-hour mark.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Because someone will be like, well, what about this? And you'll be like, all right, you listen here. I'm going to answer that question right now.
So we got to talk about this for another hour. Absolutely.
Oh my God. Exactly. Okay, I am not looking forward to, but at the same time looking forward to, like talking about 14. Shit.
Ooh, that's again. We got to chop that one up. That's ooh.
Oh yeah.
Oh wait. Banana Penguin said, I came by when I was bored at the last hour of night shift, and I saw your character on stream that have different costumes. And the one guy in stream requested RNA outfit. I followed because I needed to see that, and I'm happy my love for RNA made me follow your channel.
There you go.
We are planning
Little
on
things.
talking a little bit about 11. It's the problem is it's we've had a hard time trying to find people to talk about 11. Cuz a lot of the people in the JRPG like circle like don't play 11. And
yeah, like 14's kind of one of those crossover hits where it made it. But 11 is very much more focused towards the MMO crowd.
Oh, there you go. Pulp Tanks says that he can talk about it. Oh, that would be great. We would actually love to have you. So if you can, and it, like, just know that we might be demanding 5 hours of your time.
Yeah, we got a couple of 10+ year veterans in 11. That's what we want to hear. Absolutely.
There we go. There we go. That's what. Luke, how long have you and I played 14? Like 10 years now?
Well, it can't have been that. It's only been out for 8.
8 years. There we go. 8 years. No, because I played it since A Realm Reborn came out.
Yeah, I didn't play right away. Like I started in like 2.2, 2.3. So I was like definitely still in A Realm Reborn, but I was into like the first or second patch. Because I think Leviathan was the new fight when I either he just came out or he was just about to come out when I started playing. So it was somewhere around when Leviathan came out.
I'm a Realm Reborn veteran over and over, but I'm just a rookie in the series in general because I just for the first time after playing this game since 2014 just now entered Heaven's Ward only like 2 months ago.
But now you got bitten though.
Dude.
Now you got the itis.
Oh my god.
So addicted, dude. So addicted.
There's just so much Cranestorming left to do. We have the Chrono series and the Final Fantasy card game, and there's just so much to look into.
I want to tackle Xenos. I wanted to tackle Xeno Saga. Like
I love the card game.
Oh
my god. I love that they made a collectible card game. Sorry, we don't have to get into it, but I was so happy.
I was telling Crane that I could probably contact someone who actually won a world championship and got his name officially printed on a card.
Wow.
I watch him on Twitch. He's a really cool dude.
We should definitely do that. Well, I want to have an episode specifically designed for things like mini games, like in RPGs. You know?
Ooh.
Because that's we've seen some hit and miss.
Triple Triad, Fort Condor,
Blitzball.
What was it?
Tetramaster.
Tetramaster, Blitz. Yep, Blitz.
It's so funny.
Freaking Zhong in Final Fantasy XIV.
I think I know some people like the card stuff, but I think Blitzball was the most exciting to me.
We'll make it pick up.
What's his name? Orazu said like we basically cursed all of them. Oh, look at that Bart's card.
His name is imprinted in gold on this holo.
Fuck. Okay, we need to
pick up on my camera, but
I have some cards too. I was collecting them myself.
To pick that shit up. Hey, by the way, I do want to give a shout out, Orazu. Thank you so much, man, for like it's like a bug or something. Banana is like, are you so professional doing this whole thing? You are so professional doing this whole thing. It's mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling you don't have more viewers. But that would also make chat faster, and we already have so much to talk about. Yeah, like, I don't know. I thank you so much. Like that means a lot to me. I honestly, guys, the more opinions you have, the more opinionated you are, and the more you agree or the more you disagree, like that's more important to us. And I honestly, we do this every Friday, and what I do plan on doing is on I can't do it tomorrow, like tomorrow specifically, but I do want to do this thing. Haraxmant convinced me to do it, but we'll talk about the name of it. But after Cranestorming on Fridays, on Saturdays I wanted to do one where you just spend time with me, and you get to ask me questions about like whatever we talked about on Friday.
Yes, over the crane belt.
like a post review.
like a what's it called, that overflow room, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be nice, because the only reason why I brought that up is because after every Friday, my DMs get like people DM me, oh, what about this? What about this? And then they start sending me all these videos of people who've like of other, let's say other streamers or other content creators who've mentioned something about like what I said or something like that, and they ask me like, what do you think about what this person said, or what do you think about this, or this person made the point about what you said, or this person goes completely against your point, and I'm just like, well, shit, like I can't deal with all of that, right? But I think it'd be nice, like on a Saturday, we can come back, and if you want, I can even do live reactions to other people's like critiques or something like that, and we want to do a Q&A where we'll have a Discord. Haraxmant is going to help me with this, but we'll have a Discord where you will actually join me on voice chat, like on the stream, and we can literally talk about, you can ask me that question and we can go back and forward, and you know that can happen with a lot of things.
I have another idea. We can call it a crane freeze.
A crane freeze. We can
kinda
do. We
like that
can. Oh, I like that, bro. Oh no. Oh no. What can I say? Your lads are effective, and when it comes to opinions, always wish for this type of a FF community to pop on Twitch. We're building something great here. Yeah, and it's funny too because we don't really have that many viewers or anything like that. But whenever I tell people, like other people, like I don't know, like Night Sky Prince or like First Class Soldier First Class or all those people, when I tell them shit, like when I tell them like, hey, you know, I have this podcast and we're gonna talk about this topic, and all cards on the table and all gloves off. And he's like, and
we're not gonna be nice about it.
We're not gonna be nice about this shit. We're like literally, if we're gonna shit on it, we're gonna shit on it.
Fake.
We're gonna do this. And you know, it's all these people who are much more popular than I am. All of them are just like, ooh, can I be in it? And I'm just like, yes, of course you can. Like, but and in my head, I'm just like, why? Why would you want to join this little thing? Like, we're nothing compared to, like, even their viewers, like they what do you call it? We're like smurfed by their by how big their channels are, and they're popping up on our shit. And I don't know. What was that, Haraxmant?
We need a new redeemable. There's the name drop.
There's the
name drop.
Yep. Well, I'm just saying, like, these are people I've talked to, and it's funny because Night Sky Prince has followed some of my stuff, like, and still thinking. And remember you asked me one time, Harax, you were the one I think who asked me, you're just like, hey, why don't you ask Night Sky Prince? Who knows? He might say yes. He fucking said yes, and he's just like, hey, can I do FF7 too? And what about FF13? And I'm just like, okay. And then he was the one who's just like, okay, sorry, maybe I'm doing too much, but definitely
you can
14.
Have whatever you want. Anything.
Yeah.
Hey, man, if he wants to get in on some things, though, let's be real here. If we can get a team of people that actually want to talk about things, then let's talk about things.
Yeah, but that's my point. My point is like, I'm not just name dropping to be like, oh my god, I'm so cool. I'm name dropping because I'm saying that I think the reason why they're doing this is because this is kind of the content that they really like to be in. So it's almost like they're all making nice little like PG content, but what they really want to say, they don't want to say on their own channels. So they're just like, okay, I'm gonna fucking shit talk the fuck out of this game, but I'm not doing it on my own channel. I'm doing it on Crane's channel.
Let's go to the R-rated channel right now. We're gonna go to the R-rated channel.
Let's go to Crane's channel and just shit on everything, you know. So
yeah,
it's kind of nice because it's kind of like a Joe Rogan, you know, in a sense.
It's a space ghost, coast to coast kind of thing. Really, it is.
Yeah, but yeah, no, okay. So the fact that Banana said that, he's just like, oh, I wish there was more content like this on Twitch. It's great. Look, let's create a community. So even if you find other Twitch streamers who do something similar to this, or who's like flirting with the idea of like, maybe I want to like really deep dive on this stuff, like let us know and we'll support them and we'll invite them and all of that shit. Like really.
Because this just shows not only everyone here already and everyone who has been here and who has enjoyed the content, but actual guests that we've had on and their audience too. Like there is a demand for this type of content.
Mm-hmm.
Where,
yeah.
It's, where people want to listen to us talk about UI for 45 minutes. Because apparently that's in big enough demand because, no one else talks about that. No one talks about UI like that.
Yep.
And that's what us UI guys are about.
Yep, the UI guys.
UI.
Dude, we need to make merch like that, UI guy.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
We need to make merch like that. But
yeah, I mean, it just shows that both people are interested in listening and participating in it. So there is, in fact, a demand for this type of content where we can be stupid for 6 hours of the day and talk about UI.
You kidding me? I feel like I'm stupid on like every other hour of the day except for these ones.
I agree.
Yeah, I feel smart.
Seriously.
I feel smart as fuck. I'm just kidding.
For a shirt idea, what if it was the actual UI of like the command screen, right? Your attack and whatever. But instead of all those options, it's like gameplay, characters. Then the cursor itself is on UI,
Mm-hmm.
and then one more option below it.
Oh, I like this.
And it's just like UI.
That could be a cute and fun idea for us to do. Little fun T-shirts.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah,
Why not?
little cute and fun T-shirts.
Yep.
Yeah.
You guys
Why
are.
do we steal for the shirt?
Yeah.
I mean, I feel since we were born on the FF10 UI that it should be FF10 inspired.
Oh, we
Agreed.
should. That should.
And it's got a
true.
very
Agreed.
distinct color palette. Like
So-
that's where we were
Yeah.
born. That's what we should represent.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Dude, I'd be so excited.
I'm just glad. Oh wait. So his Pulp Take said. So what I enjoy here compared to most content Reddit. Most places feel it's really difficult and unwelcome to criticize anything Final Fantasy, and it's also awesome. It's awesome to be able to also point the bad sometimes, not just the good. Touche, I should. Dude, every day when I search Final Fantasy 15 and the second row is some hot tub stuff, and I even block that category. Yo, look, I promise you.
Hot tub shit, dude.
As far as the Cranestorming is, there's gonna be nothing gratuitous like that. I mean, this is the most gratuitous thing we have right here, and I mean, I think it's welcome for Sue. Yeah, see, when I said that, Sue was just like,
there we go.
but that's perfect.
She did say nope.
Yeah, she did in fact say
when
that.
When you said that, I thought you were going to start talking about your gunblade.
No. Don't go there.
Wait, there's a gunblade?
Oh, don't even. It's funny, but yeah. So that's I don't know. That's definitely cool. So I'm really grateful for you guys, man. I'm really grateful. Just know that I really like doing this. Just know that.
Me too.
Just know that I guess I'll speak on behalf of all of us. We really like doing this. So if nobody else is watching it, like the four of us are at least the people who like seeing this kind of stuff.
We're at least having a good time hanging out talking about UI.
Yep. I mean, it is what it is, and it's not all for nothing. Just so you know that. I don't want to foreshadow too much, but then, yeah, because freaking our guy was just like, "Oh, this is foreshadowing." I'm just like, "You shut the fuck up, bro." But he already said it, so I mean, whatever. I
want to say this as a person real quick and as a streamer. I only started streaming a year ago, and one thing I can say I'm grateful about is that I found so many other deep-minded individuals that don't make me feel dumb when I actually want to have deep conversation or talk about things like this about video games. So I appreciate that, not only myself, but the chat, just the people I've met in the Final Fantasy community in general. I've made so many unique and interesting friends over the past year that are actually more in depth than just talking about like, well, I just like Cloud because he's Cloud. You know what I mean? Like dumb shit like that.
Well, I mean, like, even if people in chat will say stuff like, "Oh, I like Cloud just because I like Cloud," it doesn't necessarily mean that we don't welcome that. It's just that but it's
not
just
at all.
It's just that we're the types to be like, I wonder why that is.
Why do you like Cloud?
Yep. Oh, Pulp Takes wants a little bunny Sue. Oh, okay. All right then. Okay. I mean, I think I can do that. Boys, you're supposed to do it with me.
Ha.
Yes. Hey, Haraxmant, man, I need a little bit more, like,
Nailed it, I know. Thank
gusto
you.
with
Moving on.
that. Bring it out of your chest, man. Use the diaphragm. There we go. There we go.
That's what you wanted.
Yes.
You freak.
That is what I wanted. I wanted all day. But anyways, all right. Well, I will have to call this a night because one, I am getting loud and it is pretty late. And another thing is I need to release all of you from your bonds. Because you guys are like bondaged here, and I know it's cool. It's all right. I love you guys.
Oh,
don't worry.
Excuses again.
Every Friday.
Human puns.
Yeah, that's where I got it. Wait, what does he said? He said I watched the 15 and now 13 podcast, and I love the opposite of what Pulp thinks. Of what Pulp thinks. I feel like those games got so much hate from the nostalgic FF crew, see Steam reviews, that I enjoyed hearing some praise from people who also know the games. Speaking of anime waifus, are you willing to combine an anime waifu with a game series? Because there's this splendid one called Legend of Heroes Waifus. Oh my god. But it's not. But the problem with that game, Orazu, is that it is not the critically acclaimed MMO RPG that has a free trial of the Heavensward expansion Final Fantasy XIV. So, you know,
critically acclaimed.
So like try it at your own risk. It is not the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. Elvina's like, okay, now I'm awake. It's like, all right, well, I'm just about to die. And this is the thing. It's like I'm dead. Like I'm like that's like those samurais who get cut and they don't know they're dead yet until they like I slip off. But that's me because like my body's actually dead, but my mind just keeps going.
So what we need now is a Sue redeemable where she promotes the free trial of Final Fantasy XIV, which includes the first expansion Heavensward. Take all your jobs to level 60.
Dargil.
That is true. That is true. No, besides, guys, why would you need any... If you're talking about, like, anime waifus, video game waifus, like, don't hurt Sue's feelings. The whole reason why she's there. It's the whole reason for her creation. So... War Dog's like, man, I really enjoy these streams. I'm glad that you enjoy these streams, dude, because we enjoy, like, doing them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that trial is a few hundreds of hours of gameplay for free. No reason not to. Precisely. And it's critically acclaimed. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Let me tell you, that game is easily 10,000 hours. You can ask one of the 4 people here.
I don't know who you were talking about, my good sir.
I just checked my subscription because I bought Endwalker, and it says that I've been subscribed to the game for like, was it like some stupid ass number. Or it's like 3,000, 4,000 days or some shit. I'm like, literally, I saw it. I looked at that number. I'm just like, oof, boy.
Yeah.
Do you have a Discord? You also know League, so I feel like I could share some of my some images of my apartment, and 95% of the merch is there. Yo, dude, I love League. Okay, I love League. Okay. So guys, please, please subscribe to Sue on Twitter. Please do, because I mean it. All right, please subscribe to Sue on Twitter because after this, I'll talk to Haraxmant. And the boys, and we'll create a Discord just for this community, just for this stuff.
Oh, for Cranestorming shit?
For Cranestorming shit, yeah.
Word.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah. So and then we will put it on Twitter.
There we go.
Yeah, I'll announce it through Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Oh hell yeah! I always wanted to chat with you. Hell yeah, we'll do that.
Yeah,
so that,
dude.
Yeah, I just feel bad because I have like an engagement tomorrow, but but I mean Sunday might be open. Who knows? But most definitely, guys. Yeah, because if you guys want to talk to me, I also want to talk to you guys. I want to pick your brains about stuff, especially when it comes to games and shit. Like I want to know that. I want to know what makes your brains tick when you guys play games. Like, I really do. I'm actually more interested in the way you guys perceive the games than the games are themselves.
And Crane, you can make a Q&A forum in that Discord too.
Precisely. That's exactly the reason why we tried to do this thing in the first place.
So
3 day.
bada
Oh,
bing,
that's
bada boom.
right. Monday is it is a 3-day weekend because Monday is a
Is it?
holiday.
Mm.
That's true. Oh, what do you look at that? All right.
Yeah, looks like we're gonna have to change some plans.
Oh yeah, Sunday. Oh, Sunday is the 4th. Okay, 3-day week. Okay, so okay, cool. So we'll definitely do that again, guys. Thank you guys so much for so much for this. Like, I'm gonna thank Haraxmant here. Thanks to Ferren, thanks to Luke, all of that stuff. Hey guys, before I close things off, can you guys tell them where they can find you, because you guys are smart individuals as well. So yeah, do follow these guys. So Haraxmant, we'll start with you, bro.
Well, you could find me on Twitter or Twitch at Haraxmant. It's the same on everything. You can find me on Steam at Haraxmant. What do you want to find me on? You know, not any secret sites.
His OnlyFans is also Haraxmant.
No.
Why, bro? I'm just like promoting you, bro. Just accept the help. Help me, help you. Okay, Ferren.
I do want to say that I do want to say one thing, that I'm starting a new game on Twitch that I haven't played before. It's .hackgu. I've never touched it.
Ooh, okay.
I will be there, sir. I will be there, sir. That game is, for a lack of a better term, like, it's very anime. Just in case you didn't know. So, yeah, all right, Ferren, bro. Tell them where to find you.
All right, so my name's Ferren. I am typically a Final Fantasy streamer. I am definitely a gamer. So you guys can find me on Twitter. You guys can find me on Twitch and YouTube. I posted the links all right there. So there's my YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, whichever one fits your fancy. If you want to ask me questions, have me help you out with projects, etc., or just hang out with me, you can find me there. Lovingly, I hope you guys have a great evening. Feel free to stop by as always. And much love to the chat. You guys are my world. Have a good night.
By the way, freaking Pope Tanks, I just needed because because of the continuity of your comments, you're just like, ooh, OnlyFans. Oh, I love that series. That's how it reads out too. I'm gonna take a picture of that, and I will let you know what my demands are later. Okay, so Luke, where can they find you, sir?
You can find me on both YouTube and Twitch at OmegaOptimusSupreme, which is right down there. And you can find me on Twitter at LukeWordOOS. I don't tweet that often, but if you message me, I'll get back to you. I can promise that. So yeah, those are the places you can find me.
Mm-hmm. And again, thank you guys so much. On YouTube, I would recommend that you follow Still Thinking Films. That is a lot of us, well, all of us pretty much, is we're all associated with Still Thinking Films. We dub things from Final, like majority of stuff is Final Fantasy or Kingdom Hearts or some shit, right? And obviously here on Twitch, if you like or follow or subscribe or any of those things, like it really does help me out a lot. I'm really trying to shift like what I do like in real life, because I don't want to be, guys, get me out of this profession. I don't want to choreograph anymore. I don't want to deal with rambunctious like testosterone or hormone filled like teenagers who think they know everything and they want to dance and they want to compete and all of that stuff. Like, please steal me away from this life and help me out so I can transition and just do this kind of content, because I'd rather do this kind of content all my life. But yeah, so yeah, but regardless, if you even just share it, just tell people about this. And if you know a lot of people who are nerdy like us, who just want to be here and chill and shit, just let them know, put the word out that we are a I guess not so safe space for opinions. I don't know how to say this shit, but anyways, thank you guys so much for for being here. I'm really we're all really grateful. So man, I am so happy about all of this. Thank you guys for putting up with us for like 6 hours. Again, thank you to my wonderful panel, like the UI guys. And this is obviously not the last. This is only the beginning. So yeah, we will call it a night. Thank you guys so much. Remember, follow Sue on Twitter so that we can send you that Discord link, because we're gonna put that out in the public. We really want you guys. Any raid recommendations? I don't know. I mean, there's Anthigator. He's the only person I know.
Anthigator.
Okay, we'll raid Anthigator. So just let him know, okay? Let him know. He plays a lot of Final Fantasy as well. So let me see if I can Anthigator. All right. Yeah, is this the one? Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. All right. I bookmarked this. I don't have Twitter. Oh, no problem, bro. No problem. Or you can hit me up on Discord or something. Okay? So, again, thank you guys so much. Haraxmant, Ferren, Omega, and all of you guys in chat. Elvina, Banana, like, I can't even say all of your guys' names. Orazu, Heroic, blah, 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 I don't know. I'm going to try to say as many 20 names as I can in quick succession. I'm kidding. All right, guys. Good night so much. Good night. Pulp tanks, too. Everyone. Anyways, thank you guys so much. You guys are fucking...
everybody.
You guys are fucking champions, bro. You guys are fucking warriors of light. No, that was cheesy. You guys are champions. Fuck that. All right. So, Sue, take it away.
That's all the time we have for today. Thank you so much for choosing to spend your time with us. We hope to catch you in the next stream.